Your game console is actually connected to the ancient times 1000 years ago. Whatever actions you take in reality will be synchronized with your ancestors from 1000 years ago. However, you are completely unaware of this and think that the game console you just bought is a counterfeit product. You first control the character to follow Liu Xiu's uprising in the game, then angrily throw away the game console to have a meal. Who knew that the father at the dining table would say that their family is a 1000-year-old family, and that they were part of the original team that followed Emperor Guanzhong of Han to conquer the world? At this moment, you look back at your bedroom again, your heart beating faster and faster. Without any hesitation, you immediately put down your chopsticks and run back to the room, pick up the game console, and directly click on the family information on the screen. The name has been confirmed, and you walk back into the living room, staring at the old advisor and asking, "Dad, do you remember the name of our ancestors? Didn't I tell you before?" The old advisor immediately looks at you, frowning slightly, quite displeased. "You forgot the name of the ancestors. Remember, the ancestor's name is Gu Shi." Bang! Mr. Gu's calm words sounded like thunder in your ears. In that instant, you could even hear your heartbeat getting faster and faster. Everything seemed completely the same. Extracting ancestral information. You suddenly remembered the hint before the game started. For a moment, you couldn't help but swallow your saliva, and even your hands began to tremble faintly. Could it be that this game can affect reality? Even the characters being controlled inside are your own ancestors. This idea has caused a huge impact on your worldview, but everything at the moment seems to be proving this point. You remember very clearly that before this, your family had never mentioned anything about the ancestors. With old Gu's personality, if there were really records, they would definitely not have been silent for so many years. Thinking of this, you take a deep breath, and countless thoughts rush into your mind. If this is true, then wouldn't you have the opportunity to create an extraordinary family? Not to mention the wealth accumulated over thousands of years. Just relying on the family background would be enough to lie flat in this current era. Thinking of this, you suddenly become excited. What's wrong with this child? The elderly couple drinking porridge at the dining table noticed your abnormality and couldn't help but ask, "I'm full." You didn't say much, rushed into your room without hesitation, closed the door, and picked up the game console again. At this moment, it seemed that due to not being operated for a long time, the screen of the game console had already turned black, but just as you touched it, the screen lit up again as if it had sensed something. However, it was not the game screen you imagined, but the initial interface, still with those two big characters and various options, the only difference being that Start Game had changed to Continue Game. This time, you didn't rush to choose to continue the game, but looked at the final notes and clicked on it directly. If everything is as you think, this game can affect reality. You need to carefully understand it first. The prompt instantly popped up. Players need a huge amount of achievement points every time they control and immerse themselves in a character. Note, players can obtain achievement points through the achievements of family members, but the person they control themselves cannot obtain achievement points. This game cannot be paused, saved, or rewound in time. Players only have one chance, and the game will continuously progress. If all members of the main family lineage are wiped out, it is considered a game over. Everything the player does in the game will be erased, and history will be completely restored. Note, the game will end 300 years before the player's current time to ensure they do not disappear due to changes in history. If the player's family has changed history, history will continue to self-correct as time passes, e.g., if the player makes changes different from the original history at the beginning of the Eastern Han Dynasty, without follow-up, the impact will weaken over time until fully restored. Players immersing themselves in controlling characters does not mean complete control of the corresponding characters, but it will influence the overall thinking of the characters, making them make choices that meet the player's needs every time they face various options. Achievement points can be used for item draws, with one draw for every 10,000 achievement points, and you can obtain powerful items of different levels. Note, item levels are divided into divine, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and ordinary. It can actually influence history. Looking at these hints, you are sure of this point, and your thoughts can't help but surge. Everything that just came to mind rushes back at this moment. Being able to influence history, doesn't this mean that you have the opportunity to create a family that spans the river of history? You take a deep breath, calm the surging thoughts, and start analyzing these precautions seriously. First, look at the first hint. Although you don't play games much, your leadership skills are still good, and you instantly understand the core of this hint, which is that you cannot ensure that you can always control every generation of your family. Just this point makes you realize the difficulty involved. Over the 5,000 years of Chinese history, how many prestigious families have completely declined because of one generation, or even been directly wiped out? Not to mention that the game time is still in the feudal society period. If a mediocre person appears in the family, they may face the risk of the game ending. The second and third points, on the other hand, dispensed with Gu Yi's biggest worry. That is, if the family is destroyed and the legacy is broken, or if great changes are made, the family will not disappear. That is to say, to achieve the kind of effect I'm thinking of, at least to keep the whole family from being extinguished throughout history, and to keep the family always strong until nearer the end of the modern era. Is that the only way to counteract the revision of history and leave things behind? Gu Yi instantly thought of this, and his expression grew more serious. It's a little too difficult. In fact, it is actually relatively less difficult to leave a legacy all the time than it is to remain absolutely influential all the time. As long as there are enough people and they don't do anything dangerous, it's still easy to pass on. But if you want to change reality, you have to maintain absolute influence all the time. And the difficulty of that is really a bit unimaginable. But luckily there are props. Gu Yi exhaled deeply, taking the opportunity to relieve his tense emotions, but immediately afterward, he noticed the next two tips, and his expression instantly stiffened. Wait, God tier props are the best? So I just had a celestial sign card? The good mood he had just been in was instantly swept away. It's a big loss. Although I don't know the probability of this game's lottery yet, but even if I have a high probability, it's still a loss. Liu Xiu, what you owe me to pay back? Gu Yi hated to yell, only to feel his heart bleeding. What a divine prop. Gu Yi could even imagine what kind of impact the entire family would have in history just by the effect of this prop, plus some manipulation. Results, just letting myself go to waste. Gu Yi gritted his teeth and calmed down for a long time before this gradually eased off. It's a good thing I didn't just randomly critique Liu Xiu. This would be a real loss if one gets it wrong and it's straight game over like this. Gu Yi only felt a pang of heart palpitations, but it wasn't unacceptable when he thought about it in a flash. Now it seems after the unintentional wave of maneuvering he just did, his own old ancestor had now hooked up with Liu Xiu. It's not exactly unproductive. Gu Yi continuously consoled himself, and then he directly exited this interface and tapped Game Achievements. Game Achievements. No unlocked achievements at this time. Note, achievements will be unlocked here after they have been reached, and players will not only receive achievement points depending on the achievement, but some of the rare achievements also come with rare effects. This interface for the game's achievements is much simpler than the previous notes. Gu Yi simply closed the interface after taking a brief look at it, and then he tapped the Continue Game button. It's completely different from the casual state it was in before. This time, Gu Yi's eyes burned into the picture. With a thud, the bleak background image shattered instantly, and a completely unfamiliar image ensued. Before Gu Yi could react in any way, the image in front of him instantly became blurry at this moment, and the not-so-large screen faded away at this moment. The entire game screen completely occupied Gu Yi's entire field of vision this instant. The remaining sun was like blood, hanging in the sky. Broken swords and halberds stuck in the blood-stained dirt. Nitrous smoke lingered. Charred grass and trees emitted a pasty odor. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and not far away, one could even see a few huge craters smashed out by meteorites. It was as if he had been brought into the perspective of a man. Everything is so real. It's as if it's really as traveled as depicted in web novels. However, Gu Yi could clearly feel that he was still in the middle of his room. What's in front of you is just a game. Sure enough, the next moment, the memories flooded wildly into his mind, like watching a movie. Shasta. Gu Yi had then realized what was really going on in all of this right now. The Battle of Kunyang. Surprisingly, it's already been fought. His own ancestor chose to follow Liu Xiu in his fight because of his own words, and made a great achievement in the Battle of Kunyang. And the Celestial Signs card that he had activated had worked. A meteorite falls to the ground and destroys the enemy camp. This battle is a big win. Gu Yi's heart was beating faster and faster. The brutal and realistic scene before him was too impactful for him. A man who lived in peaceful times. Almost instinctively, Gu Yi recalled the four big words endgame in his mind. In the next instant, his vision was fully restored to normal. He went back within his room once again, and the image from just now reappeared above the console screen. Gu Yi took a deep breath, trying to quickly calm himself, but that wildly beating heart couldn't be calmed in any way. No way. It's human nature. Even the constant mental suggestion to yourself is not useful at all. You can only adapt slowly. Gu Yi did a little bit of mental construction, and then this time, he once again placed his eyes on the screen, just staring intently at the screen for a few seconds. That familiar scene happened again, and the original picture of the room faded into a blur as the image of what had just happened covered it again. Brother Gu. Before Gu Yi could do anything, a familiar male voice then came from behind Gu Yi, who immediately intended to turn around and look, and that perspective directly changed at that moment. Only Liu Xiu, who was dressed in battle armor, walked out at this time. With a smiling face, he looked at himself and said, "Why is Brother Gu here?" This great victory is thanks to the help of Brother Gu. Brother Gu, don't worry. I will definitely report to the court to honor Brother Gu's achievements. The corresponding memories came flooding back in an instant. Gui was also aware of the causes and consequences after the choice he had just made. His own ancestor, an infantry lieutenant at Dingling, made a different choice because of his own words, taking the lead in leading the 700 brothers under his command to choose to help Liu Xiu. Because he took the lead, he affected many people in the city, and then after this great battle, demonstrated extraordinary martial arts. Nowadays, those from Dingling had gradually chosen to focus on their own ancestors. So, Liu Xiu is pulling himself together? Thinking clearly about this, Gui didn't hesitate for a second and immediately opened his mouth to say, "You're welcome, General. This battle all relies on General's might. Without the General's courage, how could our army have won such a great victory?" Gui naturally had to choose to follow Liu Xiu. If it was just a normal game, it would be just that, necessarily playing the world in person. But in today's situation, following Liu Xiu is the best choice. After all, according to historical records, Liu Xiu did not treat the meritorious ministers under him the same way as his old ancestor, Liu Bang, after he founded the country. As for going off on your own to fight the world, Gui, on the other hand, discarded this option altogether. I don't know if I can fight it down, but even if I can, what can I do? What Gui needed could be more than just the influence of the family, but also the most crucial inheritance. What dynasty has survived since the beginning of time? The game requires it, but you can't lose all of your firstborn children. If he really became the emperor, Gui could be certain that within a few hundred years, his own family would definitely be completely wiped out. Naturally, he wouldn't go for that. Hearing this, the smile on Liu Xiu's face also grew a few points brighter. Brother Gu need not humble himself, and follow me into the city. Can't this celebration banquet be without Brother Gu? Liu Xiu made a direct gesture of invitation. And this game within the Gu Shao is also, as the tip said, in general. When Gui has decided to follow Liu Xiu, is also not much to say. Immediately along with Liu Xiu towards the city walked in. Gui stared tightly at the images of everything in front of him as his thoughts couldn't help but turn over. By history, after the Battle of Kunyang, Liu Xiu was about to face the greatest low in his life until he went to Hebei and married Gui Shengtong before gradually picking up momentum and then establishing the Eastern Han dynasty. And the entire Eastern Han period was a hotbed for all the lineages, as long as a position in Liu Xiu's camp is secured. Although the influence of the entire family is not enough right now, but as long as the Eastern Han is established, with the relative stability that follows, it is entirely possible for the entire family to grow. Just be mindful of the boundaries and make sure the family's education doesn't come into question. Getting through the Eastern Han period in peace shouldn't be a problem. Right now it's still unknown exactly how many achievement points it will cost to integrate into a manipulated character. But as long as the family is able to settle down and save up achievement points for these many years, it should still be able to save up enough achievement points by the time of the Three Kingdoms chaotic period. With the knowledge of history in his mind, Gui quickly determined the next direction for the entire clan. And just then, Gu Shao has also followed Liu Xiu into the city. Gu Shao, character Zhan Hong, is also a native of Dingling. Ing Chuan, Xiao Xiao young negative courage, brawn, sex, wit and strategy. Know the military strategy. The townspeople are strange. At the beginning of the reign, Wang Mang sent Wang Sun, the Grand Secretary of State, and Wang Yi, the Grand Secretary of State, to besiege Kunyang with millions of people, and their banners and provisions were spread over thousands of kilometers. When the Green Forest defended, outnumbered, the city is in dire straits. People are in fear. Guangwu when he was a partial general, and I want to break through the siege to transfer troops to solve the siege of the city, but all the generals balked. It should not. So only observe the light martial arts posture. Deep understanding of its strategy is to rise up. The rate of hundreds of troops swore to follow, for all the troops to lead. The Wei met Mang army intercept. Tsunami cross lance leaping horse. Destroy the front. Invincible. Finally help Guangwu Qi to the place. Dingling, Sydney sent all the battalion of soldiers. And return to Kunyang. Will be the sky thunder crack cloud? Wind and rain obscurity. Guangwu multiply the momentum of the general attack. Tsunami again lead the sharp pawns as a precursor. Burst into the enemy line. Chopping and pulling down the flag. Shouting to move the ground. Mang army routed. Ambushed corpses for hundreds of miles. The river for the water does not flow. Kunyang was victorious. The sea shook. And the death of Xinmong was finalized. Guangwu patted his back and sighed. Zhanhong gallantry like golden stone. In the face of difficulties. Really my fan Kuai also. Kunyang's success. The secretary for the crown. Gu Shaolai biography. Chapter 3, Capturing Feng Yi alive and traveling to Hebei. Have to say. Good point in the caveat. Gui did not need to manipulate Gu Shao at all times. but rather when he made a decision. Gu Xiao would follow his course of development. Take this wine dinner for example. When Gu Yi made the idea to follow Liu Xiu, Gu Xiao would then get closer and closer to Liu Xiu with Gu Yi's thoughts. And the magic doesn't stop there. The flow of time in this game is completely different from real time. The entire game flows at a very alarming rate. But the most crucial thing was that Gu Yi had a very clear view of everything that was happening within the game indeed, and there was no information gap due to the fast flow of time. He was literally like a god watching everything. Let the entire Gu family move forward according to his ideas. Gu Yi knew clearly that this should be the effect brought about by integrating into the role. If he couldn't, he would be a spectator at best. But Gu Yi didn't dwell on it. After making sure that Gu Xiao would really follow his thoughts and make a move, he also began to study the other features of the game console, also known as family information. It had to be said that in this kind of era, for a white body like Gu Xiao to be able to become an infantry lieutenant, commanding 700 troops, was indeed capable. At least in terms of force, Gu Xiao does count as a fierce man. Name, Gu Xiao. Rank, Captain of Infantry. Interior, 31, Diplomacy, 30, Politics, 43, Command, 68, Force, 82. Current prestige, little fame, rank, none. Little fame, 1 call. All the world, except for Gu Xiao. There are 4 other members of the Gu family today. 3 sisters, 1 brother. Now they are living in Dingling City. These people are still young, and there is nothing extraordinary in their attributes. Even in Gu Yi feels a little low. It was just too much worse than Gu Xiao. That's what makes this era so hopeless. In these precarious times, it can be difficult to feed all the children, let alone raise all of them well. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Xiao is an infantry lieutenant, I'm afraid these younger siblings wouldn't have been able to save their lives. Gu Yi carefully went through the attributes of all the current family members, and still decided to keep them in Dingling City. Since you want the family to make a change, in the days to come, Gu Xiao was sure to fight his way around. Since the system now counted all of these people in the direct line as well, Gu Yi needed to come and ensure their safety. Follow Gu Xiao to follow Liu Xiu to fight the world? It's too risky. Gu Yi must stay back. There are always people who feel that compared to the founding emperors of other dynasties, the process of Liu Xiu's founding was much easier. What a destined son. What an archmage. A series of netizens to Liu Xiu magically changed the title so that I do not know how many people overlook Liu Xiu built the country's difficulties. However, Gu Yi was very clear. At the very least, given the current situation, Liu Xiu does not even have a ticket to the world yet. No, not just now. He didn't have that ticket until Liu Xiu took all of Hebei. Between such thoughts, Gu Yi immediately made a decision. And then he closed the interface and returned to the game. Guanzhong, I intend to take advantage of the victory and lead an attack on Yingyang County. What do you think? In just a few moments, many days had passed within the game. At this time, Gu Xiao has apparently succeeded in entering Liu Xiu's command, and Liu Xiu is discussing the next battle with him. Through this battle of Kunyang, now Liu Xiu's prestige is also long gone from what it was back then. Even though his current official position was only a Taichung partial general, everyone would no longer ignore his thoughts. Hearing this, Gu Yi immediately frowned. It's surprising that the news of Lu Qian's murder hasn't come through yet. According to the historical development, a few days after the Battle of Kunyang, Liu Yan captured the city of Wancheng, which also became the temporary capital of the Changsha regime. It was then that Liu Xian, the first reigning emperor, felt that Liu Yan and Liu Xiu were too much of a threat, finding an opportunity to lay a hand on Liu Yan. According to the timing, it should have been done already. Surprisingly, it hasn't been transmitted yet. Gu Yi didn't have the idea of making a statement. Liu Yan's life and death of this person Gu Yi didn't care, but immediately nodded his head, arched his hand and said, "The last general will listen to all the general's orders." Yes, Liu Xiu was overjoyed. With Zhan Hong's courage, our army will definitely break the city. The army opened up. It had to be said that Liu Xiu's ability to unify troops was far more terrifying than Gu Yi had imagined. Previously for this history of the founding of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Gu Yi believes that Liu Xiu is the world's first commander-in-chief. Whether it is for the control of the battlefield or the ability to command the three armies, Liu Xiu is not comparable to others. Today it seems that this statement is absolutely true. Under the fierce fame of the great victory in the Battle of Kunyang, Liu Xiu's journey south can be described as devastating. The district of Yingyang County could not be stopped at all. And Gu Xiao also repeatedly built up his achievements during this period of time, and his status under Liu Xiu's command became higher and higher. Under Liu Xiu's command, the Han army continued southward all the way to Yingchuan and attacked Father City. This time, however, the Han army was finally held back. It had to be stationed near the township of Taolkar, worthy of being the 28 generals of Yuntai who can leave their names in history. Feng Yi's skill, if he was not recovered by Liu Xiu in the end, I'm afraid it's quite a nuisance. Listening to the news sent back by the scouting horses, Gui could not help but sigh secretly in his heart. While opening his mouth to console Liu Xiu, General need not be anxious. The district's father city can be broken in a matter of days. I also asked the general to give the last general some time. I will certainly be able to recapture my father's city for the general without wasting a single soldier. Hearing this, Liu Xiu immediately revealed a look of shock. Is this true, Guanzhong? You can't joke around in the military. With the performance of these days, Liu Xiu, although he also knows the bravery of Gu Shao, but to say that you will directly take the enemy city without wasting a single soldier, how is that possible? General, don't worry. Gui nodded without the slightest hesitation, his tone very frank. Yes. Liu Xiu was overjoyed, directly stood up, walked to Gu Zhao's body, pulled up his arm and said, if Guanzhong is really like this, you should take the first credit for this battle. In the following days, Gui was not idle. Almost every day, Gu Shao personally led the troops to explore the neighborhood, and at the same time, he even sent out all of his men. Gui remembered it well. According to the historical records, this guy Feng Yi was captured by the Han army when he was out on a tour of his subordinate counties. Finally Liu Xiu released him. This is how he chose to dedicate the city and follow Liu Xiu. Such credits. How could Gui not want it? But history being what it is, it only records that Feng Yi was captured, but it doesn't give a clear account of where he was captured. Gui could only cast a wide net as well. The emperor is not responsible for the people. Just a few days later, Gu Shao sent out the people actually really sent the news, tied Feng Yi back up. Han army camp. When Gu Shao personally escorted Feng Yi back, Liu Xiu's entire body froze, although he had received the news just now. At this point, however, it is still hard to believe as well. Surprisingly, he just straight up caught the enemy resistance as great general. Feng Yi was actually a bit skeptical of life. He really couldn't figure out why the Han army would send out so many people, and everything was as if they were going to know in advance that he would leave the city. Even before going out far, surprisingly directly surrounded by the scouts of the Han army, he was even beginning to suspect that he had been betrayed. Why else would the Han army be like this? Just as he was doubting his life, Liu Xiu, who was sitting on the upper seat, also finally calmed down, and he stared at Feng Yi tightly, his eyes icy cold. Feng Yi, your ancestors were also my great Han people. Why are you aiding and abetting the enemy of my Han army? Liu Xiu's eyes were ice cold, and his words carried a senile killing intent. Hearing this, Feng Yi immediately revealed a somewhat ashamed look. In times like these, such words were extremely humiliating, especially since he was now being taken alive. Seeing this, Gui immediately maneuvered Gu Shao to speak. General, this man is quite talented. To be an enemy of my army, I think I am also threatened by thieves. Why not give this man a chance? Hearing this, Liu Xiu immediately frowned and looked at Gu Shao, the killing intent in his eyes gradually fading a bit. For Feng Yi's ability, he did recognize it, if it is incompetent, nor would it hold back his army. Feng Yi was also startled for a moment, never expecting that Gu Shao, who had personally escorted him back, would even plead for him, and his eyes instantly became complicated. It took a moment of contemplation before saying, what this general says is very true. He looked to Liu Xiu. Now that my old mother is in the city, if the general can let me go back to settle my mother, I would like to offer the 5 cities I have supervised in return for your favor. He sounded extraordinarily frank. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiu immediately revealed a thoughtful look, clearly somewhat impressed. General. At this time, 2 urgent cries also suddenly came from outside the tent. Immediately after, Feng Shao, Ding ran well, and Liu Yan, the 3 old men in Liu Xiu's army, then eagerly walked in from outside the tent. First, he looked at the bound Feng Yi. Spinning around this way, he saluted Liu Xiu. We beg the general to spare this man's life and accept him as his own. Feng Shao was Feng Yi's older brother. As for Ding Running and Liu Yan, they were both Feng Yi's fellow townsmen. These people obviously knew Feng Yi's talent and came together to recommend Feng Yi. Seeing this, Liu Xiu finally couldn't remain calm anymore. Surprise flowed from his eyes. He stared tightly at Feng Yi, and then whirled around to look at the 3 Feng Shao people. Before this finally landed his gaze on Gu Shao, and Gui also maneuvered Gu Shao to nod directly at Liu Xiu. Only then did Liu Xiu speak again. Good. I'll believe you once. He directly waved his hand and had someone untie Feng Yi, and Gui also directly maneuvered Gu Shao to personally send Feng Yi away. Thank you, General. Feng Yi stared closely at Liu Xiu and gave Liu Xiu a serious salute, and then this time he looked at Gu Shao. Many thanks for pleading for me, brother. If there is an opportunity in the future, Mr. Feng will definitely repay. Just don't lose General Feng to the general, Gui said with a slight hint of flirtation. Otherwise I, the one who begged for mercy, will be punished by the general. Feng Yi nodded very seriously. Once again, he bowed towards Liu Xiu, and then this time, he followed his 3 friends and relatives out. Liu Xiu and Gu Xiao were the only 2 people left in the entire hall. Guanzhong, do you think this Feng Yi will really offer the city? Liu Xiu couldn't help but then look at Gu Xiao and ask. Don't worry, General. Gu Yi immediately nodded his head. This person will definitely keep his promise. And in the future, he will definitely follow the general and become one of the general's greatest helpers. I have Guanzhong Ziwei and others who are sufficient. Liu Xiu smiled and waved his hand. If he can really offer his city to join, you should be the first to take the credit for it. And with the credits from these days, Guanzhong would think that he would at least be a partial general. This is to be in the same position as me. No need for that. Liu Xiu obviously at this time has not been in the mind of the head of the house. All he wants is to help these people under his command to find the Xianhan court to ask for an official position. General, Gu Yi's expression, however, suddenly became serious all of a sudden. I'm not prepared to return to the court with you. Liu Xiu instantly froze, and his entire body instantly became anxious. What makes Guanzhong say that? Wancheng has come the news. My elder brother has captured the city of Wancheng. The Han re-emergence of the momentum has been unstoppable. Guanzhong intends to do what? He was really in a bit of a hurry. After all, over this period of time, Gu Xiao and he had long been much closer, and he was naturally anxious to hear this. But Gu Yi was very determined and said with extra seriousness, General, over this period of time, I have come to see that the courtroom today is full of corpses. I can conclude that this group of people will never achieve great things without the general and the Grand Master. I, Gu Xiao, have followed you personally, General, all the way, not those bunglers. If General returns to the court, I will go to Hebei first. Naturally, he would not let Gu Xiao risk following Liu Xiu back to Wancheng. According to history, the next Liu Xiu have experienced an unknown number of life and death wandering. If you go back to Wancheng, handing over the military power in your hand would be truly handing over life and death to someone else. Liu Xiu can escape, doesn't mean he's going to get away with it. With this, Gu Yi wanted to choose to believe in himself even more. Take control of the military power in your own hands. Go to Hebei to struggle first, and wait until Liu Xiu escapes to Hebei. Then come back to join him. The credit is definitely not half as good. On the contrary, there will be a lot more. After all, according to historical records, Liu Xiu's life was not good when he just went to Hebei. Hearing this, Liu Xiu was instantly a bit touched. He didn't disagree with what Gu Yi had said. He and his brother knew best what kind of people were in the court. Even if it's all been done to this point, those in the court, however, are still defending them. However, he wouldn't directly let Gu Xiao leave like that, but instead took Gu Xiao's arm and said, There's no need for Guanzhong to be anxious. This is the time for you, me, my brothers and others to build our careers. As for those in the court, you need not be concerned. Liu Xiu clearly wants to take advantage of this opportunity to set up a full credit. Gu Yi, of course, wouldn't talk to him about what was about to happen, and silently listened to Liu Xiu's strategic vision. The next few days, the entire Han army has been waiting for Feng Yi to come and join them. But before that, the news of Liu Biao's murder is also finally coming through. After determining the cause and effect, Liu Xiu's extraordinary nature instantly manifested itself, and after realizing that he didn't have any chance of winning at this point, he suppressed all his anger, immediately decided to immediately return to Wancheng and ask for forgiveness from Liu Xian. The Changzhi Emperor. Chapter 4, The New Dead Show rises. Capturing the false emperor again. Shibuya. A burst of shouting and killing sounds rose in all directions as Gu Xiao commanded the thousands of generals under his command to fight their way through the city in front of them. That's right, today's Gu Xiao has more than 2,000 men under his account. This is the manpower Liu Xiu gave him after he befriended him before, and even gave him a lot of grain and grass. The two are separate though, but Liu Xiu has never said anything about transferring these men and women since the beginning. The land of Hebei today can be characterized as chaotic. The 3 kings of Hebei were each on one side, each with their own ideas and ambitions. Gu Yi didn't intend to make too much noise this time. After all, he didn't have too many troops under him, and this and the 3 kings of Hebei can be related to Liu Xiu can safely escape from the regime of the beginning. He naturally will not make too many changes. What Gu Yi wants to do is to gain a foothold in the land of Hebei first, occupy a city that can be stabilized to come. The sound of shouting and killing in all directions. This kind of small town, and also in the case of little defense. Naturally, it is impossible to block Gu Xiao this reckless. That's right. Gu Xiao is a reckless man. This was an assessment that Gu Yi had made for some time. This old ancestor of my family should be able to be a general if he could follow the right people. As for being a commander who can command 3 armies, that's a bit of a capacity deficit. However, recklessness also naturally has the benefits of recklessness. Gui will be able to make up for Gu Zhao's weakness in the overall big picture. For him to do a good job of the next deployment on the line. For the rest, I'll leave it to Gu Xiao to mang it. The three armies hissed incessantly. Gui was like a god watching all of this. And as time passed, the gates of Shibuya City were finally breached. Gu Xiao immediately led the three armies to charge straight in. Actually, Gui had wanted to choose Yuan City instead of Shibuya City, because according to the historical records, as long as we wait for Liu Xiu to come to Hebei next, Lu Lin will embrace a person named Wang Lang as the emperor in Handan City. Yuanchang is an important city under Handan County. Location is critical. As long as we wait until Liu Xiu rises up in Hebei, Gu Xiao will naturally have the best chance to get the credit for leveling Wang Lang. However, it is not possible that Wang Mang Wang Jingjun is the person of this Yuanchang. At their request, today's Yuan City had long since been no longer comparable to what it was back then, and it was impossible for this amount of people to take it down. Thus, Gui ended up having to choose Shibuya City. Compared to Yuan City, Shibu City was a bit less important. It wasn't without its benefits though. Compared to the difficulty of attacking Yuan City, Shibuya City was naturally much easier. And the key thing was that in such a period of great chaos, occupying only a small town wouldn't attract too much attention. Gui had already considered this a long time ago. In the meantime, he could be quiet as a cutthroat bully. As long as they don't go too far, then they definitely won't attract too much attention. As expected, with Gui restricting the soldiers under his tent and not laying his hands on the city's magnates, the entire Shibu city instantly settled down. And when the news got out, it didn't make much of an impact. Lu Lin and Wang Chang in the city of Handan are just a letter. Persuade Gu Xiao to surrender them. This belongs to the characteristics of this period. For them, people like Gu Xiao who don't have many soldiers and horses can only be considered as a magnate at most. A letter, that would be enough to persuade to surrender. And that's exactly why Gu Xiao directly settled down within Shibu City. While constantly drilling the generals under his command, he recruited people and poked around, keeping a close eye on the movements of the entire world. As expected, the Battle of Kunyang could be said to have completely snapped the chi of the entire new dynasty. Wang Mang was unusually shaken after learning the news, especially after learning that a meteorite had landed to help Liu Xiu at the time of the Battle of Kunyang. A special ceremony is held to cry for heaven, wanted to pray for God's help to pacify the rebels in the four directions, but everything was already doomed. September, when the Green Army entered Chang'an, Wang Mang fled to Gangtai under the escort of Wang Yi and others, and was then beheaded by Du Wu, a member of the insurgent army. The head was hanging in the city of Wan, and dozens of soldiers competed to kill Wang Mang, splitting his body. The new dynasty was completely destroyed. October, General Liu Xian of the Xian Han dynasty killed Lu Wang in Runan, and all the counties under his command surrendered. Emperor Liu Xian of the Chanshu dynasty wanted to move the capital to Luoyang, conferring great titles on the kings and issuing edicts to all parts of the world, trying to persuade the lords of the four directions. For a moment, the world shook. No one would have thought that Wang Mang would end up in this situation. No one is even aware of the fact that this new regime has the intention of unifying the world. But to say that just a sealing decree can make these people put down the power in their hands, then this world can really not be called a chaotic world. All kinds of rumors swirled around for a while. Finally, under this tension, another message came through. Liu Xian, the first emperor of Chanshu, appointed Liu Xiu as the general of breaking the captive and the executive director of the Grand Secretary General's office in order to stabilize Hebei. After learning about it, Gui understood that the opportunity had come. However, he did not rush to meet Liu Xiu, but only silently paid attention to everything within Shibu City, sending people to keep prying for news. Liu Xiu traveled all the way north, and the initial period was exceptionally smooth. Widespread kindness throughout the land of Hebei. He sent people under his command to the counties to frequently vindicate wrongful imprisonment, abolished the harsh policies of Wang Mang's period, and ordered a general amnesty for Hebei. Upon arriving at Handan City, Lu Lin, the son of King Miao of Zhao, even greeted Liu Xiu in person and discussed with him the matter of fending off the red eyebrows. But, this is how the disagreement between the two began. December. Lu Lin established Zhao Han by installing Wang Chang as the emperor in the city of Handan and offered a reward to Liu Xiu. Anyone in the world who gets Liu Xiu's head and offers it to me will receive 100,000 households. For a while, the land of Hebei was once again in turmoil. Liu Xiu escaped from Handan and traveled all the way north straight to Jinding. Miserable. This should be the worst time for Liu Xiu, right? Gui did not choose to go and help Liu Xiu at this time. Shibu City is just a small city. If Liu Xiu were to be accommodated in the land of Shibu City, it is estimated that all of them would die directly here. The real key to the Shibuya is its location. It's meant to be a knife straight into Handan. At a time like this, Gui naturally won't make a sound. but is just constantly sending people to spy on Liu Xiu. Sure enough, everything that followed went just as history records it. Liu Xiu fled all the way until he fled to Xindu County. Then he stood on his feet, got the support of the governor Ren Guang, and began to crusade against Wang Lang Lulin, quickly attacked the city and grow in power. He also married Liu Yang, the king of Xinding, and gained more than 100,000 troops under his command, which greatly increased his strength. In fact, many people nowadays feel that Liu Xiu's founding of the country is not difficult because they feel that Liu Xiu has everything too smooth. The Battle of Kunyang became famous all over the world. He went out to pacify Hebei and gained the support of the Hebei families. There was some suffering during that time though, but compared to the other founding emperors, it seems to be far worse. Similarly, it was Liu Xiu's cooperation with the lineage that made many people criticize him as one of the culprits who caused the lineage to become big. Actually, this kind of thing doesn't require much discussion. Many people are accustomed to looking at what happened at that time from the point of view of modern people, but they do not realize that history has always been a process of slow progress. What did the lineage represent in this period? Talent and underpinnings. In terms of today's situation, the lineage is the most powerful force in the world today. If you want to unify the whole world in the present situation, it is almost impossible not to accept the lineage. It is said that this age is the mind of the man, but which heart specifically? In the late Western Han dynasty, the taxation of the entire imperial court had overwhelmed all the people in the world. Land tax, poll tax, corvée, the various systems have long since prevented the people from seeing a way out. Is this kind of Dahan really missed? Collaboration with the world family. It can indeed be called a turning point in Liu Xiu's fate, but even no matter what, it is impossible to ignore the talent of the man Liu Xiu. After expanding his strength, Liu Xiu immediately launched a counterattack against Wang Chang Lulin. It was a moment when his ability to command the big picture was on full display. For the generals under his command, he could be said to have fully utilized their greatest talents and repeatedly won great victories, until after the defeat of Ni Hong in Julu. The situation changed instantly as Liu Xiu's army came straight to kill Handan City. Brothers, as the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. Now that the world is in chaos, it's the time for us to build our careers, settle the world and fight for his family heirs to have a peaceful world. Inside Shibuya City, the three armies were arrayed like yakuzas. Gu Xiao, dressed in a suit of battle armor, was relying on his loud voice to yell at the front of the formation. It's been a while. Gui had always used techniques that were a bit on the modern side to drill the army. Of course, it has to be simplified a lot. Compared to the modern body, these people were indeed in poorer physical condition. After all, everything they ate was completely different, though he wasn't sure if that would work or not. But at the very least, on the surface, the thousands of men today look a lot stronger. Kill, kill, kill. When Gu Zhao's words fell, thousands of people instantly gave their response. The cries were like thunder. The vice-general even directly rushed over with his horse, looking at Gu Xiao with an excited face. General, are you going to crusade against that Liu Xiu? Humph, I heard that the imperial army has lost many battles with that Liu Xiu. If our brethren win that Liu Xiu at this time, the court will surely reward us. This vice-general had an excited look on his face, and the crowd of generals were obviously thinking the same thing. Although many of them had followed Liu Xiu before, but in such times, following Liu Xiu does not mean that there is much affection with Liu Xiu, and people of their status have never even seen Liu Xiu if there are no accidents. Not to mention that during this time, Gui had reinforced their obedience training. Nowadays, these people could be said to look up to Gu Xiao. Fight Liu Xiu? Gui froze, never expecting to hear this kind of question at the time of the army's departure. He was immediately serious, immediately responded. Who gave you the word to fight Liu Xiu? The voice came to an abrupt halt. The expressions of everyone around them froze instantly. In today's battle, we are here to help the general destroy that Wang Chang. Restoration of the Han dynasty. My great Han, how can there be an emperor with the name of Wang? After saying that, Gu Yi immediately maneuvered Gu Xiao to raise the blades in his hands. Until this moment, these generals then reacted to who they were going to hit. After a brief moment of dismay, they immediately reacted and shouted again. The sound of killing resumed. Gui didn't hesitate any longer, and at that moment, the border led the army to kill directly. He took all the men out. Originally, Gui actually had some concerns. After all, this battle was going to be a surprise attack. Sneak attack while Liu Xiu attracts the attention of Lu Lin's army. If word got out, I'm afraid it would be a mistake. But now Gui wasn't afraid. Even the generals under his own command thought they were there to fight Liu Xiu, not to mention those inside the city. And with the recent prestige of Liu Xiu's army, which ungrateful person would go and help Lu Lin and the others at a time like this? This is a must-win staff. For Gui it was just a matter of how much credit he could take. the three armies attacked, and did not make any cover. The army wind and fire, all the way straight to Handan. At this time, Handan City, inside the Zhao King's palace, which is now the Zhao Han Palace. Zhao Han Emperor Wang Changzheng looked at Lu Lin with a flustered face and asked eagerly, Prime Minister, what should we do? If this Liu Xiu breaks through Handan, I'm afraid we'll die without a burial place. He was really panicking a bit. In fact, Wang Chang did not expect that he would really have this opportunity. He just bragged that he was actually the son of Emperor Qingdi of Han Dynasty, and then he really became the emperor. Only this emperor was quick to become and quick to go, and now it seems that the fall of the country is imminent. Lu Lin's expression was also a bit ugly. He also didn't expect that Liu Xiu, the man, would be so brave, and none of his men could even hold Liu Xiu back. Your Majesty, don't panic. Lu Lin sighed deeply. My Handan city is as solid as gold. With countless provisions in the city, it's never that easy to break through. I've long heard that there is a gap between that Liu Xiu and the more first emperor Liu Xian. That Liu Xian even killed Liu Xiu's own brother. Now that Liu Xiu has once again become a great power, I don't believe that Liu Xian will be able to live out his days in peace. I've already gathered the men and horses of the 4 regions. As long as we can hold on, that Liu Xiu is bound to retreat sooner or later, Lu Lin said with conviction. As soon as Wang Chang heard this, his eyes instantly lit up and he grabbed Lu Lin's arm as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Good. Yes, with the Prime Minister, I have no worries. But, once again, things have gone beyond their expectations. The city of Handan is indeed a strong city, but it can't affect hearts and minds. Even before Liu Xiu's army reached the city of Handan, the people of the clans in the entire city of Handan wanted to surrender. The entire population of the city lived in a state of trepidation. It was under these circumstances that Gu Xiao arrived in the city of Handan, which seemed to be in really big trouble. When he entered the city so directly under the banner of the Zhao Han court, when Liu Xiu comes, only the gates of Handan were wide open. Feng Yi only saw that the incomparably familiar scene happen again. Only Gu Xiao walked out of the city with a group of bound men. The difference is that last time it was him who was tied up, and this time, the kidnappers are Wang Chang, Lu Lin and others. Gu Xiao is a man of courage and strategy. After the battle of Kunyang, the world is not yet calm. Xiao hidden in Hebei, waiting for the time of day. When Guanzhong wanted to pacify all the rebels and restore the Han dynasty, Gu Xiaoxiao used a strange plan and set up a tricky situation to capture the false emperor of Zhao Han, which was a great achievement and was praised by all in the army. The emperor praised his work. The system said, Gu Xiaoxiao in danger and risk, captured the Yuan evil. Its wisdom does not let the Lu Ho. Courage can be compared to the volleyball. Gu Xiaolai biography. Chapter 5, Unification of Hebei. Liu Xiu proclaims himself emperor. Ha ha ha, I knew Zhan Hong would help me. Inside the city of Handan, Liu Xiu is pulling Gu Xiao and the generals under his command to talk about the friendship between Gu Xiao and him. Today's Liu Xiu has a lot of talent under his command. Not only has the 28 generals of the Pantai part of the generals, there are also some of the original as the land of Hebei capable of people, such as Ring Wang, Pai Tong and others. It's also good that it's just the startup period. If it were any other time, if a white body such as Gu Xiao wanted to be directly involved in the center of a regime, then he was bound to be targeted. But not in today's entrepreneurial times. After all, there is still unrest in various parts of the world today, and Liu Xiu still needs to fight the world. After hearing Liu Xiu speak of Gu Xiao's ability, and Feng Yi's experience of being captured by Gu Xiao when he was in his father's city, this group of people quickly accepted Gu Xiao. Above the entire celebration, there was a joyous celebration. Hearing Liu Xiu's words, Gu Yi also immediately smiled, and hastily manipulated Gu Xiao with a single movement of his mind to respond. I've known for a long time that General is by no means a pool animal. When my father's city parted, I waited here for the General to come. Afterward, I learned that the General had come to Hebei. I wanted to go and pay my respects, but unfortunately this Lu Lin is rebellious. So I had to wait for the opportunity to cooperate with the general to take down this Lu Lin rebel in one fell swoop. Gu Xiao is a pure martial artist. In terms of fighting, Gu Yi can be completely at ease, but in terms of socializing, he will be much worse. Gu Yi must interfere. Yes, Zhan Hong is indeed wise and courageous. Liu Xiu was overjoyed, and those present also laughed out loud. Gu Yi just watched as Gu Xiao drank with those present until the wine passed 3 rounds before Gu Yi spoke again. General, I told you so in the beginning. My lord is following you. Definitely not that Xianhan court. Now that the general has stabilized Hebei, all the brothers under his command are willing to serve the general to the death. To think that Liu Xian is nothing more than a mere puppet of the district. How dare he overstep his bounds and call himself an emperor? I implore you, general, for the sake of the great Han, to follow the wishes of the people of the world and enter the throne as emperor. The moment these words came out, the entire atmosphere of the drinking game instantly changed. Everyone was shocked. Never in a million years did he expect Gu Xiao to be the first to say such words. After a short period of consternation, these people instantly reacted. And as soon as they stood up they saluted towards Liu Xiu. There is no one who doesn't want Liu Xiu to claim the throne. Whether it's the families in Hebei that support Liu Xiu or the generals that follow him. For them, they could gain great benefits from Liu Xiu's claim to the throne. These are all credits from the dragon. We implore you, General, for the sake of the great Han, to follow the wishes of the people of the world and enter the throne as emperor. All of these people were obviously like Gu Yi, deliberately not mentioning Liu Xiu's official position within Xianhan. Hearing this, Liu Xiu was also instantly serious. He first looked at Gu Xiao, then at the crowd present, and after a long silence, he finally shook his head. Now that the world is in turmoil, how can I overstep my bounds at this time? There is no need for you all to mention it again. His attitude was so resolute that he didn't give the people present the slightest chance to say any more, and directly raised his wine cup. Come, gentlemen, drink. Gui was not the least bit surprised by Liu Xiu's answer. Liu Xiu has only taken Hebei now. It was still too far from the power he had when he claimed the throne as recorded in history. Here's the extraordinary thing about people like Liu Xiu. Everyone understood that he would definitely part ways with the Xianhan regime and knew that he would definitely claim the throne. However, when his foundation was not yet stable, Liu Xiu was able to completely restrain all the emotions in his heart, and this ability is very rare. Gui wasn't in a hurry. He took the initiative to bring up this matter to make Liu Xiu understand. Gu Xiao was on his side, as he had been before and still was. Of course, although Liu Xiu did not agree to the persuasion of the crowd, he still rewarded his men by virtue of the merits of this occasion. And naturally, Gu Xiao was among them. From a white man he managed to advance to become a general of the conquering army. Although the reward wasn't a big one due to Liu Xiu's failure to claim the title of emperor, it undoubtedly still made the atmosphere of the scene more and more enthusiastic. Once again, the people drank wine, and they could not help but chat about the situation of Xianhan today. Everyone can be sure, now as Liu Xiu's power grows, the Xianhan court will surely find ways to target Liu Xiu again. Sure enough, not surprisingly, just half a month later, men from the Xianhan court rushed to Hebei and brought Liu Xian's decree to Liu Xiu. It was decided that Liu Xiu should be crowned King Xiao, and he was ordered to surrender all his troops and horses and return to Chang'an immediately to accept the reward. Naturally, Liu Xiu would not listen to such an edict. However, he did not follow the will of his men to directly behead the visitor, but only blocked the matter on the grounds that Hebei was not yet stabilized. He still needs preparation time. But everyone also understood that the day of Liu Xiu's public break with the entire Xianhan government was not far off. In response, the Xianhan government also seemed to be concerned about Liu Xiu's prestige. He only made Xia Bao, who was somewhat at odds with Liu Xiu, the pastor of Yuzhou, to lead the troops and horses of Yuzhou. He wants to use this to spy on Liu Xiu, and as long as Liu Xiu dares to act rashly, he will give Liu Xiu a fatal blow behind his back. But above the surface, the two sides still maintain a superficially harmonious situation. From time to time, Liu Xiu sent people to sympathize with the generals and soldiers under the command of Xia Bao, let it lower its guard. Meanwhile, in the dark, all forces were prepared, always ready to deal a fatal blow to Xia Bao. It must be said that Liu Xiu is indeed far beyond ordinary people in his judgment of the big picture. Didn't wait long. This opportunity then came. Zi Zhang, the Green Calf army is so powerful that I have decided to lead the army myself in this battle, and I hope you will cooperate. Handan City. Looking at the front of the incomparably arrogant Xia Bao, Liu Xiu's face does not show any anger. On the contrary, it looks actually some humility. With the might of the Grand Secretary, I think we will be able to break the enemy. Xia Bao frowned and asked, I don't know how the Grand Secretary wants the state shepherd to cooperate? You right, Jun. Liu Xiu's expression did not change at all, and he immediately spoke. If I can break the thieves, Yu Lai's army's men and horses in the land of Shanyang will surely be worried about being surrounded by our army and flee in panic. Please also ask Zi Zhang to lead the army to attack these fleeing soldiers. With your mighty force, you will be able to attack these routed soldiers and make them bind their hands. In that case, Hebei can be finalized. Liu Xiu's expression was incredibly serious. Hearing this, Xia Bao also immediately became serious, and began to seriously analyze everything Liu Xiu said in these words. If this is true, we will completely pacify Hebei. Then this Liu Xiu will no longer have a reason not to return to the court. If he leaves, I'll be in charge of the whole of Hebei. Thinking of this, Xia Bao's eyes snapped open and a smile appeared on his face. Good. Don't worry, Grand Secretary. I will definitely cooperate with the Grand Secretary in order to break the bandits. Saying this, Xia Bao got up to leave, and Liu Xiu had once again called the generals together. In fact, Today Liu Xiu's strength compared to the original history has been too much stronger. After all, with the accidental presence of Gu Xiao, there wasn't much damage in the attack on the entire Zhao Han force, and because of Gu Xiao's direct decapitation, the original Zhao Han men and horses are now under Liu Xiu's command. It can be said that today's Liu Xiu has long had the ability to go it alone. The reason for maintaining the current situation can only be said to take into account the Hebei is not completely stabilized. There is still this Xia Bao, this thorn in the side. At such a time, Liu Xiu's ability as a person's commander-in-chief was also fully utilized. Although compared to the current him, the Green Calf army was much less powerful, but he didn't take any of it lightly, and organized everything very clearly. It wasn't until after everything had been arranged and the crowd had left that Liu Xiu laid his eyes on Gu Xiao. Zhan Hong, I have something big to give you. Liu Xiu looked at Gu Xiao very seriously and said, with your ability, you should be the most skillful in this matter. Gu Yi instantly understood what Liu Xiu was trying to do. That is Yecheng. Is this another beheading for me? Gu Yi was helpless in his heart, but he still maneuvered Gu Xiao to speak. Please also command. Lord, take Yecheng. Liu Xiu stared tightly at Gu Xiao and said, this person Xia Bao is incomparably greedy for credit, and will surely go along with my arrangement to personally send out troops next. I want you to wait for him to make a move. Take all of Yecheng at once. As long as Yecheng is certain, we can accomplish great things. When facing Gu Xiao, Liu Xiu was obviously much more direct. He didn't hide the cold light in his eyes at all, as if a sharp long sword was finally going to show its edge. Nah, without any nonsense. Gu Xiao directly arched his hand towards Liu Xiu, took the military talisman handed over by Liu Xiu, and directly walked out. The land of Hebei boiled over in an instant. Liu Xiu personally led the army to attack directly on the front of the shooting dog gathering and other places of the Green Calf army. And everything was just as Liu Xiu had expected. When he went all out, the generals of peasant armies like the Green Calf army were just too much worse compared to him. There was no way to stop Liu Xiu, and the Yulai army entrenched in the area of Shanyang instantly collapsed in shock upon hearing of this. Xia Bao, who had already made all the preparations, personally led his army and pursued them, leaving Chen Kong to guard Yecheng. The time has come. Yecheng, as an important place in Hebei, Yecheng's defenses were far from those of Shibu City, but this time, Gu Yi wasn't thinking of a strong attack either. What Liu Xiu has been doing all this time is not for nothing. His popularity in the entire Hebei land or in the hearts of the generals under the tent of Xia Bao, the position is far higher than in history. In the middle of the original history, Yecheng was persuaded to surrender, let alone now. Gu Yi simply led a large army station in front of Yecheng, and while demonstrating his force sent men forward to Yecheng to persuade him to surrender. Chen Kong inside the city didn't even half hesitate. Immediately, he tied up Xia Bao's wife and opened the city to surrender. And the man Xia Bao, as history records, was defeated by the army of Yulai and fled back to Yecheng, where he was killed by Chen Kong. Things went well far beyond the original history, but when you think about it, it's actually a given. After all, Liu Xiu's strength now far exceeds what was recorded in the original history. After noticing this difference, Gu Yi immediately realized that this might be the best opportunity. Gu Yi didn't bullshit. Immediately, he maneuvered Gu Xiao forward to meet Liu Xiu. The world has been in turmoil for a long time, and the people are sick of war. Nowadays, the land of Hebei is characterized by the intermingling of forces of various parties, more than one great war, and the people are exhausted. If the Lord can utilize this opportunity to show strength, all parties may look to surrender. Gu Yi didn't need to say much. With Liu Xiu's ability he was absolutely able to understand this. In the original history, Liu Xiu was the one who accepted the surrender of the peasant armies from all sides while eliminating the opposing forces through one great victory after another. Within a short period of time, Liu Xiu's power developed rapidly, and then he unified the whole world. The Liu Xiu of history could do it, let alone the enhanced Liu Xiu of today. As expected, Liu Xiu instantly realized what Gu Yi meant. In the midst of this war against the Green Calf army, he showed extreme determination. Surrender or die. Those who surrendered were not only treated the same, but also had no fear for their lives. Under this absolute deterrent, the Qing Calf army collapsed and most of the generals surrendered to Liu Xiu. At the same time, Liu Xiu sent letters to the leaders of the peasant insurrectionary armies of Tongma, Gaohu, and Chanlian, urging them to surrender. Nowadays, Liu Xiu's troop strength can be far beyond their comparison, but it's obviously not that easy to say that they should let go of the power in their hands. Liu Xiu didn't have any nonsense. The army started, broke Gaohu and heavily defeated the allied forces in Puyang. One battle shook Hebei. Tongma, Gaohu, Chanlian and other rebel armies came to surrender one after another, and the generals of Yolai's army tied up their leaders to surrender Liu Xiu. Relatively weak insurgent armies such as Dairon, Tixin, and Dabu. More than that, there was no more resistance, have surrendered to Liu Xiu. The land of Hebei was quickly pacified. Liu Xiu's speed of development shocked the world. The Changshe regime, which originally had the appearance of unifying the world, was greatly affected. The world is once again on the verge of turmoil. The Red Eyebrows, which had been cooperating with the reformist regime, rebelled again. Fan Chong, leader of the Red Eyebrows army, in the land of Huayin, installed Liu Bengzi as emperor and changed his name to Jianshi. Shokthi, Gongsun Shu was proclaimed emperor, with the state name Deshang and the year name Longxing. Linjing City, Fengyi embraced Ruziing as the emperor, and in the face of this world situation, Liu Xiu is also faced with his biggest choice, Ancient City. With Liu Xiu once again sending out the persuasive crowd, he also kept Deng Yu, Feng Yi, Gu Shao, and other generals who had grown closer during this time. All of you, the ministers urge me to enter the throne and become emperor, but now that the world is not yet settled, isn't it a bit too childish to claim the throne at such a time? In the face of these close ministers, Liu Xiu was still very direct in voicing his concerns. Lord, don't think that way. The generals immediately opened their mouths, while Gui also maneuvered Gu Shao to stand out directly. My lord, nowadays, everywhere in the world, but anyone who is capable is claiming the title of emperor. If the Lord does not call himself emperor, what should the world's talent think? And looking at the world today, who else is more qualified to claim the title of emperor than the Lord? As Gui opened his mouth, these generals chimed in, one more excited than the other. Hearing this, Liu Xiu's expression also became serious. He instantly figured out the significance of this, and the mind was finally made up. June, Liu Xiu proclaimed himself emperor in Ancient City, changed his name to Jianwu, and his state name remained Han. Chapter 6, The Battle to Define Guanzhong. Liu Xiu held a grand enthronement ceremony in Xianqiu Pavilion, immediately assumed the throne of the emperor. Nowadays, Liu Xiu is arguably the most powerful vassal in the world. The ceremony of his enthronement was naturally well attended. In fact, Liu Xiu's purpose this time was also thought to be to show off his strength, so that the lords of all parts of the world know what is the destiny of heaven. And this time, Liu Xiu didn't skimp on his reward again. Deng Yu, Feng Yi, and other meritorious generals were all granted lords, and their cognacs ranged from a few hundred households to several counties, and Gu Shao is in the middle of it. He was appointed as a Shibuqing waiter, a general of the restoration of the Han dynasty, with a 4-county landholding. The bounty is actually not very high, but the founding emperors of all dynasties would be like this. Now that the world has not yet been pacified, it is natural that they will not be sealed too high, so as not to end up in a situation where there is no seal to seal in the future. But for that, the generals were satisfied. Seal that's an instant turnaround to become an aristocrat. It's actually fine for those who already have a title, but it's a completely different story for Gu Shao, who came from a white background. However, Gu Yi was a bit surprised. He did not expect Liu Xiu to seal Gu Shao to the land of Hebei. Although the title will certainly continue to move up as the war continues next, I'm afraid it will also be a direct rooting in the land of Hebei. But after thinking carefully, he figured out what Liu Xiu was planning to do. That's trying to check and balance the clans in Hebei with Gu Shao, a man who started from nothing and is still from out of town. That's where Liu Xiu's cleverness comes in. Although he was a member of the Han family, his experience since childhood was such that it was impossible for him not to be aware of the contradictions and drawbacks between the ruling class and the people, though he can't really make drastic reforms to consume himself. But the way of balance, since ancient times, it has been the centerpiece of the emperor's mind. In response, Gui naturally wouldn't do anything more. As far as he was concerned, his aim was simply to have the whole family keep flowing. It doesn't matter as to where it started. He just maneuvered Gu Shao to summon a painter and tried to paint the picture of Liu Xiu ascending to the throne. A national treasure. This is something that if it does get passed down. Diagram of Emperor Guangwu's ascension to the throne. It's scary to think about. When Liu Xiu saw the painter following Gu Shao, he was a bit surprised. However, after Gui spoke up about his desire to record this matter to pass on to his family's descendants, Liu Xiu was overjoyed. It was even uttered to be taken to him first when the painting was finished. He would stamp this picture with a treasure seal and give it to Gu Shao. Although the jade seal of transmission is still in Liu Xian's possession today, Liu Xiu also has his own treasure seal since he has become an emperor. Hearing this, Gui felt nothing but surprise. National treasure no more. Under such a chaotic world, peaceful days naturally do not last long. Though the world is full of people claiming to be emperors, the great wars in various places are also gradually rising again with the flow of time. However, these people seem to be concerned about Liu Xiu's strength. There wasn't much conflict with Liu Xiu. Instead, they attacked and killed each other, particularly between the more power regime and the Red Eyebrows. Actually, it can't be helped. Today's Chansha regime can be said to be greatly weakened without the force that is Liu Xiu. If you want to be on par with Liu Xiu, they would have to get rid of the Red Eyebrows army and absorb their strength first, which would qualify them to fight Liu Xiu. Of course, thinking is thinking, but today's reincarnation regime is long gone, and the successive defeats have thrown the regime into a state of great internal panic. And at this time, the land of Guanzhong was hit by natural disasters one after another. There was a great famine in the three auxiliaries, and people ate each other, covering the field with white bones. Right after Liu Xiu claimed the throne, Tian Li, king of the Grange, and Chen Xiao, duke of the White Tiger, successively led their people to surrender to Liu Xiu. The Red Eyebrows moved at the same time. As a result of the internal turmoil of the reformist regime, the palace mutiny was triggered, and the trend of demise was already apparent. September. The Red Eyebrows broke through Chang'an. Lu Xian, who wanted to flee next, was put under house arrest by Yan Ben, who coerced him to surrender to the Red Eyebrows. The Chansha regime was completely overthrown. Meanwhile, Liu Xiu personally led a large army to besiege Luoyang, and the defending general Zhu Tuna surrendered. Report, Your Majesty. Urgent report from Chang'an. Fan Chong led his army to break through Chang'an. Lu Xian was bound by his men and surrendered to Fan Chong. Now Lu Xian has offered the Jade Seal of Transmission to Liu Beisan. An urgent report broke the celebratory atmosphere in Luoyang city and instantly calmed the crowd down. Hearing this, Liu Xiu's brows immediately furrowed. It's the Jade Seal of Passage. However, all the people of Huaxia knew the importance of this Jade Seal. Orthodoxy. In times like these, the word is unimaginably useful. How could Lu Xian be such a waste, that he was so quickly broken into the city, when an emperor was even bound by his men to surrender to others? What a shame! For Lu Xian, this so-called clan member, Liu Xiu was actually very disgusted. After all, Lu Xian had killed his brother. But herein lies the remarkable thing about Liu Xiu. His ability to suppress all his emotions for the sake of the greater cause. Immediately after learning of this news, he summoned all of them to discuss the next countermeasures. Gentlemen, the Red Eyebrows bandits are fierce. Now that it has occupied Chang'an, which is the old capital of my Han dynasty, it will never be allowed to be occupied by thieves and bandits. My mind is made up. We must recapture Chang'an and lay down Guanzhong to secure the world. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Liu Xiu at this moment does not hide his ambition in the slightest. The emperor's temperament is exposed, but the current Liu Xiu is the one with such qualifications. Compared to the Liu Xiu in history, at this time he is much too strong and is fully qualified to say such words. There are no surprises. The group of ministers asked for war, and naturally, Gu Yi wouldn't give up such an opportunity. Immediately maneuvering Gu Shao to stand up and said aloud, Your Majesty, the last general invites to fight. If we can't take Chang'an, we'll be willing to suffer military justice. Credit is up for grabs, especially at a time like this. Gu Yi remembers clearly that in the original history, the Red Eyebrows didn't stay in Chang'an for long, but had to withdraw from Chang'an because of the relationship between food and military spirit. Although Gu Yi wouldn't be able to command a large army, but with such foresight, it's a credit sent to the door. Hearing this, Liu Xiu instantly looked at Gu Shao. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. For Gu Shao. In fact, Liu Xiu very surprised. Many times he can feel out Gu Shao is just a simple military general. To put it bluntly, it is possible to be a general and difficult to be a commander. But in the midst of so much contact, Gu Shao exceeded his expectations at every turn. Whether it is the capture of Feng Yi or the subsequent settlement of Handan, Gu Shao all showed its not bad wisdom and means to. This difference made Liu Xiu very strange, but he also hesitated for just a moment before nodding slightly. Yes, pass the summons. Worship Gu Shao as the general of conquering the West, and Deng Yu as the general of leveling the West, and lead an army of 100,000 men to take Chang'an directly. In this moment, Liu Xiu's decisive command ability was perfectly highlighted. He didn't finish. Instead, he looked at Gu Shao and Deng Yu and continued. There is a great famine in Guanzhong, and the Red Eyebrows must not be able to hold on to their provisions for long. The two generals remember, if there is no certainty of victory, one must not go head-to-head with the Red Eyebrows who have reached a desperate situation. With that, he trailed off and pointed to the map on the ground. As long as the two generals can push the Red Eyebrows to the brink of extinction. Given the situation today, Kuehua has a heavy army stationed in the west. If they want to exit Guanzhong, they can only leave from the east or south. Hao Jin Gengyu, listen to the order. You two were ordered to lead the army in Xin and Anyang respectively. If the Red Eyebrows army passes by from here, they will immediately attack and kill, and those who do not surrender will be beheaded immediately. I will personally lead the Chinese army and await your news. Liu Xiu thundered and settled everything down. showing a leadership temperament that made everyone just feel submissive. Even Gui was a bit startled. That's what it takes to be able to found an emperor. If you cannot overwhelm the present generation, how can you pacify the entire world at a time of great turmoil? The three armies thundered. Nowadays, if Liu Xiu's regime is fully mobilized, it can be said to be a horrible war machine. And Liu Xiu's goal this time is not just Guanzhong. Likewise, there is also Liu Yong, the king of Liang in Guangdong. In the face of this kind of opponent, Liu Xiu didn't even think of doing it himself, but just sent the generals led by Tiger General Gai Yan on an eastward expedition. The Great War resumes. Chang'an. When Gu Xiao and Deng Yu led their troops here, it was not what Gui expected. The Red Eyebrows didn't have any desire to resist. It's already quit Chang'an. Needless to say, Gu Xiao's ability is a bit lacking in this situation. Almost all the problems in commanding the troops this way were done by Deng Yu. No way. Gui doesn't know how to command troops either. What does he know about commanding troops when he's a college graduate living in a time of peace? Reality is not fiction. Commanding an army of 100,000 isn't just talk. The army's provisions, all aspects of deployment and so on, everything needs to make all kinds of arrangements. Compared to the 28 generals of Yuntai who have a great reputation in history, Gu Xiao is naturally no match for them. But Gui didn't care about such trivial matters. He just needs to give the right choices when it counts. Ha ha ha. General, this Red Eyebrows army is nothing more than that. Now that they have withdrawn, I think they are aware of the might of my army and do not dare to make an enemy of us. Walk into the city of Chang'an. Deng Yu and a host of other generals were naturally very happy, letting out a loud laugh, only to realize that this credit was simply being picked up for nothing. Don't laugh, don't laugh. In history you and Feng Yi were both beaten almost to death by the Red Eyebrows. Gui secretly spat in his heart, and then his mind manipulated Gu Xiao and said, Manhwa should never be taken lightly. Pass on my general's order to set up the defense at once. Prepare to meet the enemy. Gu Xiao is still very prestigious in Liu Xiu's army today. There's no way around it. He gets too much credit. First, he was the first to follow Liu Xiu in the Battle of Kunyang, and was born to die with Liu Xiu, and then he captured Feng Yi, and once again helped Liu Xiu to get this tough general. Later, he broke Handan in the land of Hebei, and then successively led his army to attack peasant armies in various places. Such credits. Even a friend of Liu Xiu's since childhood like Deng Yu was very convinced. But hearing this, they were still dozens of times surprised. Meet the enemy? Deng Yu looked at Gu Xiao doubtfully and asked, General, the Red Eyebrows have retreated. What enemy are we still meeting? I expect the Red Eyebrows to retreat from Longyi this time. Definitely lose to Kuwei. Saying that, Gui raised his head to look at the sky and stretched out his hand to feel the increasingly cold weather. With such severe cold, the Red Eyebrows can only return to Chang'an if they lose. This is a bad battle for us. Deng Yu was the head of the 28 generals of Yuntai in history. Although the current him was not actually at his peak yet, he was far more extraordinary than the average person. Immediately, he frowned, lost in thought. A few moments later, his eyes violently changed. The general has a point. He was instantly alarmed, no longer half as excited, and quickly had to start arranging his defense. There's no way around it. If that's really how things are going, then the Red Eyebrows must have reached a desperate situation by then. A large army at a time like this had unimaginable combat power, and he had to face it seriously. However, Gui directly maneuvered Gu Xiao to stop him at that moment. Zhanghua, I have other things to give you. General, please. Until this moment, Deng Yu's disbelief in Gu Xiao's heart for being the general of the Western conquest completely disappeared, and he immediately arched his hand towards Gu Xiao and said, with you to select the best of the army. Dress up as the Red Eyebrows and head out of the city. Wait for the Red Eyebrows to be in a desperate situation. You and I will be able to break the enemy by attacking from the front and back. Gui didn't need to say much. This is Deng Yu, the first of the 28 generals of Yuntai in history. If you want to talk about military capability alone, you don't know how much better it is than Gui, a military buff. Just a little nudge. Deng Yu will figure it out on his own. Sure enough, after just a moment of silence, Tong Yu's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't half hesitate and took the matter up immediately. Don't worry, General. Saying that, he immediately turned away. The entire Chang'an city instantly moved, and in the face of this next big battle, Gui was far more serious than any of the previous ones. You know, in the original history, the Red Eyebrows first defeated Deng Yu, the head of the 28 generals of Yuntai. Then came the defeat of Feng Yi, who came to replace Deng Yu. It goes without saying what level these two are at. Facing this kind of opponent, how could Gui take it lightly? Sure enough, everything was just as Gui had guessed. In the land of Longyue, Kuwei defeated the Red Eyebrows. As the weather got colder, the Red Eyebrows could only retreat back to Guanzhong again. Toward Chang'an, the Great War resumes. Facing these red eyebrows who were now only thinking of seizing every chance of survival, Gui had only one strategy, that is to die in Shangan. The defense, which did not hesitate in the slightest in the early stages, played a key role in this moment. Although the red eyebrows are brave, however, when facing a huge city like Chang'an City, it still seemed a bit overwhelming. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, the weather was getting colder and colder, and Gui was just holding the city at death's door to consume the red eyebrows' sharpness. Finally, just on the 15th day, as the red eyebrows gradually lost their vigor, Gui finally chose to prepare his troops to face the red eyebrows. Meanwhile, Deng Yu, who had been hiding behind the red eyebrows, also cooperated with Gui to launch an attack on this day. Under the city of Chang'an, the sound of killing shook the sky. Under this back-and-forth attack, the red eyebrows, who had completely lost their sharpness, suffered a great defeat. Gui forced down nearly 100,000 people. The remaining red eyebrows fled southward to Yiyang, and were stopped by Gengyu, who was stationed in Yiyang. The whirlwind is even more directly facing Liu Xiu's supporting center army. Desperate times call for surrender. One battle to settle Guanzhong. P.S. The new book Hatchling begs for collection. Begs to catch up on reading. Begs for recommendation votes monthly votes. Chapter 7 Gu Zhao's Marriage. The Last Battle. The magnitude of the impact caused by this battle was truly unimaginable. It's not just the land of Guanzhong. Even Luoyang and Guangdong was completely defeated by Gai Yan, and the land of Guangdong was returned to Liu Xiu. It can be said that nowadays Liu Xiu only has Kuei clamor left from uniting the whole world, and then only Gongsun Shu and Shu is left. Yet it is not this that is most critical to the current situation. Instead, Liu Xiu got the jade seal of transmission with the 7-foot sword left behind by Han Gaozu Lu Bang back then. This is too significant for Liu Xiu. With these two things, plus as far as Liu Xiu's current power is concerned, he then already compared himself to orthodoxy. As expected, Liu Xiu also made a judgment that was in line with most people in this era. He sent letters to Kuei and Gongsun Shu, trying to talk the duo down. After all, in terms of his current strength, but any discerning person should be able to see that the momentum of Liu Xiu's unification has been unstoppable. In terms of Kuei and Gongsun Shu alone, undoubtedly it's like trying to shake a tree. Gui didn't get too involved in these matters. Gu Zhao's credits are now big enough, and after these years of campaigning, Gu Zhao's age is not small anymore. For the sake of the family legacy, Gu Xiaoxiao has to get married and have a child. It's population that's the most important part of the family legacy. Ensuring a foundation that the family can pass on is the only way to keep expanding the influence of the entire family. This was a problem that Gui had to face. It couldn't be helped that several of Gu Zhao's younger siblings had already been picked up by him and brought to Luoyang. But these 4 people really have little hope of becoming successful and can only set their minds on the next generation. From the Guanzhong land pacification, Gui began to intentionally or unintentionally manipulate the Gu Xiao lie flat, no longer like the original that grabbed the merit. And for that sudden change, Liu Xiu was not half displeased, but on the contrary, he was very pleased. Gu Zhao's credit is indeed too great, especially this battle to unify Guanzhong. Gu Xiao can be said to be the first merit in this. This is enough to say that the world's first merit. The reward will naturally not be less. Now Gu Xiao has become a big sifu. If he continues to take credit like this, Gu Xiao will sooner or later reach the point where he can't be sealed. Now Gu Xiao himself is fading. How could he not be happy? Liu Xiu, the emperor, was not yet the same as the other founding emperors. His political skills are actually very strong, so he can naturally realize this. When he heard that Gu Xiao had the intention of getting married, he even took the initiative to help Gu Xiao select a few good matches in Hebei, and personally gave Gu Xiao a marriage. This is a great honor. Nowadays, Liu Xiu can even be called the world's co-owner, and he personally grants marriages. This kind of thing is enough to go down in history, especially on Gu Xiao's wedding day. Liu Xiu, as the emperor, was personally present to show his favoritism towards Gu Xiao, a great meritocracy, even brought congratulatory gifts. Gui had been watching all of this. In fact, he could probably guess something about Liu Xiu's purpose for doing so. Undoubtedly, he was helping Gu Xiao to build up momentum. Gu Xiao was sealed by him to Hebei, with Gu Zhao's kind of origin, even if he was a great meritorious official, to be able to fully establish himself in the land of Hebei, or even to manage to help him suppress the great clans of Hebei. It was still a bit too difficult. He was the only one who kept helping Gu Xiao build up momentum, and give Gu Xiao a helping hand to make it go smoothly. Gui has carefully looked at Liu Xiu's selection of several good matches for Gu Xiao, most of which belong to clans that are not big in Hebei. Pull a group, fight a group, balance the situation. This, then, is the imperial mind? Zhan Hong, you have been fighting with me for many years. I have long been a family, and now that I have seen you become a family, I am at peace. On top of the wedding banquet, Liu Xiu was sitting on the main seat smilingly looking at Gu Xiao and said. Gu Xiao was also red-faced at this time. As a martial artist who started from nothing, everything today really belonged to Gu Xiao's honor for him. No, can't even call it honorable. Rather, open the genealogy alone. Not to mention the Gu family, even throughout history, how many people can do the emperor personally give marriage and also come to personally congratulate? How could a martial artist like Gu Xiao not be excited? I thank your majesty. Gu Xiao raised his wine cup with a red face and drank with Liu Xiu. Facing Gu Xiao this kind of martial arts, Liu Xiu also has no emperor frame, and the people present can be said to be happy. Zhang Hong still needs to work harder. Putting down the wine cup, Liu Xiu secretly scanned the circle of people present, and then once again landed his gaze on Gu Xiao. Hurry up and give birth to a few more heirs out. I was thinking of being able to sons and daughters to be able to marry your family. Liu Xiu's tone was extremely calm. However, it was such a light sentence that caused everyone present to freeze. Marriage? Married to the emperor? This. Everyone was shocked, and the few Hebei clans that were married to Gu Xiao couldn't help but be ecstatic. Liu Xiu now has only one heir. That was Liu Jian, the eldest son of the emperor. Although he hadn't been made the crown prince yet, he was the eldest son of the emperor, and that could almost be said to be the nail in the coffin. If we can really get married to Liu Jian, in time Liu Jian was made a crown prince. If Yin can give birth to an heir, that is simply unimaginable. The rest of the ministers also froze and could not help but ponder the meaning of Liu Xiu's words. Only Gu Xiao this martial arts do not care in the slightest, only feel more and more honor. Immediately rose toward Liu Xiu arch, resounding, "Don't worry, your majesty, I will do my best." Seeing this, Liu Xiu froze for a moment, and then a genuine smile immediately appeared on his face. Couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Gui watched this silently, only feeling a wave of speechlessness. Is it okay to do everything you can to have a baby? This old ancestor of our own family is really a purely reckless Luckily that's what Liu Xiu is. If it were any other founding emperor, he would have thought that Gu Xiao was trying to stay in power, and would have been liquidated in the future. Gu Yi only felt helpless, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be on guard once again. With Liu Xiu's growing power nowadays, he had to start paying attention. It must not be as relaxed as it was before. The political wisdom of these founding emperors is unimaginable. Gui naturally understands that Liu Xiu is unlikely to allow Liu Zheng to marry Gu. Liu Xing is the heir of Guanzhong. There was already the support of the big families of Hebei behind it. Liu Xiu, the emperor, is a person who is able to make the abolition of the queen for the sake of political balance. And even if there can really be a chance of marriage, it will definitely not be Guanzhong's heir. And Gui can be sure, Liu Xiu would never allow his heir to marry a Gu woman. Founding fathers have status but not power. This is Liu Xiu's bottom line. He himself would never take the initiative to open his mouth. And even if he did marry, at most he would only marry off the royal daughter. As for the purpose, it is also natural to want to use the Gu clan, a clan that will soon take root in the land of Hebei, to strike a political balance. It's also possible that they're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to continue to help build momentum for Gu. Gui didn't dwell on this point too much. History has changed a bit. Gu Zhao's birth has brought forward the day Liu Xiu decided to unify Hebei and Guanzhong. No one can say what the future holds. No need to dwell on that. As Liu Xiu picked up the wine cup again, the crowd could not help but drink again. However, the atmosphere at this time was also completely different from just now. Everyone seemed to be affected by Liu Xiu's words, but Liu Xiu paid no attention to this and kept drinking with the crowd. The whole wedding banquet then ended under this inexplicable atmosphere. Wait for the crowd to retreat. Gu Xiao, who was already a bit drunk, was taken to the wedding room. Immediately after that, Gu Yi only felt his eyes go black. When it was time for the night to resume again, the night had passed. The next day's Gu Xiao was no longer like the first time, but on the contrary, it is rare to go out. This looks to the outside world. It's really just as he said. He's really doing the best he can with this. But the truth is that it is not. Other than that, as a modern man, how could Gu Yi not know the bad effects of indulgence? Gu Xiao was originally a war general. In times like these warlords are more or less internally wounded. Nowadays, Gu Xiao is the backbone of the Gu family. Gui must keep an eye on Gu Zhao's health, so he has been silently influencing his various habits. And just such peaceful days didn't last long. Once again, things went beyond everyone's expectations, facing Liu Xiu's letter of persuasion to surrender. Surprisingly, both Kuei and Gongsun Shu refused. In fact, Gongsun Shu's refusal for Liu Xiu and others is also reasonable. After all, Gongsun Shu was really claiming the throne. No one would easily give up the power in their hands, let alone this position of emperor. And Gongsun Shu is in Shu, easy to defend and difficult to attack. naturally will not easily surrender. However, it was beyond his expectation that Kuei Hui had also refused. Kuei Clamor has sent his son to Luoyang, and he should know that Liu Xiu is unstoppable, but he is still not willing to surrender. For a while, the beacon seemed to be rising again. Upon hearing the news, the generals immediately asked for battle. Each one of them was like a tiger that had seen its prey, all thinking of going to be the first to go and eat it. The example of Gu Xiao is in front of us. That kind of distinction is not something anyone doesn't want. However, Liu Xiu did not act impulsively this time, but pressed all the generals down. The current him had really seen the entire world as his own. When the Guanzhong land is completely pacified, he has laid off a lot of people, since he does not want to lightly start the war again. Once again he sent letters to Kuei. In it, he explained the strength gap between the two sides nowadays, as well as analyzing various advantages and disadvantages, and wanted to persuade Kuei to surrender. But no surprises, Kuei refused again. And this time, Kuei Ho also did something very excessive. That's surprisingly, he's claiming to Gongsun Shu. Gongsun Shu installed Kuei Hua as king of Shuaning and gave reinforcements. Kuei Ho personally led 30,000 foot riders to attack Anding County in an attempt to seize Guanzhong. This time, Liu Xiu was angered. Gongsun Shu was already occupying Shu and Hanzhong, and now he has merged with Kuei Xiang. So if he can go down to Guanzhong, he will be able to take over the world just like when Qin destroyed the Six Kingdoms and Liu Bang took over the world. The beacon has risen again. Although Gu Xiao has gradually retired, there are still an unknown number of generals under Liu Xiu's account today. Liu Xiu made a judgment in an instant, sent Feng Yi and Zai Zun to meet Kuei Xiang, and the results were not unexpected. Feng Yi and Zai Zun defeated Kuei Ho one after another and marched into Longyu, attempting to destroy Kuei Ho directly in one battle. But the land of Longyi is not that easy to fight. Longshan was there, and the Han army could only meet the mountain if they wanted to attack, while on the contrary, Kuei could go down with the trend. The results speak for themselves. The Han army was defeated. However, the damage was not serious, and the Kuei army could only beat the Han army by utilizing the terrain. As long as he pursued and attacked Feng Yi and sacrificed Zun, they would counterattack. For a moment, the two sides were surprisingly at a standstill. But in this case, the Han army's food supply is however becoming more and more difficult. Luoyang. When Gu Xiao stepped into the palace in a hurry, the atmosphere in the palace at that moment was extraordinarily grave. Your Majesty, both Longyu and Shu are easy to defend and difficult to attack. If it's a strong attack, I'm afraid that the casualties of our army are difficult to measure. And now that the world is exhausted, I'm afraid that if we raise an army like this at this time, we'll be in trouble. Someone in the temple is saying this in a bitter way. Liu Xiu, on the other hand, was sitting on top of the dragon chair with an expressionless face. When he saw Gu Xiao walk in, his entire body immediately stood up, and his serious expression instantly blended a bit. Shan Hong, get over here. Before Gu Xiao saluted, Liu Xiu directly got up and walked to Gu Xiao's body, and without saying anything, pulled him up and walked over the map. Zhan Hong, take a look. How is the terrain here? Liu Xiu's eyes pointed extraordinarily sharply toward the land of Longyi. This is a surprise attack, though he has been fading into obscurity for some time now. But retiring doesn't mean retiring, and he still knows about the current situation in the world. Gu Yi immediately understood Liu Xiu's meaning, and immediately maneuvered Gu Xiao and said, a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yet there are breaks. Gu Yi naturally wouldn't choose to escape. After all, Liu Xiu's meaning could be said to have been directly named. It's not good to run away again. And Gu Xiao himself also has the heart to fight again. He was born to be a war general. How can he stay at home all the time? Hearing this, Liu Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, worthy of being the #1 general under my command. It coincides with my mind. Liu Xiu looked at Gu Xiao with burning eyes and solemnly said, what does Zhan Hong have in mind? Tell us everything. Your Majesty. Gu Yi immediately arched his hand toward Liu Xiu, then walked forward and pointed at the map. Now Kuei Xiang is leading all of his elites in a stalemate with our Han army. The situation today is exactly like Zhao Han back then. It must be empty within. Gu Yi pointed to the location on the map. If you can secretly lead an army through the land of Fanshu and Huizhong, you can take Luoyang directly, threatening Jiji County. Under such circumstances, Kuei will surely panic and return to the aid of Luoyang. Just take the opportunity to go back and forth. Great things can happen. Liu Xiu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his face, which had been taut, was once again smiling. Yes, Shan Hong. He spoke again very directly, staring intently at Gu Xiao and asking, are you willing to lead the army forward? Don't worry, Your Majesty. Gu Xiao didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly. The seeds have been left behind. What is there to fear? My lord will be able to accomplish this. Looking at the Gu Xiao in front of him, The smile on Liu Xiu's face grew whiter and whiter, and he even directly pulled Gu Zhao's hand. Yes. Chapter 8 The Battle of Longyu. The divine soldiers descend from heaven. For this next big battle, Liu Xiu actually wanted Gu Zhao to bring more generals and men, but Gu Yi refused. Only Liu Shi and 2,000 men were brought. In fact, in history, it was Liu Shi who did this with a surprise attack of 2,000 men, but now it's a different story. Who made Gu Zhao the one who likes to do surprise attacks the most under Liu Xiu's command nowadays according to his various resumes? This matter is not Gu Zhao's. The army started quickly, because the purpose of this one was a surprise attack. The exact itinerary of the entire army is rarely known. However, Gu Yi did not take it lightly. It's also good that there are only 2,000 men. Although Gu Zhao's level of command was average, he was still able to command a mere 2,000 soldiers and horses. Not to mention the fact that there is a famous general, Liu Shi. The army traveled all the way to Longyi. And that's not all Liu Xiu has prepared for this battle. And then there's my aide. This person who once came to help Kuei to see how Liu Xiu was doing was originally tunneling in the land of Sanfu. But this time he took the initiative to submit a report, wanting to go and persuade the generals under Kuei's command. In response, Liu Xiu also agreed directly and gave him 5,000 men. The status of Longyu belonged to Shizhou, or Liangzhou. It was a key area for the entire central plains to the Heshi corridor as well as the western regions and other places. The terrain of Liangzhou is high in the southwest and low in the northeast, while Longshan is in the southeast border of Liangzhou. The overall terrain can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. The purpose of Gu Zhao's trip was to make a detour and sneak attack. Although this Longyu land is not as difficult as the Shu Road, but to perfectly achieve the purpose of this trip, but still extraordinarily extraordinary. Not only do you have to meet the mountains to open up the road, but you also have to prevent the enemy from scouting the horses at the same time. It can be a matter of life and death. Gu Yi had been watching all of this, wanting to minimize the risk, but there was nothing he could do about this kind of thing. The danger is certain. This is what the Gu family will have to deal with when they go down a different path and start to pick up steam. Everything has a price, and if you get it, you pay for it. The same is true for the Gu family. The army drove along, and before long it had traveled over the best trodden paths, which became more and more difficult. As the commander-in-chief, Gu Zhao naturally didn't need to do things like open the road, but as commander-in-chief, he had other responsibilities. That's to stabilize the military. This kind of army that travels long distances and has to travel mountainous roads with a confusing road ahead is the most difficult to maintain the heart of the army. Many times, Gu Zhao had to go and risk his life, led by example as a commander-in-chief to maintain the confidence of the generals. However, it was also good that Gu Yi had used all the modern means of practicing troops, and almost all of the generals who came after Gu Zhao this time were Gu Zhao's old troops. The fighting strength of these people could be considered the most elite in the Great Han today. Every one of them is a veteran, battle-hardened. Quite a few people had followed Gu Zhao all the way here to kill, and under Gu Yi's deliberate drills, they were now far superior to other armies in terms of obedience. This military center of gravity is naturally much more solid. The days just went by. When the army stepped into the big mountain, the speed of this march also became slower and slower. It must be said that Liu Shi is worthy of being one of the famous generals who can go down in history. Although he did not enter the ranks of the 28 generals of Yuntai in history, his skills were definitely not low. If Gu Yi had not interfered, he was far more capable than Gu Zhao. As the situation of the army became more and more difficult, he also gradually took over the burden of commanding the army without realizing it. Gu Yi naturally wouldn't have any complaints about this. Who is she? An existence that will go down in history. And him? Despite having a modern vision, you're saying that you're directly asking Gu Yi, a graduate who's never been exposed to the military, to directly command 2,000 men in a cloak and dagger. This kind of thing is too unrealistic. Gu Yi brought Shi in with the idea that he would be able to carry the burden. Of course, Liu Shi's attitude towards Gu Zhao has never changed. In today's Great Han, no one would yet be ungrateful enough to mess with this great general who was cared for very much by Liu Xiu. He just made some suggestions at the right time, and the army advanced slowly under these circumstances. Katoni asked her. Within the barracks, Feng Yi's mood was somewhat inexplicably heavy at this time. He had been facing off with Kuei for a long time here, although he had some advantage every time. But in the face of an easily defended and difficult to attack terrain like Longshan, he couldn't fight his way in any longer. And over this period of time, Feng Yi has exhausted all his options. Sparing a mind like his, he couldn't help but despair a little. Even he was like that, not to mention the other generals. Humph, if I can kill my way into the city in the next day, I will exterminate that Kuei-Hua's entire clan. Wu Han gritted his teeth with an angry expression. He was clearly in a worse mood than Feng Yi. This prolonged standoff is no small thing for them generals to talk about. There is pressure on the mind, and not to mention, The key thing is to never let your guard down, because Kuei will kill them from time to time. They had to be alert at all times, but couldn't attack anyway. This made Wu Han just feel suffocated by the fight. The rest of the generals were likewise all in the same boat. They were indeed a bit too stifled in this battle. Drag it out like this. Sooner or later, the Han army will be dragged to the point of losing its sharpness. General, do you have a good plan? Wu Han once again looked at Feng Yi and asked. Ugh. Feng Yi sighed helplessly and just wanted to speak. At this time, there was suddenly an armorer outside the tent who rushed straight in. Report, General. A letter from His Majesty. Those words instantly caught everyone's attention. The generals then almost instinctively stood up in an instant, and all of them walked towards the tent, directly receiving the letter from the messenger. Because it wasn't an edict, there wasn't as much protocol. Open the epistle and take a look. Feng Yi's expression instantly changed vividly. General. Wu Han and the others stared tightly at Feng Yi and asked eagerly, Does your Majesty have any orders? On the question of who was the first commander of the Han today, these high-minded generals didn't argue half as much and all had a very uniform answer. That is Liu Xiu. The rest of the battle results are not to be mentioned. Just based on the battle like the Battle of Kunyang, they are convinced. His Majesty told us never to let the enemy relax. Without any nonsense, Feng Yi directly passed the letter to the crowd while saying, Wait for news from the Grand Secretary. The Grand Secretary? Looking at the contents of the epistle, the crowd was completely confused. Instinctively, he thought it was Gu Xiao who would come to the front. But why is there such an accounting if he is here? Not letting the enemy relax? Isn't this the time to fight by not letting the enemy relax? In fact, for Gu Xiao's ability, these people are also convinced. At least many times the surprise attack in exchange for them really do not necessarily be able to do it. But to say to compare Gu Xiao with Liu Xiu, naturally, there's no comparison. In this situation today, what can Gu Xiao do when he comes to the front line? General, can the Grand Secretary have a plan to break the enemy? Wu Han instinctively then asked the question. Gu Xiao's character was extremely martial, and with his status there, they all actually had a good relationship with Gu Xiao. But to say who has the best relationship, naturally, it was best for someone like Feng Yi who had socialized with Gu Xiao. But Feng Yi was equally full of doubts at this time, and he once again took the epistle from the hands of the people and read it carefully. It took a long moment of contemplation to make some guesses. Only then did he speak. I'm afraid His Majesty has something to say. The Grand Secretary is good at surprise attacks. It is thought that there must already be a plan to break the enemy, and it cannot be explicitly stated in the letters. This analysis of his makes sense. Delivering a letter in these times was risky, especially if it was going to the front, and important things were not said outright. Hearing this, the generals were also instantly startled. The way to break the enemy? Is there really a way out of this situation? There is no need for you all to think too much. The strange attacks of the Grand Secretary are far beyond the ordinary, and with our ability, I am afraid that we cannot guess them. Feng Yi's face straightened and he spoke again. We only need to follow orders. Say it. Without any nonsense. He stood up directly. Pass on my marshal's order. From tomorrow, the generals will lead the attack on the city in turn. Never let the enemy relax. Upon hearing this, the generals immediately rose and arched their hands towards Feng Yi. Here, Ji County. Report. Your Majesty, the Han army has launched a sudden attack and is already at the city. Looking at the armorer who suddenly barged in before him, Kuei Xia was first stunned, and then a smile immediately appeared on his entire face. Ha ha ha. Yeah, yes. He laughed indulgently. Do these people really think that Longshan is that easy to break through? Pass on the order of the Lonely King. The entire army must never leave the city. Stall the Han army. As long as the Han army is losing its sharpness, we can then fight them and we will defeat them. At that time, our army will be able to march into Guanzhong, and the great cause will be accomplished. Kuei's thinking is very clear. Hearing this, the group of generals under his command were also inspired, and each of them was full of wariness. It was destined to be a bloody battle. The terrain of Longshan was Kuei's biggest card right now. In this situation of being on high ground, facing that Han army that came against the trend, they had an absolute advantage. The arrows were like raindrops covering the sky. There were also rolling logs and rolling stones mixed in. Facing this situation, the Han army had almost no chance of winning. But even that's it. The Han army was still killing upwards in a brazen manner. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gradually, even Kuei Hao became a bit numb. He sensed something was wrong. Although Liu Xiu was not on the front line, but judging by this Feng Yi's reputation, he is definitely not someone who would fight like this either. But even if he had any doubts, faced with a Han army that came to attack almost every day, there was no way he could have imagined that anyone would be able to go over the long mountains and plunge right into the hinterland behind her. In such times, It was too unthinkable for a large army to go through the mountains, not to mention how dangerous this mountain really is. Just the beasts in the mountain and the diseases caused by the large number of people are enough to kill an unknown number of people. But it's the same as Lu Zhen didn't expect Deng Ai to kill directly to Chengdu. Finally, just half a month later, the news from Slightly Yan was finally delivered. This military heavyweight located behind him. Lost. Upon hearing this news, Kuei's entire body was dumbfounded. The previous doubts were solved on this day. Got it. The Han army attracted the attention of his elite and then stole Luoyang. Gu Xiao, the name, which he had already pronounced I don't know how many times, once again came out of his mouth. Only unlike before, in the past, he was mostly mocking Gu Xiao, a person who didn't go to the front line, to have become the great Han's grand secretary. And this time, it was because of Gu Xiao's previous record. He determined almost instantly who the leader of this surprise attack really was. And with it came fear. Lu Yang was originally a heavy ground, able to directly threaten Ji Xian. Now the elite Han army is in front. If there is another person behind it, then this Ji Xian, Luoyang must be taken back. This was the thought that came to Kuei in an instant. A surprise attack by a large army would definitely not have too many men, and as long as he could quickly retake Luoyang back, all risks would be taken care of. If we can capture Gu Xiao, the great Han's grand secretary again, that would definitely chill the present-day Han army. Do as he says. Kuei was not a person who would hesitate. He immediately separated his men and horses to stay in Jixian County, while he himself led his elite straight to Luoyang. Report. At the Katoni Aster barracks, the armorer rushed in hurriedly. Report General. A message from the Jixian scouting horses. Kuei Clamor personally led his army back to Luoyang, and after probing by his scouts, it seems that the Grand Secretary led the army to occupy Luoyang, though the mind had already had some anticipation. However, when Feng Yi, Wuhan and other generals heard this news, their first feeling was still that it was a bit of a mirage. Occupying Luoyang? It was naturally impossible for them not to know what Liaoyang was, but this position is even a surprise attack? The group of great generals only felt a little confused, but how could they not react to such a war machine? Wuhan and the others immediately wanted to start a duel. However, Feng Yi had to calm down at this time. The army had been in a great battle recently and was already very tired. And although the defenders within Jixian County were also fighting daily, they would certainly be in better shape today than the Han army in this terrain. So much for launching Armageddon. If you lose it can be a big loss. Feng Yi immediately calmed down and looked at the generals and said, the three armies are tired and worn out, so we should rest and reorganize for a few days. General. Wuhan was astonished. How could such a war opportunity be given up? It's true that our army is tired, but the enemy army is attacking from the front and back. And the Grand Secretary is in Luoyang today. Since this is a surprise attack, it will certainly not bring too many men and horses with it. If Kuei breaks through Luoyang, does Sima, the dasher will be able to hold it? Before Wuhan finished speaking, Feng Yi directly interrupted him with an extraordinarily resounding sentence. Wuhan couldn't help but stare. The dasher will be able to hold it. Feng Yi repeated once again, looking seriously at the generals in front of him and said, I've never seen the Grand Priestess make a mistake in battle. Jixian is not that easy to break through. Even under these circumstances it remains so. The Grand Secretary definitely understands that. And since that's the case, then if he does that then he'll definitely be able to hold it. I will petition His Majesty. If any accidents occur, I am willing to be punished. Feng Yi strong-armed the generals and sent the news to Luoyang by fast horseback. What everyone didn't expect was that Liu Xiu personally came to the front line. And he did not go to accuse Feng Yi as the general's guest, but as Feng Yi said, he said very definitely in front of the crowd, Sima is the first tough general of my great Han. Will it not be able to defend a district of Luoyang? Liu Xiu's confidence in Gu Xiao exceeded everyone's expectations, and more directly capped the matter. Of course, Liu Xiu naturally wouldn't wait around like this. When the army's morale was completely restored, he personally led the army to break through Jixian County and kill Luoyang. At this time, for long months had passed since the day Gu Xiao took Liaoyang, and Gu Xiao did not disappoint. He defended Liaoyang. Under the front and rear attack, Kuei army defeated. Kuei blood attack, died in the military formation. The Battle of Longyu. Kuei clamor with the danger of defending, strangle the mountains and rivers of the main passes, in order to block the sharpness of the Han army, resulting in the confrontation between the two armies. Stalemate for a long time, and the victory or defeat is undecided. The Han army came from afar, and the transportation of food and grass was difficult and unsustainable, and for a while the army grew worried. The emperor wanted to level the right side of Luoyang to Jing Quartet, so he called the ministers to ask for advice. When the Grand Secretary Gu Xiao, have courage and strategy, with a strange plan, said, Your Majesty, I look at the situation in the right side of Longmen. If the army threw the Fan Shu back to the middle of the land, you can make a surprise army, and then take Luoyang. This place, such as the blade hanging over the Jishan, Kuwei will be back to the aid. The opportunity can be found. The emperor heard, thought deeply, was from his plan. Gu Xiaoxiao was ordered to lead the army to sneak, as if the god soldiers came down from heaven, and even based on Luoyang in one fell swoop. Kuwei clamor was shocked, fear of the enemy on the back, and hastily withdrew the troops from all places to return to the aid of Luoyang. The Han army was then given the opportunity to fight, but the battle has been a long time. The soldiers are tired and worn out. The generals, although they have the heart of the battle, want to take advantage of the situation and attack. Feng Yi said. Gu Xiao, the Grand Secretary, has always had a general strategy, and now according to Luoyang, he will be able to hold fast. The emperor also said, De Sima is the first tough general of my Han dynasty, the district of Luoyang. How can there be a reason to lose the defense? So, Gu Xiao to 2,000 people, block Kuwei tens of thousands of divisions, vector attack, smoke, Gu Xiao supervise soldiers, defending the city, 4 months, although repeated battles, but Luoyang is always in the hands of the firm as a rock. Kuwei cannot break the final. His reputation then vibrated in the right side of the long river, for the Han army to follow the foundation of the foundation. People praised the work of Gu Xiao, rumored to be a beautiful story in the army also. The book of the later Han dynasty, biography of Gu Xiao, chapter 9, worshipping the champion marquis, unification of the world. Slightly young, the sky looked as if it were drenched in ink, and the gloom pressed down on the earth. Corpses and bones all over the ground, broken blades, broken banners, mixed with the thick smell of blood, and sometimes there would be bursts of painful whimpering sounds around. The battle was far more grueling than ever before. Unlike those previous opponents, this person, Kuei Hua, was still extremely prestigious in the military. In the original history, even though he ended up fleeing to the west side in the face of a back-and-forth attack, he still fled to the west side, and stiffly blocked Feng Yi's army's attack, making it difficult to move an inch. They even fought back and forth with the Han army and captured a number of cities. If not for his final illness and death, I'm afraid that only Liu Xiu would have been able to take him down completely. But this time he really couldn't run away. Liu Xiu is worthy of being a famous general. In the original history he was able to defend Luoyang for 4 months, not to mention that nowadays he has the support of Gu Xiao. Of course, the most crucial thing was also the fact that the people Gu Xiao brought this time were a bit too extraordinary. This group is so obedient. If it was an ordinary general surely he would not be able to keep Kuwei, but even with that, the casualties of the battle were still quite high. When Gu Xiao saw Liu Xiu once again, even a martial artist like Gu Xiao felt a little bit like the other day, and his eyes could not help but redden. But before he could salute, Liu Xiu then hurriedly walked forward and directly pulled him back. Then he looked at Gu Xiao extraordinarily seriously, while using his hands to constantly check if Gu Xiao had any injuries. It was a relief until he was sure it was correct. It's good that Zhang Hong has not been injured. Everyone was looking at the scene and only felt mixed emotions. A military general to be held in such high regard by the emperor. How can you not be envious? But envy was envy, and they couldn't afford any other emotions. There's no way. Gu Xiao has too much credit. Before Gu Xiao's resume has been a little too much for people to look forward to. That can be the decapitation of the credit. And this time it is a direct hold of Luoyang for 4 months, equivalent to a direct impact on the victory of the war. What can they say when this kind of credit gets this kind of treatment? My lord thanks your majesty for your concern. Under Gu Yi's influence, Gu Xiao was never a bully and immediately saluted. This battle is not the credit of me alone. The brethren all deserve credit for winning this battle. Point to point. Gu Yi naturally wouldn't choose to be greedy for credit, nor would he choose to replace the emperor in giving rewards to the generals under his command in front of everyone's eyes. He just let Gu Xiao do what a commander-in-chief should do. Sure enough, hearing this, Liu Xiu's face smiled even more, and without the slightest hesitation, he took Gu Xiao's arm and said aloud, "Reward, all of them." He just loved Gu Xiao's character of never being greedy and never crossing the line. A military general in a high position. It's the sense of proportion that counts. Based on the performance during this period of time alone, how could Liu Xiu not see that Gu Xiao already had the intention of retiring in a hurry? Even if he hadn't requested it, I'm afraid that even this battle Gu Xiao wouldn't have come. But it was also because of this that Liu Xiu liked Gu Xiao even more. This is a man of great wisdom. In today's world, the situation is clearly very clear. Liu Xiu is only one place away from being the world's co-owner. He had already considered more than once what to do with all these meritorious men who had accompanied him to this day. With the lesson of his ancestor Liu Bang in place, Liu Xiu naturally did not want to leave a reputation in history as a rabbit dead, fox cooking, and a bird exhausted. If it is so again, who in the world will be willing to follow their Liu family in the future? It was precisely because of this that Liu Xiu became more attracted to people like Gu Xiao who were not greedy for power. The grand celebration was held again. Although now the world is left, only Gongsun Shu has not been pacified, but this time the Battle of Longyue is protracted, since it is not possible to direct action. This time, Liu Xiu was even directly letting Gu Xiao sit on his side, in stark contrast to the rest, and Liu Xiu was not stingy with the reward. For all the meritorious soldiers and generals of the Battle of Longyue, all of them were rewarded. Of course, the most noticeable thing was these people who had followed Gu Xiao to Liaoyang. It seems to be really because this time the credit is too big relationship. For these generals who follow Gu Xiao, whether it is the reward or pension also, are not less. Naturally, there will be no objection to this arrangement. 2,000 men against tens of thousands. That kind of record is scary to think about. Then there is Liu Xiu. Gu Xiao did not hide Liu Xiu's credit, and even called him the first merit of this battle can be won. This is also true. After all, Gu Xiao's attributes are there. How can they be compared to Xi? But this situation looks different in Liu Xiu's eyes. Isn't that not being greedy? He did not begrudge his reward, and directly gave Liu Xiu a marquee, which is something that Liu Xiu got only after his death in the original history. You can imagine how happy Liu Xiu was at this time. Finally, it came to Gu Xiao. When Liu Xiu shouted out the word Zhanhong, the entire scene of the celebration could not help but quiet down, and everyone instantly looked over. Gu Xiao is now the Grand Secretary of the dynasty. Although he was still Shibu Changho in terms of title, his cognac was the highest among the group of people in today's Great Han. This time Gu Xiao has made such a great achievement again. Everyone wants to know how exactly Liu Xiu will reward Gu Xiao. Liu Xiu's expression did not change at all, as if he had already thought of everything, and directly said aloud, "I have heard that in the past, when my Emperor Xiaowu of the Great Han Dynasty ordained General Hua the Marquis of Champions. He said, this is the meaning of the crown of merit for the three armies." As Liu Xiu opened his mouth, the crowd's expressions changed drastically as they watched Gu Xiao, shocked, and then to pure envy. In the past, General Hua Zaiwei swept through the desert north, sealing the wolf's residence, and crowning the three armies with his achievements. Now my great Han horse Gu Xiao follow me, resume meritorious service, so far no defeat, also has the merit of the three armies of the Real. Gu Xiao listened to the edict. I will make you the Marquis of Champion, with 10,000 households in the land of Hebei. The resounding words instantly fell, like thunder directly exploding in everyone's ears. Dead silence, complete dead silence. Everyone was staring tightly at the scene in front of them. The envy in their eyes simply could not be concealed. The first Marquis of 10,000 houses of the present-day Han Dynasty, Marquis of Champions, either one is enough to make them envious. It was as if all time had stopped for a moment, but in the next instant it was quickly resumed. Congratulations, Your Majesty, and congratulations to the champion Marquis. I don't know who took the lead and spoke aloud, and the next moment that burst of whistling sounds resounded in the hall. Gui also didn't fully react until this moment. The Marquis of Champions? My ancestor has become a champion? It wasn't that Gui was overly excited. In fact, if it were any other Gui might not have been so excited, because such things as eating 10,000 households were originally expected by Gui. But the champion husband is different. It can be said that, in modern times for the past history, everyone definitely has the intention in their mind. What's in everyone's mind may be different, but amidst all these disagreements will surely be the name of the champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei. That's the gold of champion Ho. How could Gui not be excited when his own old ancestor had now become the second champion Marquis? This start can be perfect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Taking a deep breath, Gui immediately maneuvered Gu Xiao to pay his respects to Liu Xiu, and the entire atmosphere of the celebration reached its peak at this moment. Liu Xiu did not talk about any state affairs with the crowd, but painfully declared the victory with the crowd. Until the celebration was over, the people left one after another. Only then did he look at Gu Xiao and said with a straight face, Zhanhong ah, now half of the world is in the hands of my Han. Only that Shu Gongsun Shu is not yet coming to surrender. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a heaven without a kingdom. I intend to rest the army after the completion of the army immediately whole army to cut Shu. You can have any plan? Gui had already thought that Liu Xiu would definitely want to ask about such things, and without the slightest hesitation, he replied, Your Majesty, Shu is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Its mountains and rivers are far more dangerous than Longshan, and with Kuwei's precedent, I thought that I could no longer carry out the strategy of surprise attacks. Now that His Majesty's power has become unstoppable, I think the people of Shu have their own hearts to return to Han. If Your Majesty can win a few great victories, this land of Shu may be won without a battle. Hearing this, Liu Xiu also nodded slightly. If I worship you as marshal. Before Liu Xiu finished, Gu Xiao's entire body instantly knelt down, saying very eagerly, "Your Majesty must not. I am far less capable than your Majesty. It is already thanks to your Majesty's wisdom that you can have this kind of honor. How can you command a large army?" Gui naturally wouldn't let Gu Xiao lead the army anymore. Let's not talk about whether this Shu is good or not. The moment Gu Xiao became the Marquis of 10,000 households, his military career in this life had actually come to an end. Regardless of whether Liu Xiu was sincere in this statement or not, it was impossible for Gu Yi to continue. Today's Gu family needs to grow. If anything really happened to Gu Xiao, with his credits, the Gu family might also develop well, but it would definitely not be as good as if Gu Xiao was alive. And Gu Yi also understands the truth that a full moon is a loss, and water is overflowing. Nowadays, Gu Xiao is already the Grand Secretary Marquis of 10,000 households. If I get any more credit, how should I be rewarded? Seeing this, Liu Xiu instantly froze, and then frowned. What is this saying of the Grand Secretary Ma? Is it possible that he just became the champion Marquis and doesn't want to make any more achievements for me? Your Majesty. Gu Xiao once again bowed towards Liu Xiu. I have no such intention. All my words are from my heart. The end of the line may be good at wonders. However, the key to the Battle of Shu is by no means a strange plan. Commanding the three armies is not something that I am good at. Saying that, Gu Xiao suddenly revealed an extraordinarily naive smile. Moreover, the last general has already fought a lifetime of battles, so it's time for him to enjoy himself. Looking at the somewhat naive Gu Xiao in front of him, the originally incomparably serious Liu Xiu was instantly stunned. Then he also revealed a helpless smile and shook his head. That's all? That's all? What am I talking to you about this for? Look at you. Enjoy it if you want. Hurry up. Liu Xiu even ended up directly pulling Gu Xiao's arm, his expression extremely complicated. It seemed that Gu Xiao's naive smile had taken him by surprise. A hint of inexplicable remorse actually came into his eyes. All of this Gu Yi saw clearly. In fact, he was able to figure out what Liu Xiu was trying to do, which was nothing more than wanting to test Gu Xiao again. After all, right now Gu Xiao could be said to be the #1 contributor. The switch in identity predisposes one to some changes in personality. Liu Xiu had been the emperor for so long, balancing the interests of so many people in the imperial court. The trend of unification of the world is now unstoppable. For all these meritorious people, his mood at this time can be imagined. Testing Gu Xiao, the first meritocracy, is what is most in line with the emperor's mind. But Gu Xiao, this person's political level is only 43 points. To put it bluntly, is not able to see the power plotting trial and error in this temple. If not with the influence of Gu Yi, Gu Xiao's character will be able to build as much credit as possible, and finally get to the point where he can't be sealed. But with the influence of Gu Yi, he would only respond directly to Liu Xiu, as he did now. Thank you, Your Majesty. The smile on Gu Xiao's face grew even wider, and he directly stood up. Liu Xiu just silently looked at Gu Xiao, and did not know what he was thinking about, until a few moments later, which then once again said, although you cannot serve as commander-in-chief, but as a grand sifu, this matter of recommending should still be done. Now Feng Yi is in ill health, and Deng Yu is pacifying the remnants of the red eyebrows. Who do you think is the most suitable commander for this expedition to Shu? Gu Yi didn't hesitate, and directly spoke out according to his memory of the original generals of Shu: Xin Pang, Wu Han, Lai Shi, Gai Yan. One name after another came out of Gu Xiao's mouth. Liu Xiu listened extraordinarily attentively, although he also had a candidate in mind for a long time, but he would also still listen to Gu Xiao's analysis. When Gu Xiao finished speaking, Liu Xiu also nodded slightly. Not bad, these are the same people I was thinking of. Liu Xiu is a very decisive person. After determining the candidate, when the army rested, he directly announced the plan to attack Shu. The felling of Shu will be carried out north and south of the land and water concurrent policy. Wu Han was ordered to lead 60,000 soldiers and 5,000 horses from Jingzhou to join Xin Pang at Jingmen and move westward along the Yangtze River into Shu. At the same time sent Lai Shi and Gai Yan to lead the armies from Longxi southward to attack Hechi into Shu. Liu Xiu's commander-in-chief ability manifested itself as he made extremely detailed plans. For a moment, the war machine that was the Great Han was once again unleashed. Being the Grand Secretary of the Dynasty, the generals also came to pay their respects to Gu Xiao before they departed. It was also for the reason of not being greedy for credit that Gu Xiao actually had a good relationship with all these generals. Not to mention that this time, Gu Xiao refused to be the commander-in-chief of Shu, giving up this credit, and now these generals are convinced of Gu Xiao. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Yi also explained a lot with them. Junran, remember, with my understanding of Gongsun Shu, although this person is a frog at the bottom of the well, but if it really comes to a desperate situation, this person will definitely use all means, or will assassinate our generals. June ran. Remember that you must not take it lightly. Yen. The world is weary. Now the unification trend has been difficult to stop. If you break Shu, must restrain the army, must not hurt the people of Shu. Uncle June, with your ability, if you can follow His Majesty as soon as possible, would have long been famous in the world, but now it's not too late. This battle against Shu is your best chance. You must remember to guard against Gongsun Shu. This person's desperate means to attack the heart for the top. Gui wasn't trying to change anyone's fate either. It's just that nowadays, the Great Han has long been much faster compared to the progress of unification in the middle of history. Then it was only natural that this final battle would be spared some waves. It's time to unify the world today. With Gu Zhao's status today, no one would take his account lightly. The generals have said yes and gone. The Great War resumes. The 8th year of Jianwu. June. The North Road Lai Shi army defeated Wang Yuan and Huanan army, broke down Shijian and Heji, and pushed into the center of Shu. Gongsun Shu sent his men to assassinate Lai Shi in an unsuccessful attempt. October. Gongsun Shu sent his men to assassinate Sun Peng in an unsuccessful attempt. Sun Peng defeated the Shu army at Yuhaojin and besieged Wuyang, destroying more than 5,000 of Shu's reinforcements. He went west and broke Guangdu again. Approaching Chengdu. November. Zhang Gong captured Fanxian and Pixian to meet with Sun Peng. Meanwhile, Wu Han led an army from Yiling, and the three armies surrounded Chengdu. Gongsun Shu suffered heavy casualties at the front of the line. Seeing that the tide had turned, Yanzhen led the Chengdu garrison to surrender. The world is finally united. Chapter 10. The Passing Era. Liu Xiu abolishes the Empress. Time is the most majestic force in the world. All power, wealth, and splendor fades with the change of time. Lo Yang. It was already the 13th year of Jianwu. More than 4 years have passed since the unification of the world. On this day, Gu Shao once again sent away one of his old friends, Feng Yi. This for Liu Xiu recreation of the Han dynasty made great achievements of war generals. After all, is not the enemy of the power of time, has to come to the end of life. In fact, according to the original history, Feng Yi should have died early in the military formation. Now that he could survive until now, it was only because the appearance of the Gu family made the process of unification of the entire Han dynasty a little smoother, and he was able to hold on until now. As the person with the closest relationship with Gu Shao and the entire meritocracy group today, after learning the news, Gu Shao also came to see this old friend for the last time without stopping, and Feng Yi's last words were just like the other generals, wanting Gu Shao to help take care of his descendants. It can't be helped that since the unification of the world, the entire Han dynasty has developed just as it is recorded in history. Liu Xiu gradually withdrew the real power in the hands of the meritorious ministers, leaving only Gu Shao, the nominal Grand Sima. It was also because of this that Gu Shao had now clearly become the head of the meritocracy. At the very least, these military generals are still very convinced of Gu Shao, and it makes sense that Feng Yi would entrust his descendants to Gu Shao. Actually, I can't blame these generals. One generation is not as good as the next. It really is like the spell of the lineage inheritance. The word fight seems to be in the blood of human beings. Throughout the ages, it remains hard to change. It is also like the present Han. The moment Gongsun Shu was pacified in Shu, the external fight had gradually transformed into an internal one. The temple is all over the world. It's all up for grabs. Faced with the mediocrity of their own sons and daughters, these generals naturally shared this concern. No one wants what they've worked so hard for to be divided up and eaten away by others. But for this matter, Sensei Gu Shao, even Gui didn't have any solutions. He's actually facing this obsession. It's even much more serious than they are. He didn't just want the Gu family to be able to pass on, but also to maintain a strong influence. In today's situation where Gui can't ensure that he can manipulate every generation, this issue of the family's education had naturally become Gui's most severe test at the moment. He had to make sure that the next generation of the family was capable of carrying the entire family. Even if we don't say that it's like Gu Shao now, we can't really just die out in history. The difficulty of obtaining achievement points was unknown to Gui today. But the name alone can be used to conclude that if it is too mediocre, I am afraid it will be difficult to gain much. Gui always had to create the next opportunity to maneuver for himself. Because of this, Gui had been busy with this matter ever since he returned to Luoyang again. That's right, Gui didn't let Gu Shao get involved in the internal affairs of the Great Han. Nowadays, Gu Zhao's identity is a bit too sensitive, and although Liu Xiu didn't go after meritorious ministers in his original history, Gui has to consider this. And most crucially, Gui didn't feel that his idea would be able to completely solve all the problems of the current era. There are always people who feel that if they can travel back in time, they can solve everything. Take this criticized clan issue in the Eastern Han dynasty. Most people assumed that the monopoly created by the lineage and official positions would be solved by the introduction of the imperial examination system, which would be used to solve once and for all the problem of clan growth in the Eastern Han period, including the once Gui likewise thought so, but once he really understood the present day and age, it had become clear to him that this was impossible. Any system comes by slow progress. Just as in the Western Zhou dynasty, there were divisions, and then in the present-day Han dynasty, counties and divisions coexisted. If a brand new system is launched without realizing that the system is backward, the world will surely fight back, and the lack of productivity already dooms the idea to impracticality. Nowadays, the land of China has just gone through years of war and chaos, and all the wastes are waiting to be rebuilt, and you let a group of people who don't even have enough food to eat go to school. Is that realistic? It was precisely because of this that, after thinking this through, Gui focused all his thoughts on the education of the family's heirs. Several of Gu Zhao's younger siblings have now started families, and the result was not what Gui expected. The moment they became a family, their names had disappeared from the family information. However, Gui did not directly give up on these people completely, but instead gave them the maximum amount of help, intending to instill the idea of the entire Gu clan as one. The first family goes back to the first family, but if you want to pass on the power of the first line alone, and you give up the sideline, then it is impossible to maintain absolute influence. There has to be unity within the family to be able to think more. And now Gu Xiao has 2 children, and they are all boys. The good news is that both of these scions have decent attributes, each with their own strengths. Eldest son Gu Kong. Interior, 89, Diplomacy, 75, Politics, 90, Command, 50, Force, 43. Note, the Properties panel shows the highest value. Second son, Shang Gu. Interior, 60, Diplomacy, 43, Politics, 54, Command, 89, Force, 85. Perhaps because the real reason for the Gu family's rise to power wasn't Gu Zhao's relationship. Today's Gu clan is sort of exempt from the so-called evolution of the lineage. The heirs are good at what they do. And because of the attribute panel, Gui could completely focus on cultivating what they were good at through the height of their attributes. But even if that was the case, Gui couldn't feel completely at ease. He knew exactly what the politics of the Eastern Han dynasty were like. Liu Xiu, the Guangwu emperor, will not be mentioned. Emperor Ming and Emperor Zhang are also considered to be wise rulers, but by the time these emperors fell ill and died, the entire Eastern Han dynasty had become a straight-up kindergarten. Eunuchs, relatives, and clans fought each other. Gui had to figure out the next path for the entire Gu clan, making sure that the people of the family could gain achievement points for themselves and still be able to hold out until the next time they maneuvered for themselves. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Gui had been thinking about how to solve this problem, but there was simply no perfect solution for a while. But not the temple. When Gu Xiao saw Liu Xiu again, Liu Xiu's expression at this time was also a bit heavy. He had learned that Feng Yi had died of an illness. This was, after all, also a great general who had followed him for a long time, and he was naturally not in a good mood at this time. Pity, can share my pain, but not my sweetness. The heavens have collected another pillar of my great Han to carry on. Liu Xiu sighed deeply and looked at Gu Xiao with extra seriousness. Zhan Hong, you must remember to take good care of your body. I will send you 2 more eunuchs to help you recuperate your body. His eyes held an unconcealed look of concern. Today's Liu Xiu has not been like that at the beginning of the wind. In the country under the work of the same is also a white silk, but belongs exclusively to the emperor's share of the majesty is more and more thick. Since the unification, Liu Xiu also put his mind on ruling the country, which can be said to show his means to the fullest. Rectify the bureaucracy, free the slave girls, and address the bloated administrative structure caused by the prolonged war and the abolition of countless officials. Each of these is almost like cutting the flesh off these lineages. Wouldn't the turmoil faced therein require a thunderbolt? Among the crowd of foreign ministers, it is only in front of Gu Xiao that Liu Xiu will show some real emotions. My lord, thank you for your majesty's favor. Gu Xiao had a touched look on his face as he made a deep bow towards Liu Xiu. Hey, get up. Why do you need to say so much between you and me? Liu Xiu directly pulled Gu Xiao up and made him sit down, and the whole person quickly returned to normalcy and seriousness, directly stating the purpose of calling Gu Xiao here this time. Zhan Hong, I want you to return to Hebei for some time. Perhaps because of Feng Yi's illness and death, his face carried a hint of obvious hesitation. In times like these, traveling far away is doomed to be dangerous, especially a war general like Gu Xiao. More or less will have a dark disease. As long as the disease will be triggered by the dark disease, the gods are difficult to save. Liu Xiu naturally some hesitation. River North? Hearing this, Gu Yi instantly guessed what Liu Xiu was planning to do. In fact, what Liu Xiu has done over this period of time has already been clearly signaled. Favored Yin Lihua, and he also conferred marriages on Yin Lihua's family members. this political signal would be too obvious. After all, in today's system of the Great Han, the only foreign relatives are the Empress's clansmen who can be granted vassals. However, Gui knew that Liu Xiu was somewhat hesitant. As for the reason, it's simple. Liu Yang is still alive. More so, it is one of the most powerful group of people in Han today, and he has no idea how many Hebei clans are behind him. Unlike the original history, Gui at the time thought of pacifying the world earlier so that the family could have more peaceful time to prepare for the future, and had advised Liu Xiu on the establishment of a queen when he claimed the throne. Only by establishing a queen can the hearts of the Hebei clans be completely restored. Because of this, Liu Yang did not rebel as he did in history. When Liu Xiu first appointed Gu Xiao as a marquis in Hebei, Gui had already guessed that he wanted to use Gu Xiao to deter the Hebei clans. Now it seems that this thing Liu Xiu is really going to do. Although Gui also does not know why Liu Xiu will abolish the empress so far in advance compared to history. However, he didn't have any hesitation and immediately maneuvered Gu Xiao to respond. By your majesty's order, I volunteer to go. It was the kind of thing he couldn't refuse and didn't want to. Unlike other courtiers, Gu Xiao had come to the end of his days as a minister and did not need to stay in Luoyang to expand his influence. And for the entire Gu clan, what Gu wanted was to be prominent for millions of years, not to be honored for a moment. The land of Hebei will obviously become the center of the entire Gu clan for the next long period of time. Gui had long since thought of returning to the land of Hebei. If Liu Xiu hadn't been so reluctant, he would have already left Luoyang. But seeing this scene, the color of hesitation in Liu Xiu's eyes also became more intense. In fact, for him now, whether it is Liu Yang or the Hebei clan, naturally, he would not be daunted. But as the emperor of the Great Han, he knows more about how much today's Great Han really needs to recuperate. And if the land of Hebei is once again in turmoil, it is inevitable that he will have to move his troops. But apart from him as the emperor, who can completely deter these people in Han today? The only one who was the first to take credit was Gu Xiao, the Marquis of Champions of the Great Han Dynasty. It could completely deter the Hebei clan. But out of personal feelings, Liu Xiu actually didn't want Gu Xiao to leave Luoyang. But he really was a wise emperor. He had been able to hold back his anger at his brother's murder in the beginning, not to mention his dismay today. He stared tightly at Gu Xiao, only hesitating for a moment before making a direct decision. Zhan Hong, if you go to Hebei, you must keep an eye on King Jinding for me. But whenever he dares to make any move, you may control the troops everywhere and take them down. At this moment, Liu Xiu completely threw down all the emotions in his heart, and the majesty belonging exclusively to the emperor was completely manifested in this instant, and killing intent filled his eyes. Gu Xiao's expression immediately changed, but he was originally a military general who liked to fight, and not caring what the reason was, he immediately nodded his head and arched his hand towards Liu Xiu. I take orders. Liu Xiu stared tightly at Gu Xiao. The killing intent in his eyes also gradually melted at this moment. A subject like Gu Xiao, who supported him in all his decisions without asking any original reason, was too much in line with any emperor's heart. I remember saying to you back then that I would marry you. Liu Xiu suddenly opened his mouth. I will not go back on my word. You now have 2 sons at your knees. After this matter, I will marry Luer to your eldest son. He was talking about the little princess, Lu Li Lu, who had just been born recently. Due to his young age, he does not have a seal today. The birth mother was Yin Lihua. In fact, according to etiquette, a marriage between an emperor and a minister should not be so hasty. After all, the rate of early deaths is extremely high these days, and neither is old enough. However, Liu Xiu's expression at this time was extraordinarily serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. At that instant, even Gui was startled. Lu Li Lu? Emperor Ming's sister? Although there are not many historical records of Lu Li Lu, this status alone is enough to ensure the status of the Gu clan in the future, even if Gu Xiao passes away in the future. My lord. Thank you, your majesty. Gu Xiao once again bowed towards Liu Xiu, and this time Liu Xiu just waved his hand, unwilling to look at Gu Xiao anymore. Go down, I will retire. Gu Xiao slowly retreated, until the time when he was about to walk out of the palace gate. Liu Xiu's voice suddenly sounded again. Zhan Hong. Gu Xiao violently stopped in his tracks. Take care of your health and send more letters. Words with a hint of despondency came from within the hall. Gu Xiao stood in front of the hall like this for a long time, and only after once again bowing towards the hall did he turn around and slowly walk out. Within a few days, Gu Xiao left for Hebei with his entire family. This matter instantly created a furor in the courtroom. The fact that Gu Xiao, the first minister of the founding of the country, the grand secretary and the champion marquis, traveled to Hebei at such a sensitive time instantly allowed many people to ascertain their original guesses. For a moment, the court was shaken, and things are not going as everyone expected. Not more than a few days later, Liu Xiu announced his decision at the top of the courtroom. Abolitionist. P.S. The new book seedling period beg brothers more support. Never raise books. Ask for recommendation votes monthly votes. Chapter 11, The Lonely Settlement of Hebei, and the Writing of the World by Tuda. Chapter 12, The World Tremendous Shock. The clans strike back. The reaction of the temple court officials to Liu Xiu's sudden announcement of the Dutian decree was so great that it even exceeded Liu Xiu's move to abolish the empress. After all, the abolition struck a part of the population. When this part of the population is struck down, it is only natural that others will rise to the top. Duda, however, touches everyone's interests. The court was shaken. Various kinds of opposition chapter table, such as snowflakes like a flurry, straight piled up Liu Xiu's dragon case. Even the Guanzhong clan, which had always been in favor of the emperor, had even begun to oppose it this time. Such a reaction could be said to be the first time he had encountered it since he had rejuvenated the Great Han. But Liu Xiu was not a squeamish person by nature. In the past, the Battle of Kunyang, when then he faced that kind of predicament, all dared to directly put forward should be confronted with the new army, let alone at the moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly dispatched his inner circle to various places. At the same time, a group of officials were quickly promoted, and the majesty of imperial power was used to forcefully suppress the crowd. Officially, the decree field order was finalized. When this order was issued, the world was shocked. At one time, countless people and horses ran towards the four directions from Luoyang City. Those big clans are not stupid people. They know that they can't face Liu Xiu directly with a strong stance. But as the saying goes, where there is a policy from above, there is a plan from below. And they still have a lot of room for maneuver to cope with this Toda. Zhu. The development of the situation in Hebei today is not what Gui expected. King Liu Yang of Zhending is indeed old and does not have the guts to make a move at all. When Guo Shengtong was abolished, together with the Guo family, several heirs of the title was also deprived of the news came. He actually did not overreact, just all day depressed, hiding in the royal residence. And these clans in Hebei were equally quick to make various changes. That is to alienate Liu Yang as well as Guo. This once powerful king in Hebei, in just a few days, showed a faltering trend. Gathered for profit, dispersed when profit is exhausted is a true maxim. The signals of the emperor's dislike for Liu Yang and Gui were already extremely obvious. Even those who had deep friendship with Liu Yang and Gui in the past could not help but choose to avoid them at this moment. This is the cruelty of reality. And after determining that there would be no chaos in the land of Hebei, Gui's center of gravity naturally returned to the family's internal affairs once again. Gu is still too small in number. It couldn't be helped. Gui didn't dare to let Gu Xiao indulge too much in female sex. Although it seems that Gu Xiao's body is still quite strong, but with the medical level of this era. But if something really wrong, I'm afraid it is death. Gui didn't dare to gamble. However, it was a good thing that Gu Kong Gu Sheng's two heirs were both very healthy. Nothing had happened to prematurely die, or Gui would have truly despaired. But this peaceful day had not lasted more than a few days. When Liu Xiu's letter from Luoyang was sent directly to him. Upon seeing Liu Xiu's letter with his own eyes, even Gui couldn't help but be shocked. Toda? Liu Xiu would be so ruthless this time? Waste the queen and then go straight to the field? This kind of operation is completely different from the original history of the development trajectory. Even Gui has not thought of this point, but after careful thought, he figured out the reason for this. Unlike the original history, because Liu Xiu's unification of the world was more successful this time, the strength of the great clans in the world today is actually much stronger than in history. Liu Xiu was a wise emperor and had the example of the former Han. It was normal for him to be so decisive. After thoroughly thinking about this point, Gui's heart shook more and more. How many people have to be killed this time? Gui remembers very clearly that in the original history, Liu Xiu had successively cleaned up the leading clans through various policies. The original history is all over the place. What about now? The great clans would never sit still, and Liu Xiu needed to weaken the great clans. When the emperor is angry, he ambushes a million corpses. These words flashed steeply through Gui's mind, although he understands that Liu Xiu is not so extreme, but his heart still cannot help but flooded with chills, which is worried about the future of the family. Now Gu's seemingly bright future, in fact, just started, and the biggest reason is still because Gu Xiao and Liu Xiu close relationship. However, what happens in the future when times change? Gui had to think deeply about this. What happened next was just as Gui had expected. When the imperial call officially began, the first region to be affected by the degree of field order was naturally Guanzhong, and the Quanzhou clan gave their own response. Bribery. They attempted to misrepresent the number of fields and conceal the reality of the population by bribing officials in charge of measuring fields and promising various benefits. The move did do some good at first. Liu Xiu at first did not even expect that under the feet of the Son of Heaven there are people who are so bold, but when he learned of the matter, these people were also naturally ushered into the wrath of the emperor. The officials involved were all executed and their family assets were confiscated. All large clans that concealed their land and population had their fields confiscated and their population reincorporated into the household register. And even the person leading the large clan was punished for the crime. Or in order to deter the world. Liu Xiu this time hands can be described as extremely ruthless. However, how can these tactics alone make the great clans of the world succumb? Luckiness is one of the undertones of human character. Their tactics immediately took a turn, compelling the people. These days, not many people could even read or understand the policies of the court, not even those who could read. Under the deliberate incitement of these great clans, it is true that the voice of opposition is also gradually resounding among the people. This is indeed a tough move. Although Liu Xiu had his hands full with the big clans, he was forced to make some adjustments when faced with such a large number of people, while sending officials to various places to pacify the people. At the same time, adjustments were made to the entire Dutian order to ensure that the interests of the common people would not be touched. It was destined to be a tug-of-war, and as time passed day by day, from Guanzhong to Guangdong to all parts of the world, storms arose. True determination. Facing the group of clansmen who came again after a long time, Liu Yang even felt a little bit as if it was a different day. Although their quality of life has not changed much in recent days, the huge psychological gap is still a little hard for Liu Yang, who was in his twilight years, to bear. When he faced these people again, a cold smile couldn't help but flash across his face. Why don't you all go to the champion marquis? What is the purpose of coming to the king? His words were full of resentment. However, for those who came again, how could they care about his grievances? Your Majesty, we know we're wrong. Now that the imperial court has this degree of field order, the world is in turmoil, and it looks as if my land of Hebei is going to be caught up in it. You always have to give an idea. Liu Xiu's strong-arm tactics had indeed caused the group to panic, but it would never be possible to make them easily hand over their family's underpinnings. With Gu Xiao not seeing them, they could only come to Liu Yang, expecting to come up with a countermeasure. Humph, what can this king do about the court's policy? Liu Yang was still venting his grievances. When the crowd saw this, although their hearts grew more and more contemptuous of him, they still had to hold him up for a while, and only then did Liu Yang's expression gradually recover and talk about the matter. Why do you all need to panic? His expression was calm, not half flustered. My land of Hebei is different from other places. It's not just the place where His Majesty's dragon rises. And there's also the champion marquis here. When it came to Gu Xiao, his expression still couldn't help but become ugly. Gu Xiao could be said to have made him lose face during this time. When the crowd heard this, they all looked puzzled. So what if the Marquis of Champions is here? He doesn't see us and we can. Liu Yang seemed to have already had a plan in place. Looking at the crowd, his eyes steeply became ruthless. It's not like the champion Marquis is alone. If something happens to his own brother, and will he stay out of it? Gentlemen, thinking about that Gu Chun when he just came to Hebei back then, the things you guys sent to him wouldn't really be for nothing, right? He, Gu Xiao, wants to rely on the fact that the Gu clan is new and does not have enough substance. So he wants to stand alone and watch from the wall. How can it be that easy? Hearing this, the crowd instantly came to a realization. What Liu Yang was talking about were the gifts they had sent out to flatter Gu Xiao when Gu Chun had just arrived in Hebei. This naturally includes fields, but if they really did, wouldn't they be tearing their faces off with Gu Xiao? For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but fall silent. Liu Yang just watched them silently. All of them were foxes of 1,000 years. How could he not guess what these people were thinking? But he wasn't going to go on about it much longer. If you don't want to give up your interests and you want to avoid this calamity, how can it be so cheap? They've got to get back on their feet. As long as the entire Hebei clan rejects the Gu clan, when Liu Xiu and Gu Xiao leave the world, once the Gu clan had a green and yellow situation, within a generation, they would be enough to annex the Gu clan. Even if you don't get to see it in this life, you must plant the seed. At that moment, an eerie silence fell over the room. The people looked at each other with different expressions, as if they were making eye contact. Finally, it was just a long time. They finally made a decision and nodded with serious expressions. There's really nothing to hesitate about. Since Gu Xiao couldn't bring them any actual benefits, what could they do even if they tried to flatter him? No matter what else, let's just get through the calamity at hand first. Zhu Khan, tell me more. Why does your majesty want to revitalize the matter of the Duda fields? As Gu Kong Gu Sheng grew older, Gu Yi was directly involved in their education. At this point, it was training Gu Kang's sensitivity to politics through this Dutian affair. This was what Gu Yi cared about the most at the moment. By now, Gu Yi already had some plans. In addition to the fact that he had already thought about not hurting the people and the internal conflict in the family, Gu Yi also intended to make a detailed distinction between the education of the entire family. In addition to the classics that are most cared for in this day and age, They have to be studied according to their specialties. A good writer is a writer. A good martial artist is a martial artist. And a good businessman can be a businessman. This is destined to be a long process. As for the flurry outside, what does it have to do with Gu? With Gu Zhao's current status, unless all the land of Hebei turned against him, only then would he, the Grand Secretary, need to personally take action. But that's something that simply can't happen right now. Hearing Gu Yi's question, Gu Kong frowned slightly and thought for a moment before speaking. It is because the people of the world are weary. My son still remembers what my father said to my son before, that His Majesty's emancipation of the slaves to restore production was all because he wanted to restore the national strength of my great Han. And as more and more slaves are freed, then naturally, there won't be enough land in my great Han. So the only way to solve this problem is through Toda. When he finished speaking, he quietly looked at Gui until he saw Gui reveal a smile, and then he followed suit himself. Nice. Gui nodded with great relief, then asked, then, do you think that the great clans of the world will agree to do Tian? No. This time, Gu Kong replied without hesitation. They will definitely not agree. Why? Gui asked again. Gu Kong fell silent for a moment. Even though he was quite good at it, many of the problems were not fully solvable by his 7-year-old self. Brother! Just then, Gu Chen hurriedly barged in, his face filled with tension. Looking at his expression, Gui instantly sensed the abnormality. With his heart pounding, he immediately maneuvered Gu Xiao to stare at him closely and asked, "What's the panic, elder brother?" Gu Chen gulped. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, mumbling and not daring to open his mouth. Say! Gu Xiao fiercely let out a sharp cry. He was not a gentle person, and under Gu Yi's influence, he had already taken on an angry color at this moment. Seeing the situation, Gu Chen's body couldn't stop trembling and didn't dare to hesitate any longer, rushing to say, "The officials of the Imperial Court degree field have arrived in Handan." He clearly had unfinished business. Seeing this, Gui had already vaguely guessed a few points in his heart, and a wave of anger arose. Gu Xiao was instantly affected by it, and immediately stood up slowly, staring at Gu Chen dead in the face as he asked, "Zhan Yang, when my brother first asked you to come to Julu, he repeatedly advised that you must not do anything to hurt the people, so as not to jeopardize my Gu clan's reputation?" Elder brother said that. Gu Chen lowered his head, his body shaking more and more, as if he would have an emotional breakdown at any moment. "Then my brother will ask you again, have you ever come to Hebei so far?" Gu Xiao hadn't finished speaking. Gu Chen could no longer withstand the invisible pressure, and suddenly flopped and knelt on the ground, breaking down and shouting, "Elder brother, my brother has not done it. This was all given to my brother by these great clans of Hebei officials. They said at first that they were their own. Yet only recently did my brother hear that these people were using my name and seizing the people's land. My brother never wanted to do this. An elder brother is like a father. Not to mention the fact that Gu Xiao was the founder of the Gu clan being able to get where it was today. Gu Chen's fear at the moment could be said to be at an extreme. Gui had been coldly watching all of this. When he heard the words coming out of Gu Chen's mouth, he had already roughly guessed everything. Gu was being used as a shield. You should know that Gu Xiao, as the emperor's favorite minister, is now guarding Hebei. When something like this happens, how can these officials justify it if they don't take Gu Chen first? But how could these officials dare to really touch Gu Xiao's own brother? In a short moment, Gui was clear about the stakes, and only felt more and more helpless in his heart. 1,000 defenses, but no defense after all. In the beginning, after the unification of the world, the first rule that Gui set down was that the sons of the Gu clan should never do anything to harm the people. This is important to be able to pass on for millions of years. As long as it can be maintained like this, then the people will gradually become a protective talisman for Gu as time passes. But now this. Gui silently maneuvered Gu Xiao and glanced at Gu Kong beside him. The family members are still here watching. If we let it go this time, will it exacerbate the problems the family will have to face in the future? If a treacherous person does appear, will the entire family be ruined because of one person's fault? In an instant, Gui's mind was filled with thoughts, and he immediately made a decision. There must be no hiccups in this matter. Once the mouth of morality is opened, given the power of the Gu clan today, it is hard for Gui to imagine what kind of people will appear in the Gu clan in the future. One still ignores too much before. The thought suddenly rose in Gui's mind. Previously, Gui had been trying to focus his important thoughts on getting the family stabilized as a way to get himself more opportunities to be able to maneuver. But he now realized that this line of thinking had clearly gone wrong. Not to mention the times when he was not in control. But now that he was in control and there were still so few people in the family, there would be such things that would take him by surprise. If the family grows in the future, even if he can control every generation, can he really ensure that the family will continue to prosper? Gu doesn't fight for one life. He fights for the ages. No one could tell at the moment what the future Gu could actually develop into and how powerful it would be. Not even Gu Yi. Simply put, what Gu Yi thought before belonged to individual heroism. But this had gone fundamentally wrong. If you want to reach the plan of Gu's legacy and splendor for thousands of generations, you can't do it with just one person's strength. Restrictions must be placed on Gu's children as well. At the very least, we can't let Gu appear as a man of God's wrath. Setting up house rules. To make a family rule that all Gu's children and grandchildren follow. Chapter 13, Heaven and Earth Share the Same Sorrow. Gu Zhao's Prisoner. Chapter 14, Posthumous Zhongwu. Fengchan Emperor Collapses. Although long before that, the rumor that Gu Zhao's health was not good and that he feared he would not live long had already spread in the Great Han. But when the day actually came, the whole world was still shaken by it. Gu Xiao, dead. This dynastic grand secretary, champion marquis, and leader of the meritocracy died like this. When the time came to hear the news, many people have a kind of heartstone has finally landed the sense of relief. Even with Gu's no hatred and no grudges of people are also so. There was no way. For all the ministers throughout the Jianwu dynasty, the two words Gu Xiao were a boulder. If he didn't die, no one would be able to truly walk in front of the emperor. With Gu Xiao now dead, it was obvious that the situation of the entire world would change. The forces are about to be reshuffled. Lo Yang. Ever since that solar eclipse, an eerie atmosphere has pervaded the courtroom. Because Liu Xiu had only just decided to travel to Mount Tai to seal his death. The sudden appearance of such a heavenly phenomenon at this juncture did not allow them to not think about it. But they didn't dare to talk about the emperor, and could only suppress all such thoughts in their hearts. And Liu Xiu himself fell into self-doubt. He was already a bit of a fan of the Confucian school of present-day literature, although he was not entirely convinced of the prophecies therein. Still, the incident had a great impact on his state of mind, causing him to become somewhat hesitant. Can't it be that I'm still not doing enough? This doubt always lingered in his mind, and anyone who came to persuade him was completely unable to put his mind at rest completely. And it was under these circumstances that the news from Hebei was finally delivered. Your Majesty, the person who came to report the funeral was none other than Gu Shang, who knelt in front of Liu Xiu. His eyes reddened, his voice choked, and slowly said the last words left by Gu Xiao before he was born. My father died in his house on the obscure day of March Wushan, after a long illness. Liu Xiu completely froze. It was an expression he had never shown since he had claimed the throne. And the courtroom and the group of ministers at this time is also a big change in expression. Have not been able to directly kneel down. When Liu Xiu heard that Gu Xiao was still saying that he couldn't let him hurt the dragon's body before he died, his expression then changed a little bit again. But before he could say anything, his entire body suddenly stumbled, and in a whirlwind, he actually fainted directly. Your Majesty, in an instant, the courtroom was thrown into chaos. When Liu Xiu opened his eyes once more, he was already lying inside his bedchamber, and Yi Lihua was staring at him closely, while on one side was Crown Prince Liu Zhuang. Your Majesty, you're awake? Seeing Liu Xiu wake up, Yi Lihua hurriedly held his hand and asked with a worried face, how do you feel? When he said that, he instinctively wanted to call the eunuch in. I'm not in the way. Liu Xiu directly shook his head, his expression surprisingly calm. However, Yi Lihua still immediately saw the difference in him at the moment, and the look of worry on his face grew stronger. Empress need not worry. Liu Xiu held her hand, softly relieved, then looked sideways at Liu Zhuang. Zhuang father. Liu Zhuang was equally filled with worry and responded in a hurry. My son is here. Call the ministers in. Liu Zhuang was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically and he hurriedly walked out. It wasn't long before the group of ministers slowly walked in. Expressions vary, but there was a hint of apprehension in each eye. Liu Xiu does not care what the ministers think at the moment. When the group of ministers slowly stepped into the temple, it was as if he had already thought about it. His expression was as calm as water without ripples. Said, summoned. I am pained by the death of the champion marquis. With immediate effect, the court will be dismissed for 7 days in order to send condolences. The life's work of the Grand Secretary should be a model for all the people of the world. Let the scholars of the Imperial College be honored for it. Decima since the last wish to be buried in Hebei. It will not be changed. But with Decima's achievements, not table is not enough to correct the world's eyes and ears. Make the craftsman carve a statue for the Grand Secretary, and according to the rites of the great General Huoguang in the past, dispatch the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the military vehicles, and the armored soldiers to see him off, and bury him on the side of the Emperor's mausoleum, to be allotted to the Imperial Temple. The Crown Prince will lead the ministers forward to pay their respects, and then the Secretaries of State will confer a posthumous title for the Grand Secretary. This series of edicts is a stone's throw away. If it were usual, some of the ministers might still come forward to advise. After all, Some of the arrangements were just too shocking. But at this moment, looking at Liu Xiu at this time, that ancient well of expression, the crowd actually inexplicably feel a trace of fear. Do not dare to speak at all. Liu Xiu just lay on the couch until this moment when his expression changed a little. He sighed deeply and spoke again. From today onwards, there is no need to mention the matter of sealing Zen. The change in the heavens has resulted in the painful loss of another pillar of my Han Prime. I think it's because I'm not yet meritorious. From today onwards, when all the ministers are playing and speaking, they shall no longer refer to me as saint. When this statement was made, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone's expression changed, never expecting Liu Xiu to say such words. Shall not he be called a saint? Liu Xiu didn't care about the crowd's reaction. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to retreat. A group of ministers retreated with different expressions. At the end of the day, only Yin Lihua was left to tend to the entire hall. Until this moment, Liu Xiu's face this revealed a strong look of grief. He held Yin Lihua's hand and said with a slightly trembling voice, Empress, you said, the death of the Marquis of Champion's illness is God's punishment for me? Your Majesty. Yin Lihua held Liu Xiu's hand tightly. You recreated the great Han and loved the people, and your work is the best in the ancient and modern world. The length of life is determined. The champion Marquis dying words then said that your Majesty must not injure the dragon body as a result, and your Majesty must not be so presumptuous any longer. Liu Xiu looked at her silently and didn't say anything else. This burial ceremony can be said to be a real what is called the real first merit. The ministers also had a lot of thoughts about Gu Zhao's posthumous name, but in the end, Liu Xiu still set the word Zhongwu for Gu Xiao. Zhong means to serve one's superiors in danger and not to rebel in the face of danger. The word Wu means to restrain and stabilize. This posthumous name is so highly regarded that it is said to be the first posthumous name for a courtier. Never before has a courtier received such a posthumous title. The only one who shared the posthumous title Zhongwu was King Yin of Shache, who did not belong to the category of courtiers, especially after a deliberate proclamation. The entire moral culture of the Han dynasty has even been affected by this, and the world has gradually gained the momentum to aim for this, and with Gu Zhao's posthumous name being completely finalized, this matter has finally come to a close. To everyone's surprise, Liu Xiu did not reuse Gu's heir, and even did not show any intention of enabling him at all, allowing Gu Sheng to return to Hebei. But the crowd knew this all too well. This he shall leave to the prince. Contrary to the condition guessed by the ministers, Liu Xiu's body did not have any major problems. Even after this incident, he became more diligent and cared more about the strength of the Han state. 27th year of Jianwu, Marquis Zhang of Langliang and Marquis Ma Wu of Yangshu wrote a letter, intending to take advantage of the division of Xiongnu to send troops to exterminate it, so as to establish the merit of carving a stone for 10,000 generations. Liu Xiu rejected it by resting the people, just accepting the defection of the South Huns. 29th year of Jianwu. The 16 states of Shanshan and Chaisha in the western region once again offered to send their sons to serve and dedicate themselves, and to ask for the protection of the capital. Liu Xiu also refused. No one knows why Liu Xiu refused these merits that were brought to his door. For an emperor, all of this can be credited to him and can make him even more admired by future generations. But then Liu Xiu really refused. And, once again, Liu Xiu followed up on the various systems of the present-day Han. From time to time, he would bring up such matters as the land grant and the emancipation of slave girls, and he weakened the three principal officials and gradually transferred the power to the Song Shudai. Let the Shangshutai gradually become a political center, directly responsible to the emperor, and he vigorously improved water conservancy, and increased the size of the enrollment of the imperial college, to encourage the establishment of private schools and a series of people. And because of this, the entire Han dynasty's national strength is increasing day by day, and it was under these circumstances, right at the time of the 30th year of Jianwu, that the matter of sealing Zen was once again brought up. Liu Xiu did not issue any opinion on this at first, until after waiting for many days. See, the world did not appear in the beginning of that kind of heavenly change, and all over the country appeared auspicious when he finally nodded his head to agree to this matter. Gui had been silently watching all of this. It was as if he had become a god, and he could travel to any place in the world to view everything at the touch of his heart. Yet nothing could be changed. He really became a spectator. In the underworld, one can only watch the world go by. During this time, Gui even quit the game for a while and went to ask old Gu if there was anything left behind by his old ancestors at home. Gui was hopeful about this. After all, he left so much behind. But sadly, there's nothing left. It was as if that which he had done was literally annihilated in the intervening 2,000 years of history. It can't be called total annihilation. Marquis of the Champion of the Great Han Dynasty, the first courtier in history to be posthumously honored as a loyal martial artist. A name that has indeed been passed down, but it doesn't help in the present. Apparently, Gu's influence is not enough to outweigh the correction of 2,000 years of light. After determining this, Gui fully focused his attention within the game and landed on Gu. Today's Gu is long gone. It had to be said that Gu Kang's political level far exceeded Gu Yi's imagination. He was keenly aware of Gu's awkward situation in the land of Hebei today, and set about to begin making changes. The previous Gu clan has always been an outsider to the land of Hebei, so to speak. The great clans of Hebei were almost always scornful of the Gu clan, but this style of dealing with things clearly didn't work the moment Gu Xiao passed away. Gu needs to be transformed. If not, when Gu really lost the holy favor one day, it would only be swallowed alive. That's what Gu Kang apparently saw through. That's why he showed a very different attitude to the outside world than Gu Xiao did back then. At the same time, he quickly screened out some big clans in Hebei through the results of the court's repeated policies of liberating slave girls and degree of land. Connect with them and form alliances. Let the children of their families enter the Gu private school under managed circumstances. I have to say this is a very wise tactic indeed. Although these are not the great clans of the world, they still have full influence at the local level. And without Gu losing all the wind in his sails, these people are also willing to attach themselves. All of them are eager to borrow Gu's reputation to seek a position. But Gu Kang's attitude towards this is ambiguous. He will also select from amongst them those who are truly talented, but most of them just give hints. To put it bluntly, it's just pie in the sky. Gu Kang has really become a man with an extremely flexible moral compass, but these people are eating it up. Of course, Gu Kang didn't give up Gu's policy towards the people. Under this kind of complementarity, in just a few years' time, after the absence of Gu Xiao as the top pillar, Gu's position, instead of slipping, had completely stabilized. For all of this, Gui could be said to be watching with jaws agape. Is this the horror of having political attributes almost stretched to full capacity? Sensei was replaced by Gu Xiao. Even if he were a modern man, he was afraid that it would not be easy to do so. After all, he hadn't been exposed to politics. And what made Gui care the most was that Gu Kang didn't live up to his initial efforts. Surprisingly, he actually followed the direction that Gui had hinted at in the first place, pounded out the curved plow with the water wheel. Although it is not yet enough to promote the large-scale application, but with this starting point as the future can be expected. When the news came that Liu Xiu wanted to seal the throne of Mount Tai, Gu was also shaken by it. After all, this is really a big deal for people of today's times. However, Gui was clear that Liu Xiu is about to come to an end. After he was certain that Gu would not have any problems in the short term, he also set his eyes on Liu Xiu. Wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of scene this emperor's sealing was. Tai Shan Fengzhen has a long history of origin. Legend has it that the ancient emperor's fealty to Mount Tai began with Wu Huai's, after which Fu Shi, Shen Nong, Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang Di, etc., had all fealty to Mount Tai, and that's exactly why Tarzan has a very sacred place in the hearts of the world today. Everyone believes that Mount Tai is the highest mountain in the world and the best place to communicate with the gods of heaven. And only the king of a peaceful and prosperous era is qualified to come to the sealing ceremony. It is for this reason that sealing the throne can be considered one of the highest honors of an emperor. Liu Xiu's purpose for this sealing was very simple. He needed to prove to the world that he was the emperor by command. And he also needed this move to tell the world that the emperor was supreme and inviolable. To repositively bring back the influence since Wang Meng's usurpation. This ceremony was arguably the most important one so far in his recreation of the Great Han. Its scale is unprecedented. 32nd year of Jianwu. February. Liu Xiu led a group of ministers from Luoyang to Mount Tai. After arriving at Mount Tai, the first thing to do was to seal the earth as an altar at the bottom of the mountain in the east and hold a sealing ceremony. The Jade Ultimatum, which recorded his achievements such as receiving the Order of Heaven, pacifying the chaotic world, and raising the Han dynasty, was sealed in the jade scarcity and cast into the square altar. Climb to the top of the mountain again to offer heaven and earth again. Finally, a Zen ceremony was held in the south of Mount Tai to worship the god of Hutu. When all this was done, Liu Xiu's reputation had undoubtedly reached the peak of his life, and he seems to have been affected, actually from the seriousness of these years to have the same kind of intention of the original image. He spoke out in public about his big ambitions. He wants to restore the entire Han dynasty to what it was at the time of Emperor Xiaowen. After that, we will caress the western region and settle the Xiongnu, completely leaving the foundation of the Han dynasty for the rest of the world. He proclaimed the new year Zhongyuan. It seems that he wants to use this as a starting point to lead the entire Han to reach the heights that he has in mind. Rang. He is destined to fail to completely realize the wish of his heart. Time has always been the fairest force on earth. No matter what the status of the people ultimately cannot resist the change of the years. In the second year of the Middle Ages, Liu Xiu's health suddenly collapsed. And this time it's not like it always turns around like it did before. His entire state rapidly deteriorated. and later on he was in a prolonged coma, hardly ever coming to his senses. Everyone understands. This emperor who recreated the Han dynasty has also come to the end of his life. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month of the 2nd year of the Middle Ages, the 5th day of the 2nd month of the 2nd year of the Middle Ages, Liu Xiu collapsed in the front hall of the South Palace. The legacy of the edict said, "I do not benefit the people. After all, according to the system of Emperor Xiaowen, must be frugal. Neither the assassins nor the 2,000 stone chief officials are allowed to leave their towns and cities, and they may not send officials or send letters of condolence by post to offer their condolences." Crown Prince Liu Zhuang succeeded to the throne. P.S. Asking for catch-up reads and stats. Oddly bad stats. Asking for recommendations and monthly votes. Chapter 15, Returning to Luoyang. Liu Zhuang asks for strategies. The same old early morning and timed. Please brothers, more support. Please catch up on the readings. And ask for monthly votes, recommended votes. This chapter transition was really thought out. Going back and forth with deletions. But after checking a lot of information about Emperor Ming's character, the author still felt that he needed a plot like this for the transition. Otherwise, it won't be like Emperor Ming of Han. Chapter 16, A Wise Ruler and a Wise Minister. Benefiting the whole world. Chapter 17, Success in the Present. Benefit in the 1,000 years. When an emperor and his favorites both do their best to do one thing, there is no hindrance in these days. After some preparation, just in the 6th year of the Yangpion, Gukong began the formal business of ruling the fields. As he said, Liu Zhuang also performed the pro-plowing ceremony in the spring plowing, setting an example for the whole world. The significance of this move is extraordinary. Everyone could see the emperor's determination, and it could be said that it directly cleared all obstacles for Gukong. But even though that was the case, Gukong was still exempt from the temple fights. Human nature is inherently contentious. If Gu remained brilliant, the benefits left for others would become less, and how could they be willing to do that? Only this time, they had also learned to be smart and weren't directly targeting Gukong. As Liu Zhuang ascended the throne for longer and longer, the group of ministers were also getting to know more and more about the character of this current emperor. Under Liu Zhuang's rule, officials were required to have real talent. Although he has not been on the throne for a long time, he has dismissed countless officials, and Liu Zhuang also asked every year to report on the performance of the officials, both merits and demerits. Even the officials who did nothing to be reported. Reward for meritorious service. Even if they had, they would not be heavily penalized as long as they strictly implemented the policies of the court and did not harm the people. But if you hurt people or do nothing, then there's a penalty. Under these circumstances, I don't know how many people were waiting for Gukong to make a mistake or fail this time around, and then they would rise up and attack, intending to directly cut off the entire Gu clan's path. Gukong knew this all too well. However, he was not affected in any way, but carried out the various arrangements in a step-by-step manner, and everything was that organized. Gui had been silently watching all of this. Needless to say, when there is a person-to-person comparison, it becomes clear how big the gap between attributes can really be. Let's take Gukong as an example. He is getting busier and busier since he started ruling the field completely. Whether it is the concrete implementation of the policy of fertilizing fields or the manufacture of the curved plow, it is necessary for him to keep an eye on it personally, and as a Shongshu Lang, at a very high political level. On top of that, Gukong also needed to help Liu Zhuang draft edicts, as well as deliberate with Liu Zhuang from time to time. The role of the wise ruler and the wise minister comes into play at such times. Liu Zhuang was originally a wise ruler in his original history, although he is rarely mentioned in modern times. His achievements cannot be erased. Now after having Gukong, this effect is then to be even more pronounced. Liu Xiu's emerging Han and unresolved problems were quickly resolved with the cooperation of Gukong and Liu Zhuang. Fixed the Chinese dress, restored the rites in music, promoted virtue, and thoroughly finalized the system of assessing officials. Liu Zhuang takes himself as an example. Re-establishment of the old age ritual, and personally went to the Imperial College Pyong, to show respect for the education and tradition. It is also good that the first implementation of the place set in Hebei, which greatly reduces the energy he needs to pay. It wasn't for nothing that Gukong had the entire family make the transition before. Regarding Gu Kang's request, those great clans that were friends with the Gu clan were all incredibly cooperative. And he also enabled the talented people who had been selected through the Gu's private schools over the years. Let them, the individual HB natives, help him go into more detail on this. Upon seeing all of this, Gu Yi was even a bit skeptical, fearing that back then, Gukong had already pondered over today's situation. This speculation made Gu Yi's jaw drop a bit. If that was true, how strong would someone with the peak attribute value actually be? Gu Yi was a little hard to imagine. As for Gu Shang, Gu Yi likewise gave his attention. especially after learning that he had actually gotten acquainted with Ban Chao. Gu Yi placed more of his mind on him. Gu Kong was indeed good to his family, and right after Gu Sheng spoke to him about the lift, he spoke to Lu Zhuang about it the next day, and the results were not unexpected. After hearing about Ban Chao's acts of benevolence and filial piety, Lu Zhuang immediately agreed to the matter and allowed him to follow Gu Sheng. In today's Maharaja who demands more and more character, the relationship between the person being lifted and the lifter is more than just words. This was an unexpected pleasure for Gu Since, and Gu Yi could also see that Lu Zhuang was still very cognizant of Gu Sheng's skills. Otherwise his character would never have let Gu Sheng stay in the middle army. This undoubtedly made Gu Yi look forward to it even more. As long as Gu Sheng was able to display all of his talents, his achievements would definitely not be lower than Gu Kang's. The future is promising. Nangong. Unlike the seriousness of the past days, today's Gu Kang's face carried a clear look of joy. He's got kids. It seems to have been influenced by Gu Xiao at the beginning, and Gu Kong is not addicted to women's colors in the slightest. After many years of marriage with Lu Lilu, this has just had an heir, so naturally there is some joy. In fact, Gu Yi was also very helpless about this matter. How come everyone in my family is so serious? Though apart from Gu Kong, several of Gu Zhao's sons and daughters also had children, but it had disappeared from the family information from the moment they got married. These people could only help Gu be strong, but they couldn't make Gu Yi feel safe. No way. The game is over when the first family dies. In any case the first family must have a bloodline. Gu Yi was already planning to add another rule among the house rules the next time he manipulated his character again, so as to avoid any mishaps. It wasn't without good news though. The child's attributes were considered Gu's first hexagonal warrior. Gu Liang. Interior, 73, Diplomacy, 68, Politics, 75, Command, 63, Force, 65. It doesn't stand out in any individual way, but it's better all around. It's actually a given. What family produces talent from generation to generation? This attribute was already considered qualified, and Gu Yi was quite satisfied with it. As soon as Feng stepped into the door of the hall, Lu Zhuang immediately recognized Gu Kang's abnormality, and instantly understood it, laughed out loud twice, and said, "Born? By your majesty's concern, the mother and child are safe." Gu Kang nodded and said with a serious salute, "Mother and child? A boy? After all?" Lu Zhuang froze for a moment, then also laughed out loud. "Good Ji sure has a queen, and is my son and nephew. I am at peace." He speaks from the heart. Lu Lilu, the younger sister, was fine, but it was mostly because of Gu Kong. In fact, Lu Zhuang's current attitude towards the relatives is still suppression, but the only difference is towards the Gu clan. Gu Kong really conquered Lu Zhuang with his skills, although the matter of ruling the field has not yet come to fruition today. However, Gu Kang's talent in the rest of the world was also recognized by Lu Zhuang. The two have complementary personalities. Seeing that Gu Kong has been running for the court but does not have an heir, Lu Zhuang has already mentioned it several times, but there was nothing he could do about such things. We can't just issue an edict to let Gu Kong indulge in female sex a little more, can we? Now that she heard that Gu Kong finally had a son, she was also in a rare state of happiness. The two chatted like this for a while, and then this was followed by another talk about politics as usual. Humph. Lu Zhuang snorted coldly, glanced at Gu Kong and said, "It was only in the second year of Yongping that I used the previous emperor's order that all officials should not save holy as an example to prohibit them from flattering each other. How long has this been going on now? Then someone dares to go against the edict I gave in the first place. Gee sure, what do you think? What should I do?" When talking about political matters, Lu Zhuang's entire expression changed completely, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. As in the original history, Lu Zhuang was extraordinarily strict in his treatment of his subjects. It even set a precedent for caning, which was aimed at officials. During these years, from time to time, ministers were beaten for their mistakes, and even Lu Zhuang had personally moved his hand. The 100 officials are all extraordinarily fearful of this. I won't tell you what kind of beating it was, but the main point is that it was humiliating to be punished in public. Nowadays, under the leadership of Lu Zhuang, the great Han has become more and more valued for character and reputation. Being beaten in private is just. Being beaten in public means that the career has come to an end. Who can't be afraid? And as the Shongshu Lang, for Lu Zhuang said this matter Gu Kong naturally know. The ministers used the fact that there was no major disaster in the world this year to tout Lu Zhuang's saintliness as an emperor. That's kind of normal, but this time it wasn't just that. This was also directed at Gu Kong. It really seemed to be the will of God that the year of Yongyuan 6 was surprisingly free of any mega disasters. Moreover, the Gu clan had been rooted in the land of Hebei for many years, and knew the mountains and terrain of the land of Hebei very well. With the cooperation of the great clan, repairing water, fertilizing fields, weeding and preventing disasters. All the preparations in favor of the farming matter Gukong could be said to have done it with ease, and there was not a single mistake. In this regard, the group of ministers have seen it in their eyes, though you can't strike out in the open. But there was nothing to lose by blocking Gu's retreat in this way, so why not? Even with the example of the giant deer, they also didn't believe that Gukong could really make the entire land of Hebei increase its production. At present, the Han dynasty is ruled by Confucianism, and the prophecy and superstition of the Emmanuel school of thought are prevalent. Are you kidding me? Can such a thing be done by a mere mortal? Under the influence of this general environment, even if Liu Xiu trusted Gukong as much as he did, there would naturally be times of doubt. Nowadays this is a problem. Apparently that's the reason. He's afraid of wasting time. For an emperor with big ambitions in his heart, time has always been the most important thing. It was not that Liu Xiu was unknown, but the limitations of the times. It is naturally too difficult for Gukong to accept what amounts to increasing production by scientific means. If this were any superstitious emperor, even if he could reuse Gukong, I am afraid that he would not agree to do this matter of ruling the field. Gukong had long been prepared for this. Without half a moment's hesitation, he immediately bowed toward Liu Xiu and said earnestly, "Your Majesty need not be concerned over this matter. Nowadays, the Great Han is different from the past, and the world is in full bloom. The 100 officials celebrate Your Majesty's honor, and Your Majesty can accept it with as much joy as you like. You have doubts in your mind, so I will give you the most direct response." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiu frowned slightly. "Gee sure, when did you also become a flatterer? Your Majesty." Gukong was not flustered and remained calm. "I have come here to speak with Your Majesty about this matter. The power of the tree corn in Hebei is far greater than in the past. This year, it's sure to be a bumper year." Liu Xiu just silently looked at Gukong and did not make any statement. He was an emperor who looked at results and would not be swayed by the words of any of his subjects. But Liu Xiu also knew Gukong's nature. He never teases before the king. Thinking, Liu Xiu nodded slightly. "Good. With these words from Jezebel, I have no worries." He did not say any more on the subject of this matter, but directly, as usual, once again discussed the political affairs of the day with Gukong. In response, Gu Yi, who was silently watching all of this, wasn't surprised in the slightest. Liu Xiu was an emperor of such character. It is impossible for him to be able to always fully trust a subject. The very fact of probing the 100 officials with one's eyes and ears says it all. Gu Yi, however, wasn't worried. Liu Xiu was not without merit, and for today's Gu, it was enough for him to maintain a clear distinction between reward and punishment, because Gukong's various moves didn't seem to have any problems to Gu Yi. Compared to the contemporary level of farming in the Great Han, his doing so would definitely far exceed the yields of previous years. Sure enough, when the news of the great harvest in the land of Hebei reached the court, the whole court was shocked. The figure of 2 stones per acre really shocked everyone. You know, the world today, even if you take the year of the most abundant harvest, the maximum is only this number. Instead, these 2 stones are now the average value. The most fertile land Jiulu County, Wei County and Bohai County yielded even more than 2 stones per mu. Jiulu aside, Gukong's initiative to fertilize the fields over the years was not useless, but for Wei County and Bohai County, this production has completely exceeded the previous record. And there are test plots within the states and counties. Gukong's arrangement for the test field is to focus on testing. He used all the ways he could fertilize a field in a separate field. While this method may not seem scientific in today's modern times, it's the best way to go with the current situation in the Great Han. Of course, this is then destined to affect the yield of the field. However, since it is a testing ground, it is mainly for the purpose of experimentation. Gukong had long been prepared to experiment for many years, so as to pick out the policy of fertilizing the fields that best suited the states of the world. This is destined to be a slow process, and for today's Han, a good harvest in the land of Hebei will suffice. Liu Xiu's joy was visible to the naked eye. He was at the court and immediately appointed Gukong as the Grand Secretary of Agriculture, directly elevating him to the rank of 9 ministers. And this time the dynasty could not say anything more. Gukong's move was destined to be something that would be a boon to everyone in the world. And for these great clans within the temple who occupied most of the land in the world, the benefits they could get far exceeded those of the common people. And who would refuse such benefits? Celebrate with your country. There were even ministers who wanted to directly extend the policy of fertilizing fields in Hebei to all parts of the Han dynasty. To this, Liu Xiu naturally agreed. Gukong also didn't say much. He seemed to have gradually detected the difference brought about by the difference in geology through the yield of the test field. But it is obviously impossible to study these completely in the current era. While yields vary from place to place, they are all far better than they used to be. And what's there to say no to? The following year, Gu Kong implemented the policy of fertilizing the fields more specifically. For once, it was as if the whole world's passion for farming had been ignited, especially under Liu Zhuang's propaganda. The great harvest in Hebei in the 6th year of Yongping had become known all over the world. Gu Kong simply became a god directly in the hearts of the people of the world. It is amazing that the land can be made more productive with human power. After hearing that Gu Kong was still in charge of the fertilized fields this time, the people all over the world rejoiced. They are the ones who care most about food production. And it was a year of minor disasters though. However, the grain production of the entire Han dynasty was also far greater than in the past. Cornucopia 30. When this phenomenon appeared in the Great Han, it was enough to show how great the impact of this matter really was. After learning about this, Liu Zhuang even decided to personally lead the 100 officials to sacrifice Liu Xiu, seemingly to inform him of the present-day prosperity of the Han dynasty. 100 barbarians paid tribute to the post, salty to come to help the sacrifice. This sacrifice is not as grand as that, but the significance of the whole world is different. Nowadays, the Han dynasty, it seems to have the image of 10,000 nations coming to the court. In the 7th year of Yongping, Kong was in charge of the world's fields, and all the people obeyed him. In that year there was a great ripening of grain, and the granary was rich, with 30 ducats of corn, so that the people were saved from the pain of hunger and discouragement. The work of Kong is a credit to the present generation and a benefit to the future. Ho Han Shu, Gu Kong Lie Biography. Chapter 18, Wan Fang is guilty, and the sin lies with me. The time has come. All the people of the world are convinced of this. Gu Yi also thought deeply. It should be realized that in the original historical trajectory, the period of Emperor Ming of Han Dynasty was the key stage for the rapid recovery of the state power of the Eastern Han Dynasty. At that time, natural disasters were becoming less frequent, and all kinds of favorable policies were being implemented. In the original history, Liu Zhuang had already succeeded in restoring the power of the Han Dynasty to a certain height. Not to mention that now with Gu Kang's help, the introduction of scientific farming was destined to affect the progress of the restoration of the entire Great Han, even to the extent of making the entire Great Han's national strength far exceed its original history. The combination of Liu Zhuang plus Gu Kong, a pair of monarchs and ministers, would be destined to create a thoroughly prosperous world. After the great harvest in the 7th year of Yongning, Liu Zhuang and Gu Kong both quickly adjusted their direction and ordered the counties to give public land to the poor, distributing it according to population, in varying amounts. It also strictly prohibited local big clans from encroaching on the fields. The impact of this matter is so great that it is comparable to the time when Liu Xiu made his first degree of field in the past. Yet no one is able to disobey at all. Everyone in this matter had already gotten the benefit of the doubt, and to be offending the emperor at a time like this would be more trouble than it was worth. Moreover, Liu Zhuang also sent felons from the central plains to the frontier to cultivate the land while guarding against foreign enemies. This move could be a great one. Not only does it ease the pressure on the border defense, but it also increases the arable land of the Great Han. It has even gradually brought down the crime rate in the world. Similarly, Liu Zhuang left these criminals with the hope that if they could defend themselves against foreign enemies, or if they reclaimed as much land as they could, they would be able to have their crimes reduced. Under this pile of initiatives, in just 2 years' time, the national strength of the entire Han dynasty had been completely restored, and its development momentum far exceeded that of the former Han dynasty. The feeling this gives is extremely obvious. The whole of Han, it was as if it had been transformed. Even the people at the bottom of the ladder surprisingly had food left over and smiles on their faces. The world is at peace. The people are free from labor. The years are ripe, and the people are rich. This is the best illustration of the current era. Because of this, both Liu Zhuang, the emperor, and Gu Kong, the man who led the world to rule the fields, had reached an unimaginable level of popularity. Whenever the harvest time came, the people consciously paid homage to the Son of Heaven by going towards Luoyang and saying holy in their mouths. As for Gu Kong, the people regarded him as an immortal who could give them a great harvest. This reaction is unprecedented. Because of this, the reputation of the entire Gu clan was also growing in this situation. It was even higher than when Gu Xiao was alive. This was something Gu Yi hadn't expected at all. Nowadays, Gu Kang's status in the entire Great Han dynasty has completely reached a height that no one can match, even if his status is still the ninth secretary. The official position, however, is obviously not a complete indication of where he stands today. Whether it is from the emperor's favor or from their own merits, he has gradually had the power of his father. No one can ignore what he said, and since all the ministers in the temple are the ones who will benefit the most, how can they stop Gu Kang's path again? One step to heaven. That's what it's all about. And with the gradual recovery of the country's strength, Liu Zhuang's mind was gradually shifted to being on top of the enemy. As a matter of fact, ever since Liu Xiu revived the Great Han, the borders of the Great Han have never been peaceful. Because of the loss of control over the western region, today's western region can be said to be in chaos, and completely become a big tonic for the northern Xiongnu. Northern Xiongnu utilized the manpower and material resources of the western region to increase its strength, and repeatedly invaded the western counties of the Han dynasty, causing great suffering to the local people. With the vastness of the western region, this problem simply could not be solved back then. The world at that time simply could not afford a war of that magnitude. It is precisely for this reason that Liu Xiu has never intervened in the western regions, and even if the western regions come to surrender, he maintains the same attitude. And for the northern Huns, it was also about defending the city. It was a total bummer at the time. But now that the power of the Great Han has been restored, Liu Zhuang naturally wants to resolve this risk once and for all. In fact, Liu Zhuang had already been thinking about this for a long time. For the continuous strengthening of the borders, and set up Duliao generals, successively sent generals in the 4 directions. Through all this behavior can be seen his attitude. But when Liu Zhuang spoke of raising an army, this time, however, the group of ministers were almost all against it. He even brought out Liu Xiu's rejection of Marquis Zhang of Langling and Marquis Mawu of Yangshu in order to calm the people, trying to persuade Liu Zhuang not to move his troops so easily. It can't be helped that the surge in grain production everywhere has made these people acutely aware of the benefits. Fighting a war is destined to interfere with farming. No one wants to fight at all in this situation today. To put it bluntly, they just haven't made enough. And in the face of the group of ministers using such excuses to oppose the movement of troops, Liu Zhuang was also very helpless. What can I do? The Great Han dynasty rules by filial piety, and with all these years, he used himself as an example. Nowadays the Han world has become more and more concerned about character, especially filial piety and honoring teachers. He could have forced the matter through the emperor's identity, but if he did so he would undoubtedly be destroying his own foundation. Some things, if done, it will take a lot more effort to try to make it up again. Liu Zhuang was obviously aware of this, so he never made up his mind. Nangong. Today's Liu Zhuang talked to Gukong about this matter as usual. Gukong is more and more favored nowadays. However, when facing Liu Zhuang, he always abides by the courtesy of a ruler and a subject, without the slightest sign of bullying. He respectfully bowed to Liu Zhuang before speaking. Your Majesty, in my opinion, not all of the group of ministers are opposed to the matter of moving the army. Now the great generals of our dynasty in the past who accompanied the late emperor in the rise of the Han dynasty are passing away one after another. The young generals are eager to build up their careers, but they just don't dare to speak up because the world is rolling along. But your Majesty can take it slowly. It's not that the group ministers don't want His Majesty to move the army, but they don't want His Majesty to move the army on a large scale. If your Majesty were to announce at this time that you are only sending your generals to attack and break it, the ministers would be overjoyed and would never refuse. And it will also be a chance to exercise my young generals of the Great Han. When we wait for another 2 years, when the power of the Han dynasty is completely restored and even surpasses that of Emperor Wen, the ministers will no longer have a reason to stop your Majesty. At that time, my Great Han will have a strong army and many generals. So why would your Majesty worry about not accomplishing the greatness in your heart? Gukong looked calm and methodically analyzed the dynastic situation for Liu Zhuang. Perhaps because of the relationship between anxious. If it was the past, Liu Zhuang absolutely can think of all kinds of ways to deal with these officials, but now also need to Gukong nudging. But it's not his fault. No emperor with great ambitions in his heart would choose to waste time. What's more, Gukong's appearance gave Liu Zhuang a grander ambition in his heart. He wants to make the Great Han surpass all previous dynasties, not even at the peak of the former Han. How can Liu Zhuang, who harbors such an ambition, watch time pass by in vain? However, after listening to Gukong's words, Liu Zhuang also gradually calmed down. He looked at Gukong with a complicated face, and after a moment of silence, he sighed once again. If all the ministers of my Great Han were like Jishur, I really can't imagine what prosperity the Great Han will present. The words are similar to those spoken back then, yet they are filled with a deeper emotion. My talent can only be utilized under a wise ruler like your Majesty, Gukong said humbly, without the slightest intention of being greedy for credit. This time, I won't take your words as flattering me. Liu Zhuang smiled, clearly having figured this out. He then summoned his ministers and announced the matter directly. And the reaction of the ministers was just as Gukong expected, praising Liu Zhuang for his wisdom. In fact, with a strong emperor like Liu Zhuang pulling the strings, it was the group of ministers who were under the most pressure. If it wasn't for being able to use Liu Xiu's move back then as a shield, who in the world dares to oppose Liu Zhuang? Now that the emperor has said that it is an attack, it already means that there will be no large-scale mobilization of troops. So how can they continue to hold out? The big event was set in motion, and when Liu Zhuang calmed down completely, his remarkable talent was fully displayed. he quickly formulated a strategy of 4 armies to fight the northern Xiongnu. Taipu Zirong led 11,000 soldiers of the Hedong, Beidi, and Sheha Qianghu and the southern Shanyu out of the Gaokei Plateau. Dou Gu, captain of the Bang Che, led the Jiuquan, Dunhuang and Zhangye armored soldiers and the Lushui Qianghu to ride out of Jiuquan with a total of 12,000 horsemen. The extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Geng Bing, led Wu Wei, Longxi, Tianshui to recruit soldiers and Xianghu 10,000 riders out of Juyansai. Cavalry captain Limio led the soldiers of Taiyuan, Yanmen, Dai County, Right Beiping and Dingxiang counties and 11,000 horsemen of Wuhuan and Xianbei out of the Pingqing Seal. The 4 armies, together, pushed northward to conquer the northern Xiongnu. After many years, the war machine of the Great Han finally started up again. Although it is not like the world's chaos when the whole world is like all-out effort, but with the Han's current national strength, the strength of these 4 armies is not comparable to the past. Zhangsheng, Gu Sheng winded up and found Ban Chao, shouting excitedly, "The opportunity for you and my brother to make a mark has finally come. His Majesty has given me permission to accompany Captain Feng Che on the expedition. He's just been holding it in for too long." Over the years, although there were occasional skirmishes in the Han, he had not been activated, and had always stayed in the center of the army to train his soldiers. Now that the opportunity had finally come, how could he not be excited? Upon hearing this, Ban Chao was also overjoyed, and at that moment, he directly stood up, grabbed Gu Sheng's arm, and eagerly asked, "Is brother's statement true?" The two of them did get along very well, and after spending some time together they even became sworn brothers. Naturally true. Gu Sheng nodded. How would I joke about this? Ban Chao was instantly agitated. In fact, when he first heard Gu Sheng say that he would recommend him to the army, he was still very happy, because Ban Chao also always felt that he was not fit to hold a pen. "I thought the next thing I would face would be to build a career. Who would have guessed that the wait would be so many years? Now that opportunity has really come. Zhongsheng, you and I, brothers, must seize this opportunity. Elder brother told me that as long as we can accomplish great feats this time, His Majesty will definitely reuse us then. Your Majesty is a great lord and wise ruler. This is a blessing that we must never fail to fulfill." Gu Sheng seriously looked at Ban Chao and said, "Don't worry, brother, I will not disgrace the Grand Sifu." Ban Chao obviously still remembered Gu Kang's favor of recommendation. This is the Han of today. At a time when character is more and more valued, the gift of recommendation is also a great favor. "I'm telling you not to live up to your talents." Unexpectedly, Gu Sheng suddenly became serious and stared at Ban Chao closely, saying, "Do you still remember the face reader from back then? He has said that both you and I, brothers, will be sealed in 10,000 miles. My brother has always kept this in mind." At the end of his words, Gu Sheng patted Ban Chao's shoulder with extra seriousness, his eyes filled with expectations. Looking at Gu Sheng's eyes that seemed to be glowing with light, Ban Chao was stunned for a moment, and after taking a deep breath, he then nodded his head in an unusually serious manner. For today's cons, a troop movement of this magnitude would naturally not cause any undue fuss. However, the ministers would bring up this matter from time to time. They seemed to have sensed Lu Zhuang and Gu Kang's thoughts. From time to time, he would say something like, "The people of the world are eager for His Majesty to continue to cultivate his voice." It seems to be an attempt to dispel the thoughts in Lu Zhuang's mind with the name of the people of the world. Farming, is it? What's the point of fighting a war when there's nothing to fight for? The West is so far away. How much labor must it cost? As for the northern Huns, even more so. Back then, Emperor Xiuwu fought for so many years, but in the end, he still couldn't eliminate the root and branch. Look how much the people of the world love you today. As long as you don't make a big fuss and continue to rule the world like this, your future evaluation will never be lower than Emperor 1. Why toss it? With regard to this point in the minds of the group of ministers, Lu Zhuang and Gu Kong, the two political masters, naturally both knew it well, but Lu Zhuang didn't even bother to respond to that. "This time, it's just that you guys are using the late emperor's move back then as a shield. When the world's national strength far exceeds that of the former Han, if he still dares to say nonsense again, it will not be his fault. He was not an emperor who could be tolerated all the time." Dayang Hall. When Lu Zhuang once again heard someone talking about where the people were praising him, he instinctively frowned. That kind of talk has been increasing lately. When the people's compliments take on political connotations, they likewise become tainted. He was just about to chortle and tell the 100 officials not to mention this matter often in the future. Unexpectedly, just in the next moment, the sky changed abruptly and dramatically. The familiar scene happened again. The sky was slowly darkening at a rate visible to the naked eye. The words came to an abrupt end. The 100 officials all noticed this scene, and one's expression instantly changed drastically. Liu Xiu and Gukong also froze. The scene instantly brought back memories for them. When the prince of Gushao died, the sky changed dramatically. Liu Xiu used this as an excuse to prevent the 100 officials from calling themselves saints. This matter is not a secret in the world. It was also because of this that no one in the courtroom today could remain calm when they saw the sudden change in the color of the sky again. After a short period of silence, the three dukes in the court immediately got up one after another, wanting to take off their crowns and bow to heaven. At the same time, there were also panicked shouts from officials. For many years there has not been a change in the sky, and now that my Han has just raised an army, there is such a sudden change. Can it be that God does not allow my Han to raise an army? Your Majesty, the sudden change in the heavens is no accident. I beg your Majesty to stop the army and put the people at rest, so as not to offend the heavens and tire the people. Listening to the shouts, Liu Zhuang's expression became more and more ugly, with the contemporary people of the world in general. Even though Liu Zhuang had extraordinary talents, he simply could not avoid the superstitious belief in the ways of ghosts and gods. Even Gu Kong, who had been educated by Gu Yi, couldn't quite do that, let alone others. But to say that this act alone made him give up all the ambitions he had in his heart for so many years, how is that possible? He's Liu Zhuang. He is the emperor who will lead the entire Han dynasty to the top. How can we give up just because of this one change in the sky? In a short moment of time, countless thoughts tumbled up from within Liu Zhuang's mind. Seeing that the third male was already about to lead the way and kneel down, just for a moment, his chortle snapped. No need. Everyone immediately looked at Liu Zhuang. At this time the sky is not yet completely dark, and there are still candles around, and does not affect the sight of the crowd. Only Liu Zhuang, with a serious expression, slowly got up and said solemnly in front of the courtiers, "One Feng is guilty, and the guilt lies with my own. There is no need for you to kneel. Just do your duty. From this day forward, I will fast. If my army of the Great Han does not win the flag, I, hereafter, will never eat meat." The whole hall was shocked. The entire hall fell into absolute dead silence at this instant. Gu Kong looked at Liu Zhuang in a daze, while Liu Zhuang also looked at Gu Kong at that moment. The king and the minister looked at each other. With just one glance, they perceived each other's determination. There are not any excessive words. Gu Kong just exhaled deeply, and then he made a deep bow toward Liu Zhuang. Chapter 19, Going North to Break the Enemy. The offensive and defensive potentials are different. Chapter 20, Ruling the Great River to enable the western regions to blossom on two fronts. Chapter 21, The Heaven of the Western Regions. Only I, the Great Han, can do it. Chapter 22, Unfulfilled Ambition. Liu Zhuang collapses. It's a new week. The new book list is refreshed, and I'm begging on my knees for recommendations and monthly votes. The plot after Emperor Ming is probably about to get a little faster and in a different style than recent episodes. Brothers, don't worry about the plot falling apart. Truth be told, the author has completely conceptualized a very long plot. In fact, the fish also have a belly full of words want to chatter down. Or take the opportunity to early next month to get a more rules out. The number of the early preparations for the shells of the explosion of the number. Chapter 23, The Western Region's Shocking Change. What is filial piety? Happy New Year. Chapter 24, Northern Huns Escape to the West. One battle to settle the Western regions. Yanqi State. The sound of the two armies fighting rose in all directions. Although Gu Sheng's behavior did serve to confuse the enemy troops. However, after several attempts, the king of Zhuo was still unwilling to let go of this war opportunity, and personally led his army, coming straight to Yanqi. This battle is destined to be bloody. Even though Gu Sheng had long ago ordered his troops to organize their defense in advance and wait for them. However, there was no way that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the Han army was at a clear disadvantage in terms of numbers. The bottom line is that the Chevalier has also rebelled. The impact of this on the entire battle situation can be considered extremely fatal. The Cheshi's mutiny completely blocked Gu Sheng's retreat. The entire Han army was caught in a circle of front and rear attack. The entire western region gradually developed in an uncontrollable direction with Liu Zhuang's illness and death. But for the generals in the city, there was only one option. It would be a deadly battle. Surrender? Who could afford to lose that one? Who could do something that would dishonor their family and shame their ancestors? In this situation, the commanding abilities of the commanders of both sides were thoroughly displayed. Gu Sheng was indeed a natural commander. He was always that calm, dealing with problems, sometimes a feint, to make the enemy think that the Han army is going to let go, sometimes a small raid. Various tactics made it very difficult for the northern Huns and the Cheshire army. This is a natural safeguard for the heart of the army in the present situation. The bottom line is, the generals trusted Gu Sheng. I believe the court will come with reinforcements. As soon as the reinforcements arrive, they will be able to tear open the encirclement between the Cheshire and the rear. And at that point the so-called encirclement war will be completely reversed. Gu Yi had been watching everything. Too much has changed today compared to the original history he knew. As to whether Gu Sheng could hold out until reinforcements arrived or not, he wasn't actually sure. But Gu Yi wouldn't dwell on such things that couldn't be changed. What he was really thinking about was the other side of the coin. In the past, he had always felt that as long as he was able to keep enough achievement points that could be manipulated, he would be able to solve everything. But now Gu Yi was suddenly awakened. He may not always be able to solve all crises now that history has completely changed. For the whole Gu's 10,000 year plan, there must be no less help from props in it. The family can't always be so smooth. Without his manipulation, the family's current generation has actually exceeded Gu Yi's expectations. But the reason for this was only because of the extraordinary talents of both Gu Kong Gu Sheng. And in that, there is also a large part of the reason is with his original education. But also encountered Lu Zhuang, this kind of bright ruler. Gu Yi had carefully observed these third-generation sons of the family such as Gu Liang, though Gu Kong had likewise attached great importance to their education, and had even followed the example of those operations that Gu Yi had used to educate them back in the day. But even if Gu Kang's talent is as unbelievable as it is, in the face of the limitations of the times, it was impossible for him to do exactly what Gu Yi had done back then to educate across the ages. And the difference in attributes also doomed each person to comprehend different things, at least among Gu Yi's observations. Among the third generation of the family, there was no one who could carry the banner like Gu Kong Gu Sheng. Now it's Gu Sheng against a foreign enemy. What if one day in the future, the family suffers this kind of butchery? With history having changed, Gu Yi could not always be a prophet. Lu Zhuang's death several years ahead of schedule says it all. Many dangers are hidden in the invisible, whether it's a dim king or a chaotic world. With Gu's influence nowadays, can you still stay out of it? The only prop that Gu Yi currently knew was the god-level heavenly image card, and he didn't know what the other levels of props were good for. Yet he was certain that if he was in a situation where all preparations in reality failed, the only way to solve the family's crisis would be with props. It seems like the importance of achievement points is going to increase again, not only to stay enough to make control achievement points, but likewise to ensure a certain amount of props reserves, lest the family really have a crisis that can't be solved. Gu Yi sighed darkly, feeling nothing but pressure. The political level of Gu Kong is indeed very reassuring. Right after Liu had settled the matter once and for all, Gu Kong made a series of arrangements. The Han army, which had long been poised for action, finally moved. Zhanye, Jiuquan, Dunhuang, 3 counties, a total of 20,000 has long been fully loaded and ready to go straight to the west. All of this was an arrangement that Lu Zhuang had discussed with him before his death. And this is still the advance force, only to go to the rescue of the Han army in the western region now. And there will be a large army to follow. But in these times, neither the transmission of edicts nor the speed of the army's march could be achieved overnight. Neither Gu Sheng nor Ban Chao would be able to get out of danger anytime soon. Yankee domestic. The great battle grew more and more bitter. Although the Chaisher and the northern Xiongnu had never been able to kill their way into the city, the situation for the entire Han army was becoming more and more dangerous. Casualties are one aspect. The bottom line is, they're going to run out of food. The western region is a vast area, and food and provisions would have been one of the problems the Han army would have had to face. Moreover, they were to pacify the western region, not to oppress it as the northern Huns did, so they would not hurt the people excessively. Now as the siege grows longer, this problem naturally becomes apparent, and in this dire situation, it would be impossible for Gu Sheng to limit the food for the generals at all. After all, if you don't have enough to eat, how can you have the strength to fight? It was in this situation that Gu Sheng could be said to have exhausted all means. At the end of the day, it was a situation of cooking the armor and crossbows and eating their sinews. But even if that was the case, the entire Han army was not disorganized in the slightest. Because no matter what, Gu Sheng always led the group of generals to lead by example, always sharing the pain with the generals. Add to that the hundreds of Chinese soldiers who had always followed Gu Sheng over the years. They were like C-pins, stabilizing the basic morale of the entire Han army. All of them were holding their energy in their hearts, only waiting for the reinforcements to arrive and vent this bad anger ruthlessly. During this time, the northern Huns were naturally thinking of various ways. After the failure of the recruitment and surrender, they are more directly cut off the water source of the Han army, attempting to make the Han army from the internal direct chaos. But they had underestimated Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng had followed Gu Kong for many years, and although he was not as good as Gu Kong in water conservancy, he was far ahead of most of his contemporaries. He quickly identified several locations. Let the digging down begin. When that wisp of clear spring gushed out from the ground, the sound like thunderous shouts resounded in the city, as if it represented their determination. Han's army, never take a step back. It was in this condition that the North Huns became more and more anxious. News of the Han army's move has come through. How could they not panic? Facing the iron hooves of the Great Han, not to mention the district Chaisher, even the northern Xiongnu did not dare to take a hard look, but let them just withdraw their troops. How is that possible? It goes without saying that the moment they chose to defect, there was no turning back. But for the northern Xiongnu, this withdrawal is equivalent to the entire western region directly ceded to the Han army. It's a fat piece of meat. The key for the present-day northern Huns to repeat the glory of their predecessors lies in the western regions. As long as they could capture the city, they could defend it to the death as Gu Sheng did and wear out the Han troops that came. Even if you can't attack, directly facing the Han army was also the Che division, who had every opportunity to take advantage of this time to retreat, relying on their deployment behind them to stretch the Han army's supply lines and consume them. For a moment, they attacked more and more frantically. Gu Sheng was keenly aware of this. He knew that reinforcements were coming. When hearing this news from Gu Sheng, the three armies shook. Gu Sheng quickly made a tactical arrangement, on the basis of ensuring that it would not be taken. It was always ready to cooperate with the reinforcements to directly tear apart the encirclement of the northern Huns. Just under that pull. Finally, the reinforcements from the Great Han arrived. Upon realizing that the Chaisher army was in complete disarray, Gu Sheng did not hesitate for a second and directly led his army to kill. The situation changed immediately. The one who led the reinforcements this time was Gungbing. Obviously he completely absorbed the lessons of the failure of the last northern expedition and made a very strict deployment in advance. He divided the entire reinforcements into 3 columns. By the center army charging head-on, the left and right sides blocked the reinforcements from the North Huns. He had great faith in Gu Sheng's talent. It's to wipe out the entire Chaisher resistance here. The moment the Chaisher army was in complete disarray, the front and back attack has been fully formed. There's not much to say about the Han army inside the city. Although they were physically and mentally exhausted, this was the time for them to vent their grievances. When are humans most courageous? Going crazy. Such is the case with these Han troops today. Even Gu Sheng's eyes were red. These days, he was under far more pressure than anyone else, afraid of any mishap, which in turn will lead to the death of those who follow him and believe in him because of him. At this time, it was the time for him to vent the pressure in his heart. The sound of hoofbeats and wailing rose in all directions. Faced with the morale of the Han army, the entire Chaisher army is just like a piece of paper, quickly broken, and the resulting chaos is a disaster for the 3 armies. The big picture is set. When Gungbing saw Gu Sheng, who was covered in blood, his entire body froze. The magnitude of Gu Sheng's changes nowadays simply made him feel unfamiliar. The whole person was going to look much thinner, and his temperament had completely changed. His eyes were full of fatigue. However, the aura of regicide was extraordinarily amazing. Greetings, General. Gungbing instinctively lowered his head and bowed his hand. By order of His Majesty, the general may control all the troops. Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng also directly nodded his head, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Good. Pass on my general's orders at once. The 3 armies get ready. Immediately follow me to pursue the northern Xiongnu. Gu Sheng seemed to have thought of everything a long time ago, and his expression was very serious. At those words, Gungbing's entire body instantly froze. Direct pursuit? Now. He swallowed his saliva and hastily spoke. General, our army is exhausted. Why don't we take this opportunity to rest and recuperate for the future? Though he would like to take credit for it, but he really felt that Gu Sheng was a bit too eager. This is supposed to be a hasty march. Coupled with this great battle, the Han army has long been exhausted. At this time the pursuit will not be cheaper for the enemy? However, Gu Sheng was very resolute and directly shook his head, saying, the opportunity is not to be lost, and time is not on our side. The northern Huns thought they could take advantage of our army's weakness to destroy us all. That's why they moved against me as well as Zhongxing at the same time. Now that the Chevalier is out of control, it is impossible to resupply them with food. The supply lines of the northern Huns were their greatest failure. Never let them rest. We must take advantage of this opportunity to completely sweep the northern Xiongnu out of the western region with a thunderous force. With that, he looked at the generals behind him. The Chaisher has plotted to rebel after submitting to my Han several times. This time, it has even put our army in danger. You are here to lead your brethren to behead the 2 kings of Chaisher, slaughter all those in Chaisher territory who are against my Han, and take complete control of Chaisher, so as to prepare grain and grass for my army. Tell the entire western region, there is a price to pay for disloyalty to my Han. Gu Sheng did not hide his murderous aura in the slightest. Here, the general led the order to leave. Gungbing silently gulped. This completely different feeling of Gu Sheng from when he was in Luoyang gave him great pressure. But looking at Gu Sheng's state at this moment, he still couldn't help but open his mouth and say, why doesn't the general recuperate properly, and just let the last general go ahead to pursue the attack? No need. Gu Sheng directly waved his hand. It wasn't because he wanted the credit. He really realized how rare the opportunity was. Leave it to someone else. He's not comfortable with it. Although Gung Bing was still helpless, he could only arch his hand and say yes. The three armies are in order. Gu Sheng also did not rest during this time, and through the intelligence from the scouts, he just stood in front of the map of Cam, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about the possibilities. Finally, when Gung Bing came again, Gu Sheng had then thought of everything. He divided the entire army into three, all the way for the pursuit army. This road army must bite the northern Huns to death so that he has no time to worry about him. The second road is in reserve. This pursuit was different from the previous ones. The army of northern Xiongnu was not a remnant army. The morale was decimated but not yet collapsed. It is necessary to ensure a certain fighting strength for the generals of the Great Han. And the third road was an intercepting army led by himself. This journey is the most important. It's about anticipating the next step in advance based on the route of the northern Huns, into ambushes and interceptions. In fact, this large army was naturally best dominated by the army that had been following Gu Sheng. However, Gu Sheng did not intend to bring them this time. The army is weary, and these men must be well rested today, while a thorough settling of the entire Chaishu is also critical, and these plans must ensure that nothing can go wrong in the rear. Even the few generals that had been following him Gu Sheng did not intend to bring, but this time, these generals were having none of it. General, the last general wasted an opportunity before, and now, even though he is tired, even the general still has to lead the army to kill the enemy, not to mention us. That's what Duga said. Nowadays, he could be said to be convinced of Gu Sheng, whether in terms of vigor or ability. He felt the gap between himself and Gu Sheng. Good. How can we let the general go on alone at this time? A man can die when he wants to, so what is there to fear? Gung Gong also opened his mouth. That's right. We are willing to go with the general to kill the enemy and would rather die than retreat. The sound of shouting resounded in the barracks. Gung Bing looked at Gung Gong in surprise. What's going on? Isn't this cousin of his high and mighty? How did he become like this? Not having experienced the siege, he naturally could not understand the feelings of the generals towards Gu Sheng at this time. For them, Gu Sheng had already conquered them completely. Yes. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharper and sharper. In that case, then we will go together. If we win this battle, we will jointly carve a stone for the ages. If defeated, then we will return together on horseback. The three armies thundered. Gu Sheng settled everything down in a moment. Spinning around, he immediately reorganized his troops and horses and directly pursued them. The only direction in which the northern Huns retreated was towards Guzi. Guzi country is the main road of the Silk Road. Who controls here can be said to completely control the initiative of the Silk Road. Today's Guzi has long been under the control of the northern Huns, and through Guzi it radiated in all directions, including the country of Shul, where Banqiao is today. Before Banqiao had gone forward to the Shul kingdom, the king of the Shul kingdom, Du Tu, was a Guzi of the northern Xiongnu arrangement. Gu Sheng is extremely skilled in penetration and encirclement tactics. He intended to move westward along the valley of the Peacock River, crossing the edge of the Kucha Oasis and pushing straight into the city of Guzi. The intention was to completely trap the entire Han army on the edge of the country of Guzi. The risks of doing so are indeed high. After all, there is also the power of the northern Xiongnu in Guzi. But Gu Sheng naturally had his judgment in doing so. Banqiao is still in the Shul country today. The country of Shul is definitely not lost. If not, the northern Xiongnu would have already had a large army, and it would be impossible for them to hold on. This was Gu Sheng's judgment of the overall battle situation. Now that the northern Huns have retreated, and the army is pushing straight towards Guzi, the northern Han army that is besieging Shul will surely retreat together. Banqiao just needs to seize this opportunity. Once the troops are moved, then there will be no time to worry within the country of Guzi. This is the best opportunity. As for whether Banqiao will counterattack, as brothers, how can we not understand each other? Things were just as Gu Sheng had judged. Banqiao's military ability was not bad at all, and after noticing the intention of the northern Xiongnu army to retreat, he immediately guessed that the battle situation had changed. Immediately, they were ready to counterattack. The disadvantages of a two-way war in the North Huns were on full display at this moment. Banqiao was more than just 36 horsemen nowadays. Instead, it has soldiers and horses from both the Shul and Utip kingdoms. Although compared to a large country like the Great Han, the troop strength of these two countries was naturally not worth mentioning. But don't forget, this is supposed to be in the west. Without stopping his horse, Banqiao directly pestered the northern Han army that was preparing to withdraw to Guzi, and that's exactly why. The whole country of Guzi was in great turmoil. Gu Sheng really blocked the northern Han army that was going to retreat back at this opportunity. Back and forth. Another grueling battle. The northern Hunnic army was in complete disarray. The transformation of things was completely beyond their imagination. It never occurred to them that the Han army would risk coming in pursuit despite their fatigue. It is even more difficult to imagine why the generals on both fronts without contact would make the same judgment at the same time. The moment the heart of the army was shaken, the end of this battle was already predetermined. After leaving behind more than 3,000 men, King Zhuo only had to turn to the northwest and run away again towards the Gumo kingdom. But would Gu Shang be able to leave such an opening? The moment the northern Han army was intercepted by him, the end of this battle was already predetermined. He hoofed it and quickly pursued it. At the same time, the army led by Gung Bing also did not stop at all. The two armies attacked Gumo together. And when Gu Shang won a great victory, Ban Chao was completely out of the way, and he quickly broke through the eastern border of Guzi, while advancing to re-attack Gumo. The three armies move in unison. King Zhuo abandoned the city and fled at night. Gu Shang personally led his army to pursue the attack, beheading more than 10,000 enemies and capturing countless. Northern Huns completely collapsed in the west. Thin Nu Shan knew great fear, cut off the discussion of the west to escape. In one battle, the west was settled. Jianchuan year August. The western region guard Shang guard Yanxi. The captives attacked cannot be overcome. We'll send extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of Gung Bing led 20,000 soldiers to support. Night and day to Yanxi. Shang is to open the city and Bing combined potential. The front and rear attack broke the Chaisher army. The captives were scattered. Abandoned armor to hide turtle. Shang then totaled all the armies, and went in to discuss in three ways. With extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Deng Bing was the center of the army, leading more than 10,000 foot and horsemen to follow the south of the desert. He led 5,000 light cavalry, sneaked through the Gobi, and detoured through the northern pass of Guzi. At that time, the military secretary Ban Chao was in Shul country, gathering more than 10,000 soldiers from Utepan and Shul, and attacking the flanks of Guzi out of the Onion Ridge to the east, in order to shock Guzi. Shang personally braved the attack to break through the formation and beheaded 6 famous kings under the command of the king of Zhuo. The captives were dispersed, leaving more than 3,000 corpses, and the rest of them ran to Gumo in great haste. By that time, Chao had already broken through the eastern border of Guzi and cut off its food support, so he attacked Gumo. Shang ascended to the height and swore to the people, saying, "In the past, Chen Tang beheaded Ji, and now I shall follow his example." They destroyed the wall with chariots and fired crossbows and cannons. Xiongnu, exhausted, abandoned the city to hide at night. The Han army chased and chopped off more than 10,000 levels, captured 100,000 cows and sheep, blood drenched in quicksand. Hujia sound is no more. The northern monarchs were horrified, and moved their clans to the west, not daring to return to Hansei. From the Pohan Sea to the Onion Ridge, the merchants and travelers are free from alarm and the camel bells are ringing. Emperor Zhang heard of the victory. The imperial edict said, "Shangfen thunder, Yang Wanli Tianwei." He ordered to carve the stone of Chigu Castle, and wrote, "Jinshu swept away the invaders." The three armies joined forces. The dust of Hu was forever tranquil, and the mountains and rivers were flawless. 50 countries in the western region all sent their sons to the service. Tribute camel and horse treasures. Bowed and said, "Tian Han not abandoned." The book of the later Han dynasty. Biography of Gu Shang. Chapter 25, Shangprin Gu. The Age of the Coming Curtains. Chapter 26, Gu Kong establishes a school, and is enthroned after death. Gu Kong seemed to have sensed the abnormality in his body. Since then, he worked even more night and day on his book, expended all his heart and soul in it. The core idea of Gu Kang's book is to respect ghosts and gods and keep them away, aiming to persuade people to solve some problems through their own efforts, rather than by paying homage to heaven and worshipping the gods. But at the same time he incorporated some of the prophetic science of present-day scripture. The divine right of kings and 3 principles and 5 constants were integrated into the orthodox concepts. Truly eclectic, taking the best of ancient and modern literature. That's how smart Gu Kong is, trying to articulate his thoughts without making a complete cutoff from both schools, which in turn incorporates all the rituals he made with Emperor Ming at the beginning. And in it Gu Kong also annotated the classics, incorporating his own insights. He had no intention at all of concealing this matter, and after he had gradually become a writer, he went to the Imperial College several times in succession, discussing his studies with all the scholars of the college. The magnitude of the impact caused by this matter could be said to be no less than Gu Shang's opening up of the entire western region. It's amazing that Gu Kong is ruling the roost. The ministers finally reacted to what Gu Kong was actually trying to do, especially after hearing about Gu Kang's doctrine. The entire Emmanuel school exploded. The effects of such things are not something that can be suppressed by status alone. Although Gukan and its director, but at its core, it diverges sharply from the whole conception of the present-day school of literature. The two sides discussed their studies for many days in the Imperial College. Gukong naturally dominated repeatedly. After all, his level of governance is not bad, not to mention the fact that there is also the bottom of the world's current prosperity in the world. This makes Gukong look somewhat invulnerable. Gradually, people had even begun to support Gukong, but even so, the entire academic furor in the Great Han continued unabated. Liu's talent in scripture was indeed excellent. Just in that state, he even decided to convene Confucian scholars from all over the world to discuss the similarities and differences of the five classics at the White Tiger Temple. The implications of this are truly unimaginable. Confucian scholars of present-day scripture, ancient scripture, and even Confucian scholars of repute from all over the world came here in droves. Although the two sides had always been at odds, it was natural for them to join forces against Gukong in this situation. Everyone realized how dangerous Gukong was. A man of his stature and with the roots of the Shangshi is a test for all Confucians in the world who have their own beliefs. But even if they join forces, what can they do? What is the integration of the strengths of the two schools of thought? The effort Gukong spent on this is unimaginable to the next person. He was always able to deliver both strikes at the most precise angles. The most crucial thing was that Gukong's depth of the Shangshi was just too deep, even if you look through the history books. Nor is it at all possible to find such a flourishing world as that of the present day. It was handcrafted by Liu Xiu and Gukong. This is a sure thing for Gukong. The successive successes of fertilizing the fields and governing the water laid sufficient foundation for Gukong's entire thought. A full few months, Gukong has been facing targeting from everyone. More and more people are being influenced by Gukong, whose ideas coupled with today's pomp and circumstance are just a little too convincing. At the end of the day, the crowd was finally silent. During this time, Liu Yuan had been listening carefully. Nowadays, as he gets older, his whole body looks more and more heroic. He's been having Bango keep track of everything. And, again, he had his own judgment. For the Confucian side, Liu showed that he cared more than Emperor Guangwu or even Emperor Ming. Finally, he asked Bangu to write the Baihutongi, in which he quoted Gukong's ideas in full, and made it an official school, completely set in stone the entire scholarly divide in the Eastern Han Dynasty. For a moment, Gukong's reputation unexpectedly reached its peak once more. Especially after those scholars who had chosen to follow Gukong had entered the Imperial College. Everyone seemed to have guessed what was going on, and even the atmosphere of the entire Imperial College had gradually shifted. Gu Yi had been watching all of this, and was also shocked in his heart at this time. Is this the beginnings of a general study in a theory of balance? Who would have thought that his education, which was only meant to avoid overly superstitious education of the family's children in the first place, would have developed into what it is today? Gu Yi remembered it well. Zhang Xian's Tongxue was a combination of both schools, while Wang Chang's Luanheng criticized the superstitions of prophecy and left. Though nowadays, the books written by Gukong seem to be less comprehensive than the two men. But what era is Gukong in today? How great this would be for the academic development of later generations is unknown to Gu Yi today. But for Gu, this, however, is a heavenly thing. The sky is bustling, countless people come and go. But all of this is no longer relevant to Gu. Since the White Tiger Watch meeting, Gukong seemed to have truly exhausted all his efforts. The whole thing is rapidly deteriorating. Obviously the age has not yet reached the age of the wind, but the whole person has long been full of gray hair. A look will know that it is exhausted. Father. Inside the Champion Marquis residence, Gu Liang and a group of Gu's children were all kneeling in the room, looking at the dying Gukong on the bed with grief on their faces. A heavy air of mourning permeated the entire room. Gukong laboriously turned his head, his gaze filled with worry as he swept through the family's children in turn, finally landing on Gu Lianger. His voice was weak and hoarse. Gu Liang had to come closer to barely hear his words. After I die, the family's power will surely weaken rapidly. Although you and others have some talent, placed in other families or can keep the success, but in my Gu's case, but not enough to hold up the whole family. That is why my father has not raised you. This is a weight you cannot face. Since the late emperor passed away, I will gradually restrain the sharpness. In addition to major affairs no longer too much involved in the discussion of politics, one after another to recommend talented people. It is not that the world thinks that he has buried his heart and soul in writing books and establishing schools. Rather, the gradual decentralization is for the sake of my Gu's future. I have spent my life assisting the late emperor in suppressing the 100 officials, who are in awe of me, and have become accustomed to it over the years. In this case, if I remain sharp, after I die, the courtiers will surely inflict their anger due to me on Gu. The decentralization over the past few years is to lower their stigma against my Gu. That or it won't target my Gu. I, the Gu clan, have been honored in 2 dynasties, and the present Son of Heaven is a man of great affection. so after I die, I may give you an official title. But you must remember that you must not be too hasty in any case, and if you are really in danger, when you give way, you give way. Our Gu clan aspires to inheritance for 10,000 generations, not to compete for the length of a moment, even if the family's power is truly weakened. With the prestige my Gu clan has accumulated over 2 generations, it will be enough to shelter the family for 100 years of peace. Gu Kang's breathing became more and more rapid, as if his thinking was a bit unclear. Even his speech seemed a bit disorganized, but his gaze was still dead set on these Gu clan children in front of him. Julu is the family foundation. I, Gu, have been giving favors to the people of the county for 2 generations, nor shall this matter cease when I am dead. Your family members need to remember that if there is really a big mess in the future, these people will be my Gu clan's protection. Looking at the increasingly weak Gu Kong in front of him, a whimpering sound resounded in the room. Gu Kong did not care about this. He seemed to be trying to seize his last moments to make a final statement to these family descendants. Remember, after this, have the clan's children study the books I've written more. I can't see how it will be in the afterlife, though, but always. I vaguely feel that this matter is either the root of my Gu clan that will not fall for all generations. As for all the problems that my Gu may face in the future, I have thought a lot about it and left behind specific methods. Ran family children, no need to care too much about this. The family children may be led by the methods I have given, but they must never be used exactly as they are. The world is always changing. What will happen in the afterlife? No one can know. I'm just being wishy-washy after all. His voice grew weaker. After saying this, it seemed that he had finished explaining everything, and the whole person slowly turned his head, his vision becoming more and more blurred. No need to be sad. I have no more regrets in my heart. Like Jin Yu, I perceive, death is not the end of a person, oblivion is. Just like I won't forget my father, or the late emperor, or Jin Yu, as long as I, Gu, live on, then the world will not forget us. After I die, my body may be returned to Julu. In years past, I used to think, Julu was a cage that restricted my Gu clan, but now I realize that it is the place that can give us peace of mind. If, his voice suddenly stopped. The eyes that had been trying their best to stay open also slowly closed at this moment. Jianchu 3 years, August, the Grand Minister of Justice, Champion Marquis Gu Kong, died in Luoyang. When the news got out, Luoyang was shaken. The court was in an uproar. Even Empress Dowager Ma as well as Luing personally rushed to the Champion Marquis residence, their faces full of sorrow. For Gu Kong, the courtier. In fact, whether it is Empress Dowager Ma or Luing, it's all very clear. He is the foundation that Lu Zhuang left to Lu to suppress the courtiers. Luing succeeded to the throne as a teenager and was able to control the real power quickly without the help of Gu Kong. He doesn't even open his mouth. But it was a shock to all the ministers. Though after Lu Zhuang's death, Gu Kong never again handled the imperial government as usual without fail. But how is that not a statement? Several times I have spoken. All because of great things. He did everything he had promised Lu Zhuang in years past. It really just helped him to keep this pomp and circumstance. But it's this kind of courtier. I can't believe I died today. How can they not grieve? Even the courtiers had some mixed feelings at this time. In fact, for them, Gu Kong, such a unique holy favor of the courtiers, is very suffered from cynicism. But Gu Kong's credits are here. They can all be the most direct beneficiaries. Of all the people in the world, who can say that they have not been favored by Gu Kong? His policy of fertilizing the fields and governing the water benefited the whole world. Today's Dahan is still very high on the moral scale. Add to that the decentralization of Qukon in the years before his departure. These people were now unable to harbor any hatred towards Gu Kong, and they came to pay their respects to him. Lu even decided to dismiss the court for 3 days to send his condolences, and followed Gu Kang's wishes, sending the generals of the Chinese army to send Gu Kang's body back to Hebei, and letting the ministers discuss his posthumous name. However, it was not the court that was most shaken. Rather, its folk. Gu Kang's reputation among the people is too amazing. With many years of good harvests, Gu Kong has long become an object of worship for the people, who call him Xian. Now, this immortal has passed away. As the news spread throughout the city of Luoyang, the nations grieve. This scene was just like when Lu Zhuang passed away. It was even a bigger scene than that one, because the people could not go to the palace. They could only cry towards it. But the Marquis of Champions is different. Although the people still could not get close, they could cry right in front of the Marquis of Champions. The world weeps for blood. And that's not all. This news quickly traveled from Luoyang to the entire Guanzhong and then to the entire world. The reaction of the people was surprisingly consistent. The sound of wailing resounded throughout the world of the Great Han. There are even people who have erected temples for Gu Kong. Although they have never seen Gu Kong with their own eyes, They carve an imaginary image of him based on various rumors and enshrine him in the temples. And the incense burns continue unceasingly. When Gu Kang's body was sent to Hebei, starting from Luoyang, all the people of the passing places came to pay their respects. The whole of Dahan was once again covered with a layer of gloom. Under this scene, the group of ministers for Gu Kang's posthumous title is also more and more favorable. One after another proposed a number of beautiful posthumous title. In the end it was Lu Jin who made the final decision on the posthumous name. Bun Sei. The text takes on the meaning of the heaven and the earth, compassion and love for the people. Sun takes the meaning of peace and stability and Zhozang Kigo. And with the moment Gu Kang's posthumous name was finalized, a glorious era is also at this very moment completely over. Mr. Kong, his character Jishur. He was a young man with a strange ambition to understand the art of agriculture and crops and the importance of hydrology. At the beginning of Yongping, the world's fields were barren and the people suffered from famine. And Jishur was on the verge of a revolution. Agriculture is the basis of the state. It is appropriate to open up the road, guide the people to deep plowing, supplemented by the law of dung and soil. Then the power of the land can be restored. The year will be abundant. The Ming Emperor accepted his words, and authorized the Grand Simenon, the general leader of the world's agricultural affairs. He advised the people to cultivate the soil and to gather crops in different seasons. Less than 3 years, the wild land, corn overflows the granary. The people say, Kong Gong fertilizer, God gave a good year. In successive years of great ripeness, the national strength of the day, the treasury of the accumulation, unprecedented. After the river and Diandian frequently broke down, Yenzhou and Yuanyu people drowned, and Jishur asked for orders to rule the water. Emperor Ming gave him a battle axe to supervise the river construction. Jishur led the people to chisel the main pillar, dredge the Bian Canal, build a dike in where of 1,000 miles, and guide the Yellow into the sea. He stayed on the water edge of the river, worked with the servants, and did not avoid the wind and rain. For a year, the floods were relieved, and the canal was well connected, so the people could live in peace. The people were so impressed that they called him Hebei Xianliang and set up a shrine by the river. In the 3rd year of Jianshu, Jishur was sworn in. Emperor Zhang was very mournful. Drop out of the court for 3 days. Posthumous name Wenchang. The edict said, Konggong Dredgefield drains to live the people. Decided to the river to the god of God. Virtue with Yu Chung. On the day of the funeral, the white-clothed mourners blocked the road. The farmers dropped their plows. The workers abandoned their axes. And the sorrowful cries shook the field. From He Luo to Yuji, all the towns and villages worshipped them privately, or carved wooden statues to pray for a good harvest. In later generations, whenever there is water, drought, locusts and plague, prayers are made at the Kong shrine, and the incense burns unceasingly. The Book of the Later Han Dynasty. Biography of Gu Kong. Chapter 27, Reality Changes. Du's Dictatorship. Gu Kong PR. This is the first person in your family whose reputation in the hearts of the people exceeds that of the court, and whose achievements shine with blinding light in the history books, and the world will never forget his merits. Achievement, uniquely favored by the Holy Spirit, a wise ruler and a virtuous minister. The river is clear and the sea is calm. Virtue is spread in all directions, and fireworks are enjoyed forever. Alone in the sacred favors, common achievement alone in the emperor's favor. Ming ruler and wise minister, advanced achievement can share the history books with the current monarch and be praised by the world. The river is clear and the sea is calm. Rare achievement performing water treatment to save the people. Worthy of enjoying Yu's achievements. Virtue by the 4 directions. Rare achievement. The achievements made are honored by all the people in the world, and become a common admirer in the hearts of the people in the world. Eternal enjoyment of fireworks. Rare achievement. The world will consciously offer incense. Congratulations on your achievement points. 215,000. Forever enjoying fireworks achievement exclusive effect. As long as Gukong's incense continues to burn, it will provide an additional 1,000 achievement points per year. The game's hints flashed in Gui's eyes one after another, which only slightly eased his somewhat heavy mind. It's too much. Although Gui had already guessed that Gu Kong had definitely unlocked more achievements than Gu Shang. But yet, I didn't expect there to be so many. That's 25,000 achievement points. Everything from common achievements to rare achievements. And most critically, there is actually an achievement with an exclusive effect. As long as Gu Kang's incense continues to flow, he will continue to earn achievement points. This was undoubtedly great news for Gui. Gu aspires to carry on the legacy for 1,000 years and 10,000 years, as long as the Gu clan's influence could be maintained. The probability was that Gu Kang's incense would not be cut off, and the number of achievement points that could be brought about by this was simply unimaginable. Moreover, Gui had discovered a way to gain achievement points. This game has normal achievements. That meant it wasn't just elites like Gu Kong Gu Shang who could earn achievement points. As long as there are enough clan scions, even if they are not talented enough, they have a chance to unlock the normal achievements, even if the amount of achievement points a normal achievement can give isn't much. But as soon as the numbers go up, anything less is still meat. Gui took a deep breath, and then he tapped into the family information interface again, intending to try to see if he could fit into the role now. Did you decide to fit into the role? Consumption of achievement points, 300. 300,000 achievement points. Gui hesitated for a moment and eventually chose to cancel the integration. Though having this special achievement can go a long way in relieving the stress that comes with achievement points, but it also takes time. For Gui today, achievement points were still very scarce. Today Gu's reputation is flourishing, and there will be a period of heyday throughout the Eastern Han Dynasty to follow, so it's obviously not a wise choice to blend in with the characters at a time like this. Don't forget that you can't get achievement points for integrating into a character. Gui must always retain at least one chance to get into character, to cope with sudden crises, or the chaos of a world in turmoil. Nowadays manipulation is just the icing on the cake for Gu. What Gui wants is for Gu to be able to pass on the legacy, not a moment of prosperity. Closing the interface directly with a thought, Gui observed the game for a while longer, and then directly exited the game. The intention is to first look at what has changed in reality. The impact Gukong has made is just too great. He didn't feel that he would be like Gu Xiao at the time, who had failed to leave anything behind. Walk into the living room. The chill is still in the air. Old Gu didn't like the warm air blowing from the air conditioner, but just plugged in an electric heater and leisurely drank tea while sitting on the sofa to watch a military program. This may be the trait that is incorporated into the bloodline of Chinese men. Growing up, anytime you could pull a line about the world situation in the past and present, the older you get the more views you have. The old steed in the stable still aspires for 1,000 miles is demonstrated to the fullest extent. Gui first looked around and confirmed that there was indeed nothing out of the ordinary before sitting down beside old Gu and saying, "Dad, our ancestor, what the hell do you want?" Before Gui could finish his sentence, old Gu directly glared at him. "You've been asking about our ancestors since just now. I'm telling you, nothing in the Guanzhong shrine should ever be touched. If you touch it, you'll be a sinner in our family." Old Gu's face was serious, and his expression was full of unquestioning. At those words, Gui instantly froze. Guanzhong shrine? Has reality really changed? Sure enough, Gu Kong is different from Gu Xiao Gu Shang. His reputation in the hearts of the entire world is so high that even the corrective force of history cannot possibly erase him completely. Gui pondered in his mind, not being able to think about it. He rushed back to his room and grabbed his cell phone to search it carefully. Soon, he searched for the location. However, it was not in the land of Hebei as Gui had imagined. Although there are also in Hebei, the most famous is still in Jiangnan province. This is the life shrine for Gukong established by people of later generations. It was first built during the Eastern Han Dynasty and has been subsequently restored many times, covering various dynasties. The most valuable items inside are the gold body that was invited for Gukong by a great clan in Jiangnan during the Ming Dynasty, and an ancient jade that was passed down from the Gu family and rumored to have been worn by Guanzhong. This was sent by Gu to be displayed inside the Guanzhong shrine. Nominally, it still belongs to the Gu family. Gui searched in detail for pictures of ancient jade. Surprisingly, it was really left behind by Gukong. In an instant, Gui's heart couldn't help but jump wildly once again. I can't believe I actually managed to leave something behind. It's a major breakthrough, even though it's the only thing that's extremely conducive to preservation. As long as there are more and more things, in the future my family might even be able to own a private museum. And won't I become a Gu curator by then? Gui was ecstatic inside. A deep breath and then a careful check of history. Sure enough, history has not changed much. Although Gu had changed drastically, with today's influence, it was not enough to ignore the revisionist efforts of history and completely change the entire history. Though Gu fell back on an exclusive phrase, it contained, among other things, the details of Gu Xiao, Gu Kong, and Gu Shang. But then there is no content to follow. The entire Gu clan was like a meteor that fell from the sky, brilliant in the early days of the Eastern Han Dynasty, then gradually becoming weaker and weaker, and then disappearing between history. Obviously, this is due to historical revisionist forces. It still takes Gui's intervention to make a difference. Gui shook his head and didn't dwell on it too much. This is already off to a great start. The achievements of the Gukong Gu Sheng duo far exceeded what he had once envisioned. As for the future, as long as you can get achievement points, are you still afraid that Gu will not be able to resist the revision of history and disappear into the sea? He has nearly 2,000 years to change that. Gui casually threw his cell phone aside and picked up the game console, gazing at the screen for a few seconds before returning directly to the game. Lo Yang. Gui had just entered the game, and the development of the Gu clan over the years flooded directly into his mind. although Gui left the game for only a moment. But still, years have passed for the entire light years within the game. At this time it was already the fall of the second year of Zhenghe. Even Lu Jing, the emperor, has passed away, and as Gu's influence decreases, the entire history is just like the original development of that. There is no longer the same kind of waves and waves of Lu Zhuang period. Lu died young. Crown Prince Liu Xiu succeeded to the throne. Because of his young age, the Empress Dowager Dou was the ruler of the dynasty and held the power of the world. Today's Gu clan had not exceeded Gu Kang's previous expectations, and with his passing, its power was rapidly weakening. Although Liu promoted Gu Liang to within the Shangshutai early on. However, with Gu Liang's talent, it was difficult for him to come to power quickly like Gu Kang did in the beginning, and achieve the point of suppressing the courtiers. Of course, Gu is not so weakened today as to simply retreat to Hebei. To put it simply, the Gu clan at the time was a single family, but today the Gu clan is the same as the other great clans of the world. Even Gu is a bit stronger, because of the successive rise of Ban Chao, Yuanan and others. Ever since Gu Sheng repelled the northern Xiongnu, the prestige of the entire Great Han in the western regions had reached its peak. Ban Chao has been plying his trade within the western region all these years. In addition to stabilizing the forces of various countries, it is to remove the forces left behind by the northern Xiongnu. Nowadays, he has been appointed as the Marquis of Dingyuan. As for Yuanan, he had quickly risen to prominence since Gu Kang had initially promoted him to the position of Taisho. Nowadays, it is even a great minister of the dynasty. This shows the extraordinary nature of his talent. All of these people could be considered Gu's political hardcore allies, and they all owed Gu a huge favor. The only thing the Gu clan lacks today, Gu Kang is a leader. This was sort of expected by Gui. Gu will definitely weaken, but not to the extreme. Of course, it's not all good. Perhaps because of his lack of talent, Gu Liang was able to do far less than Gu Kang did when he had tons of free time. It is surprising that today's sons and daughters are far superior to the previous 2 generations. It's amazing that there are already 7 heirs, 4 men, 3 women, and the other Gu children also had a number of children. Some of them were also local officials. At least when it came to the issue of manpower, the Gu clan had undergone a sea change and had the direction of a great clan. Gui first took a closer look at the attributes of these people. There was no one as powerful as Gu Kang. However, there was one person that Gui paid extra attention to. It was Gu Liang's youngest son, Gu Shi. Interior, 75, Diplomacy, 70, Politics, 83, Command, 79, Force, 67. Although individually, his various attributes were not considered to be as talented as Gu Kang Gu Sheng's, they were superior in being comprehensive. Every attribute can be called excellent, able to govern and fight. This really brightened Gui's eyes. It's true that having a lot of kids is still a benefit of having a lot of kids, at least in terms of the probability of talent appearing. Or one day, my Gu clan will also experience a grandeur like Sun's 8 dragons. Gui spoke softly, and only then did he place his gaze within the Champion Marquis mansion. The atmosphere of the Champion Marquis residence at this time was a bit gloomy. Several of Gu Liang's heirs were now standing in front of Gu Liang, all with obvious worry on their faces. Humph. Gu Liang sat in his chair with a face full of anger and said angrily, "What is she doing? Empress Dowager? How long has it been since the late emperor's funeral?" She went so far as to promote the sons and daughters of the Dou clan one after another, ignoring the opposition of the group of ministers up and down the court, and clutched the entire court in her hands alone. Since Lu's passing, Empress Dowager Dou first promoted her brother Dou Xian from Huban Zhonglong general to the rank of servant, in charge of court secrets and responsible for issuing grants. This was followed by the appointment of his younger brother, Dou Dudu, as the Huban Zonlangang, who was in charge of the emperor's guards. His younger brothers, Dou Jing and Dou Gue, were both appointed as the middle chamberlains, responsible for conveying imperial decrees and organizing documents. Suffice it to say, it's been less than a year. Dou has then taken control of the entire palace up and down. With the example of Wang Mang in the beginning, the ministers for this matter is naturally very sensitive. First of all have to advise, but the Empress Dowager Dou directly suppressed the matter. Then the group of ministers even found Gu Liang, trying to utilize Gu's influence. A joint petition was sent to force Empress Dowager Dou to give in, but Empress Dowager Dou apparently didn't care what the ministers thought. Still bent on having his own way, the matter was directly suppressed, and even said in public Gu Liang is old. Why not follow the example of Zhongwu Marquis back to Julu to enjoy the blessings of this kind of words? How could Gu Liang you not be angry? Gu may leave, but never in such a shabby way. If not, I'm afraid that the influence of 2 generations of Gu Shi would be hit hard in a matter of moments. Let everyone in the world see Gu's decline. Father, the situation in the courtroom today is treacherous. The Empress Dowager he obviously won't reuse my Gu clan's children, and now that father has gone to the court, she will definitely look for every opportunity to target my Gu clan's children. Why don't we take this opportunity to retreat, and wait for the future to change? The person who opened his mouth was Gu Liang's eldest son, Gu Qi. His various attributes were extremely average, and his first thought at this point was to directly retreat. At those words, Gu Liang immediately frowned, glancing at him first. He then looked at the remaining 3 scions present and asked, "How do you feel about this?" This was perhaps the exclusive means by which Gu educated his children these days. It was passed down from the original Gu Yi to Gu Kong Gu Shang, and then from them to Gu Liang. Never retreat. Before the 2 elder brothers could speak, the youngest, Gu Shi, directly shook his head and firmly said, "If we retreat now, no matter what happens in the future, it's all a big blow to my Gu father. It took the efforts of 2 generations of my Gu ancestors to build the innate goodwill that my Gu clan now enjoys in the royal family. Your Majesty is going to grow up. If I, Gu, were to truly retreat at this time, the impact on the reputation of the world would not be mentioned. If His Majesty returns to power in another day, will you ever be close to my Gu again? And in the Empress Dowager, now even if I Gu retreat, she will be at ease? The only plan today is to rise to the occasion. Even if we can't hold off the Empress Dowager, as long as we can hold on, if His Majesty takes power in another day, my Gu clan will return to the glory of my grandfather's time." Gu Shi suddenly lowered his voice and said seriously, "I thought, even if the Empress Dowager is in power now, it will not be like the former Han dynasty in the past. The heyday that grandfather and Emperor Ming built is still alive. The hearts of the people of the world are not in turmoil. This is the most important foundation for His Majesty's future power." Gu Liang unexpectedly glanced at Gu Shi, and his stony eyes gradually eased a bit, nodding with satisfaction. "That's a good point. This, indeed, is the only way for my Gu." He didn't give his several sons any obvious praise or criticism, and then sent them to Yuanan and the others to discuss their next plans. Gu Yi was very puzzled at this time. According to reason, with this Gu Shi's talent, not to let the Gu clan quickly weaken to in the history of the Silent Ah, but how could Gu Shi's existence not be found among the words just searched? That's a little out of character. With Gu Shi's ability, coupled with Gu's reputation, it's reasonable to say that he would never be silent. An inexplicable sense of unease resurfaced. Gu Yi instantly guessed the reason. Early death. Sure enough, it wasn't long after that, just a year and a summer after Yangwan, Gu Shi was really sick. P.S. There are still timed in the evening at the old time, and at the beginning of the month to ask for monthly votes will all be added. Chapter 28 From the Dragon, Gu Shi and Liu Xiu. Chapter 29, The Change in the Seizure of Power, The Emperor's Giving of Characters. Chapter 30, All Nations Come Toward the Rise of Yang Yuan. This chapter was a bit overdone. After thinking about it for a long time, I decided not to focus on the Emperor, because that was not the focus of the originally envisioned plot for this generation. But then again, it had to be written. After all, it's the dividing line of the entire Eastern Han dynasty. On second thought, instead of watering down the content for a couple chapters, I'll just pull the plot. More support is expected from the brothers. Kneeling for recommendations. Kneeling for monthly votes. One more thing, it's going to explode on the shelves. The first day of the explosion of more. Subsequent daily updates won't be less than 12,000 either. Chapter 31, Liu Xiu Avalanche. Trusted Regency. Chapter 32, A Series of Calamities. The Great Han's Havoc. Liu Xiu's sudden collapse seemed to have pressed the pause button for the burgeoning Han. 100 days of the Son of God. Regents, Dowager and courtiers. The entire Great Han had seemed to be on the verge of collapse since that day. The slightest misstep and everything will fall apart in an instant. At such a time of danger, the gap between Gu Shi and Gu Khan was fully manifested. Gu Shi's political attributes are indeed considered excellent. However, they could not do as far-sighted as Gu Khan. He couldn't do it all the time and be able to adjust immediately to face the next political events. When the regal burden was laid upon him, Gu Yi could clearly see that Gu Shi was a bit confused. This may also have something to do with being young. It wasn't until 2 days later that he got better and went forward to see the Empress Dowager. Changdol Palace. When Deng Sui saw Gu Shi walk in, his expression didn't change and he just said lightly, "I thought that the late emperor had entrusted someone else. The Taifu will be devastated yet." Deng Sui's tone was quite serious, giving off an extraordinarily majestic feeling. "My lord, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." Gu Shi first arched his hand and saluted, then sighed softly. "The late emperor collapsed and died. I was grieving, so I have indeed been negligent. Today, I have come to see the Empress Dowager to discuss matters of imperial government." Gu Shi was actually very clear about the situation in the courtroom today. The ministers are restless. This matter must be resolved quickly, otherwise it will definitely get worse as time goes by. It's even enough to threaten the Great Han. Deng Sui was indeed a very smart woman, and after hearing Gu Shi's words, she immediately understood what he meant. After pondering for a moment, he immediately said with a straight face, "What does Tai Fu have in mind?" "It is my intention that His Majesty should ascend the throne directly." Gu Shi immediately opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "The ministers of the court and the people of the world must know that the throne of my great Han is secure." Straight to the throne? Deng Sui frowned slightly. Nowadays, the Han dynasty has a complete system of etiquette, and the world is ruled by filial piety. According to the ritual, when the Son of Heaven collapses, he first goes through a state funeral, and the new ruler has to go through a series of procedures, such as mourning and sacrifices, before the ceremony of ascending the throne is feasible. Gu Shi is clearly all about skipping that nowadays, though it may seem to be at odds with propriety. But for the current Han, it is a best way. It must be said that Deng Sui's talent is indeed extraordinary. After just thinking about it, she nodded. What Tai Fu said is reasonable, but the new ruler should directly ascend the throne to stabilize the rivers and mountains, she said, her tone faltering. However, who should go on behalf of the Son of Heaven to this hall of enthronement? The enthronement ceremony is no small matter. There are a lot of rules in it, to honor heaven and earth, and to offer sacrifices to the patriarchal temples. This series of rules was obviously not something that 100 heavenly sons could accomplish. Deng Sui's words, obviously, is to be divided among the regents. In fact, this is the most important reason for the current unrest in the hearts of the Han. The Son of Heaven was young and the Empress Dowager was regent in accordance with the rites, and Gu Shi was the regent of the late emperor's dying trust. Between the two, there will be ripples if there is no difference between the two. There is no way that Liu Xiu can solve this problem at all. The experience of his childhood gave him the precaution against foreign relatives, but to say that it was possible to completely trust Gu Shi as a subject, how could it be possible? He had arranged it in such a way that the two were supposed to keep each other in check. It's all about balance in the midst of the emperor's mind tricks. It is also good that whether it is Deng Sui or Gu Shi, the two are very clear that today's Han simply cannot withstand infighting. If not, will cause greater chaos. Deng Sui spoke of this, since he was asking about Gu Shi's attitude. Gu Shi could naturally hear the deeper meaning in her words, but also did not hesitate. Very frankly then said, in public and private, since by the Empress Dowager on behalf of. Oh, Deng Sui's expression changed slightly, as if he was somewhat surprised by Gu Shi's reaction. Given the situation in the courtroom today, the ministers need to take sides. This move by Gu Shi, it really does leave room for too much reverie. That's already considered ceding power, and also behaves so frankly. Deng Sui is a little surprised, but immediately afterward, Gu Shi's expression suddenly became serious, staring tightly at Deng Sui. I will only help the late emperor to look after this world, in order to wait for the Son of Heaven and his crown, and to place the whole world in your majesty's hands for the late emperor. Gu Shi's tone was surprisingly serious. He can cede power, but Deng don't think about being like the duo in the beginning. Here's the bottom line. Deng Sui silently looked at Gu Shi, contemplated for a moment, then smiled faintly. There is the words of the great master. I have peace of mind, and please rest assured, Tai Fu, I am not Queen Do, and I will look after the whole world for the Son of Heaven as well as Tai Fu. Tai Fu, please return to the house first. When tomorrow comes, we can gather the 100 officials to speak about His Majesty's ascension to the throne. Silent collaboration. Gu Shi nodded slightly, and then he turned around and walked out of Changle Palace after bowing towards Deng Sui. On the following day, the matter was rumored and the court was shaken. It was not because the Son of Heaven directly ascended to the throne. After all, everyone also understood that this was also considered to be forced by the dynastic situation. What really shocked everyone was that Gu Shi had given up power. The implications of this are too great for the group of ministers. Since the collapse of Liu Xiu, the court has been considering the question of how to take sides. This has become a problem for almost everyone. In the face of this power to rule the world, how could the two men not fight for power? And to their point, as long as Deng Sui Gu Shi fights together, how can they not make a stand? To stay solo in this situation, that's destined to go both ways, and it's bound to be quite costly. Which one of you is not an old fox who has made it this far? This truth is still clear to them. The most crucial thing is that there is the downfall of the entire Yin clan striking out in front of them. This matter can be said to be a choice of life and limb for the ministers, and they are naturally incredibly worried. But now, Gu Shi actually ceded power? This was both shocking and somewhat gratifying for the group of ministers. There was no fight between Deng Sui and Gu Shi, for them or for the whole world. It is great news. As for things like letting Lu Long directly ascend to the throne, instead, no one cares. It was in this state that Lu Long ascended the throne. Deng Sui took the place of the Empress Dowager in the Great Hall and proclaimed the change of the Yuan dynasty to Yinping in the name of a female ruler. Gui had been silently watching all of this, and wasn't the least bit surprised by this choice of Gu Shi's. Today's Great Han has not yet reached the age of ritual collapse. The world focuses on character. And the Gu clan already had family rules and had carried out relative education for several generations. It was natural and reasonable for Gu Shi to make this choice. As time goes by, the ministers also started out with a hard time believing it, and gradually came to believe that Gu Shi and Deng Sui would not fight anymore. It was as if the entire Han dynasty was back to business as usual. There was no way around it. After all, Gu Shi had been helping Liu Xiu with his court affairs since the beginning of his illness. The ministers have taken this in stride, even now it is the regent. Surprisingly, it looks like nothing has changed from the usual that. As for Deng Sui, he became an existence like Liu Xiu in the beginning. It was an unspoken understanding between the two. Deng Sui was indeed a very capable woman with a very precise judgment of the situation, and did not mean to suppress Gu Shi. And it was under these conditions that the hearts of the temple were becoming peaceful, and now Gu Shi still has the power of regency. Dealing with a variety of political affairs is a great convenience. The whole Han seems to once again return to the appearance of Liu Xiu in the world. But it was in the 4th month of the 1st year of Yenping, in the 9th month. Earthquake in Huiji County. The impact has been extremely widespread, injuring countless people. May, the capital city of Luoyang and its surroundings were subjected to continuous heavy rains, resulting in the flooding of the Luo River, the inundation of farmland, and the displacement of the victims. Hidongaki landslide, injuring countless people. June, the northern counties were plagued by locusts, which swarmed over the sky and ate all the crops, resulting in countless displaced people. A series of disasters followed. Gu Shi is getting busier and busier. In the beginning, he was able to take everything in stride. After all, because of Gu's existence, the Han's national power today was far stronger than imagined. Faced with flooding in Huiji County and around Luoyang, he didn't need to go to great lengths to deal with it. He just needed to open the barn and release the grain. The depths of the Great Han were not yet so great as to be hurt by this. But with a plague of locusts in the north, Gu Shi would then have to deal with an even larger group of refugees, and would have to organize every expenditure more carefully. The most crucial thing is the impact of this succession of natural disasters on the court. I don't know when it started. The court then gradually had a saying. That is, this continuous natural disaster is because Deng Sui is in power in the name of a female ruler. Gu Shi wasn't targeted because Gu Shi had been in power for a long time. Since the 13th year of the Yongyuan era, he had been participating in the imperial government little by little, which was just short of a name. Naturally, no one would hang that on Gu Shi. If not, there is a possibility that Liu Xiu will be affected. But Deng Sui is a different story. In fact, if there hadn't been a natural disaster, with Gu Shi around, such rumors would never have appeared in the imperial court. Even if the group of ministers had such thoughts, they would all suppress them in their hearts. But a disaster in the world can be different. It's not a small thing. When there is such a storm in the court, then sooner or later this matter will radiate to the entire folk, causing unimaginable impact on the prestige of the entire court. Even though Gu Kong had already influenced the entire Han dynasty's pursuit of prophetic superstition in the first place, but the limitations of the times are here. Even Gu Kong couldn't completely jump out of the way, let alone these descendants. Under this catastrophe, the hearts and minds of the Great Han, which had only just settled down, suddenly became restless once again. Night. Dark clouds cover the night and it is dark. Gu Shi slowly walked inside the Changle Palace, his face full of fatigue. Deng Sui's expression at this time was also a bit ugly. But the moment she saw Gu Shi, she couldn't help but still sigh. Tai Fu has worked hard. Gu Shi didn't say anything. Deng Sui did not care, sighed deeply and continued. Recently the court rumors I already know. The natural disasters are constant. Or it is really the fault of my lack of virtue. What does Tai Fu think? How about I make a sinful edict? Deng Sui stared at Gu Shi tightly. Gu Shi immediately shook her head and said with a straight face, the Empress Dowager must not have such an idea. The natural calamities continue. And the hearts of the people in my Han dynasty are restless. What should happen if the Empress Dowager issues a sinful edict and the natural disasters don't stop? I have successively drawn grain from the Taicang and local standing warehouses to provide relief to the disaster victims and to exempt the disaster areas from taxation. And based on some ideas left behind by my grandfather, Marquis Wenchang, back then, I ordered officials everywhere to exterminate the locusts. This natural disaster has indeed had a great impact. Yet it is not enough to affect the foundation of the world built by several generations of bright rulers of my great Han. The Empress Dowager must not try to increase the waves. Moreover, in the past, my grandfather once said, honor the ghosts and gods and stay away from them. So how can we let the world think that the court has lost its virtue just because of a few natural disasters? Gu Shi's expression was very serious, especially after these days of general overview of the imperial government. Gu Shi was obviously still so young. but there was an additional aura of majesty on his entire body. Compared to the world's people, the Gu clan's children had learned more profoundly about Gu Kang's learning. Gu Shi is the best of their generation. He has always maintained a man-made attitude. What the Taifu said makes sense. Upon hearing this, Deng Sui nodded slightly, but immediately afterward, he sensed that something was wrong and his expression changed slightly. Can it be that Taifu thinks that there will still be natural disasters in my great Han? I will observe the book that my grandfather left behind in his day. Gu Shi didn't hide it and sighed lightly. Grandfather had said that after the flooding and locusts, there might be a pandemic. It may or may not be true, but it has to be defended. I have been gathering doctors from all over the world, but I am afraid that if there is a pandemic, it will be a drop in the bucket. Deng Sui's expression changed once again. This is the judgment of Marquis Wen Chang. Nowadays, in the Great Han, from the temple to the people, Gu Kong has really become a godly figure. He was afraid that it would be difficult to make a mistake in his judgment. If this is true, does Taifu have any solutions? Deng Sui couldn't help but open his mouth again and ask, and his expression grew more and more serious. As long as people's hearts are stable, my Han will never be in chaos. Gu Shi sighed softly. Please also ask the Empress Dowager not to think too much. As for the rumors in the court, I will take care of it. With those words, Gu Shi said no more. After arching his hand towards Deng Sui, he walked straight out. He didn't have much time to waste. It could be said that as the storm in the dynasty gradually rose, Gu Shi had truly become the prime minister of the Great Han. If it wasn't for Gu Yi using the longevity card on him, Gu Yi had to worry about his body, whether it could resist this level of exertion or not. Da Han's current base is too good, with Gu Shi formulating a series of relief programs. These natural disasters really didn't manage to affect the Han's national capital, but it wasn't out of Gu Shi's speculation. The flooding and locust plague has not stopped. Pandemic follows. July. In the capital, Luoyang, Yenzhou and Jizhou, a pandemic broke out. The people have many diseases, and the dead sleep on the road. Even though Gu Shi had already made preparations in advance, he still seemed somewhat powerless in the face of a pandemic of this scale. And it's not over yet. September. There was a great drought in parts of Jing and Yang prefectures, with rivers drying up and farmland cracking. BH Day. 4 meteorites fell on Shunlu. This incident seemed to have pierced the last layer of defense in the courtroom. Even though Gu Shi and Deng Sui had already forcefully controlled the rumors and even punished a few ministers, but when the news of the meteorite crashing to the ground came, the court, and even the people were still instantly blown away. The fall of a meteorite has always been called an ominous sign by the people of the world, not to mention the series of natural disasters that have been added to it. The whole of Dahan panicked. Rumors are spreading everywhere, up and down the court and among the people. Lo Yang, Marquis of Champion's mansion. The flickering candle flame reflected Gu Shi's face. He was engrossed in reviewing the reports on the disaster that had been expedited from all over the world. The candlelight jumped, outlining his furrowed brow and 10,000 pointed expression more and more clearly. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the distance and was getting closer. Gu Shi instantly raised his head, instinctively assuming that it was another urgent report of a worsening disaster. But in an instant, he sensed something strange. The voice, though male, was somewhat shrill. Eunuch? Gu Shi held the Zhang folders in his hand. His brows locked as he quickly stepped out of the residence. Just as he arrived at the door of the mansion, he saw a group of eunuchs holding torches standing in front of the door, with panic and anxiety written all over their faces. In an instant, a strong feeling of uneasiness surged through Gu Shi's heart. He looked at the eunuch at the head of the group and asked in a deep voice with furrowed brows, "What exactly is the matter, Taifu?" A group of eunuchs instantly knelt down in unison, and the one at the head said, with a sobbing voice, "His Majesty is ill and has died. The Empress Dowager has invited Taifu to enter the palace immediately." Snapping sound, Gu Shi's figure trembled violently. The folders in his hands uncontrollably slipped to the ground. Genshin in the 9th month of the first year of Yenping, Lu Long collapsed within the palace. The news spread. The world shook. Already unstable people's hearts in this day seems to have collapsed. The first year of Yenping. In the 4th month of polyoxyethylene nonylphenol, the earth will move. Mountains and hills chaparral. Yin Sheng invasion of the image of Yang. In May, heavy rains in Jingluo caused the Luo water to flow horizontally, submerging the fields and houses. Hidongaki mountain avalanche. Casualties are very many. Taisher-sun said, water lost its nature. This enforced the blame of Yang. In June, the northern border locusts rose up to cover the sky. The corn was exhausted, and there were starving corpses in the wild. Poetry says, go to the borer, and its vermin. Covering the harshness and violence of the service should be. In July, the pandemic spread all over the world, especially in Yenzhou and Hebei, and the households were overhanging. Autumn chi perverse, gold and wood miasma. In September, Jing Yang red earth thousands of miles, Shanlu night falling star like a bucket. The people of the time whispered, the fluorescent confusion guards the heart. The purple palace is shaken. To the Gangchen day, the emperor collapsed in the inner sanctum, the heavenly phenomenon of personnel phase agitation. The Book of the Later Han Dynasty. The 5 elements of the Book of the Later Han Dynasty. Chapter 33, Liu Xiu sacrifice for peace of mind. Chapter 34, changes in the palace. Going north to break the enemy. Chapter 35, cure the locust plague. Shengtian half-sun. It's really not the fish dragging out the shift. I've really been getting quite a bit more during the free period. A lot of times 5k up and down. It's going to explode on the shelves. It's currently 20,000 plus 2 chapters of monthly votes plus more. Brothers can also punch a hand. Monthly votes reward and so on will be added more. As for Gu Shi's highlights, guys, stop guessing and just watch. It's definitely a highlight. Chapter 36, after the disaster is cured, the Yuan Junior High School proceeds to prosperity. Chapter 37, calming internal troubles. Deng Sui collapses. Compared to disaster relief, ruling the world is just so much easier. This allowed Gu Shi to gradually have time to rest as well. What made Gu Yi more concerned was, as the world gradually stabilized, Gu Shi was finally able to have a few heirs. In fact, this had always been a knot in Gu Yi's worrying heart. Although the Gu clan was now no longer in the same predicament of being sparsely populated, with the family's sons and daughters spread all over the place. But for Gu Yi, the real core still needs to be full-blooded. Although the attribute values of these several heirs were very average, even the Gu Liang at the beginning was not even as good. But Gu Yi's hanging heart was still slowly put down. How can a family produce amazing people from generation to generation? It was already rare for Gu to have grown to its current size. Even if it is the most inconspicuous Gu Liang among these generations of family heads, he is also a capable person, and is considered to be the Gu clan to hold up. Nowadays, it is considered normal for the family's children to have mediocre qualifications. It's not that Gu Yi hasn't thought about picking a newborn and using the wall-breaking card for it, but thinking that he could pretty much just wait until Gu Shi was dead and then he would be able to manipulate it almost directly. He still directly suppressed the thought. The wall-breaking card effect is a bit too much of a gamble. The first must be a newborn baby that has just been born. Then there will also be the possibility of even making the original attributes lower, depending on various factors. This would be a bit too big a gamble for Gu Yi. Luoyang. Today's Luoyang can be described as a place where everything is renewed, and finally once again has the same prosperous feeling as in years past, as was the original history of that. Kai Luan paper, water-moving armillary sphere and other great inventions came out one after another. In fact, when Gu Yi first left the technology for the family, he had nudged Gu Kong about some of the techniques of papermaking. Of course, this information was searched by Gu Yi from the internet. It could be because of that. It could also be because Gu never appeared as a creation wizard. Over the years, although Gu has never stopped researching papermaking, he has never been able to make a major breakthrough, and it wasn't as Gu Yi expected. When Gu Shi first saw the paper sent by Kailuan, he instinctively thought of the engraved printing press that had been sealed within the Gu clan. He did not do anything about it. However, as time progresses, there is a general tendency for the system to change. Gu Shi's talent is described as extraordinary though. However, if one wanted to directly jump out of the shackles of the era in which they were, it was still clearly impossible. However, Gu Yi was quite excited about this. He had directly left the entire engraving and printing technique behind in the first place, because he wanted to try to see if he could gain achievement points this way. If you do get achievement points, for Gu Yi, it was definitely a great thing. Everything, it seems, is back on track. Lu Hu the emperor also had an heir. Although it was not born to Empress Yan, the news still greatly invigorated the court. This son is named Lu Bao, still a youngster, but with a quick wit. Deng Sui and Gu Shi both loved this child. Even Deng Sui directly made him the crown prince, and even Gu Shi had the desire to personally teach this child. He wanted to produce a qualified son of heaven for the entire Great Han. For that matter, whether it is Lu Hu or Deng Sui, naturally they are very supportive. Who in the world knows how talented the Gu clan's children are? Even those Gu's children who were local officials were more capable than ordinary officials. This is completely ahead of the Gu way of education, and it wasn't exactly a secret. However, no one was able to fully learn, as the overall atmosphere of the Gu clan was significantly different from that of other great clans. Now if Gu Shi is able to personally teach the crown prince, perhaps really able to teach it just as when the filial piety Ming emperor that kind of Ming Jun. Of course, there are those who are preoccupied with the matter. Gu Shi is now in a position of power. If he were to become the teacher of the Son of Heaven again, with the importance Han attaches to teachers honor nowadays, what would he have to be like then? Even if you don't bother with Gu Shi, wouldn't Gu's children also benefit? Gu has been brilliant for 4 generations. Gu Shi was only in her 30s now, and she had already come this far. Is it hard to believe that Gu really wants to live with the Great Han? This is really hard for some people to accept. Soon, the temple gradually have the Son of God has long been able to take power. Should let Deng Sui and Gu Shi return to the Son of God. The winds sound. Regarding this matter, Gu Shi didn't care in the slightest. In fact, the Great Han was able to come out of the successive collapse of the Son of Heaven, as well as years of natural disasters. He could then be said to have fulfilled his original promise to Liu Xiu. It has also done the best for Gu's reputation. What's wrong with returning to politics? And perhaps it was because of Gu's existence that Deng Sui had no desire to stay in power. Look for this to be a done deal. However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Hu refused. According to his words, it is that he is still young. Even if he returns the government to him, he needs Gu Shi and Deng Sui to rule the world together. So why bother? The 100 officials could be surprised by this answer. Sensei them. Even Gu Yi was very surprised. But after thinking about it, it was honest. Liu Hu's character is supposed to be like that. Nowadays, it can be completely different from history. Gu Shi's appearance has completely changed Liu Hu's view on Deng Sui. Now he can enjoy himself every day. There is no half-assed burden on the body. There is also no sense of crisis of being deposed at that moment. The face of the emperor that should be there. Even as long as he let Gu Shi and Deng Sui govern this world well, the future him would be able to leave a good reputation in the history books. What's not to like about that? It's really a mother's honor, isn't it? Gu Yi cried and laughed a little, and the anticipation for Gu Shi grew stronger in his heart. How far can he go? With the effect of the longevity card in place, would he bring in more achievement points than Gu Kong directly? It's all possible. People like Gu Shi were destined to never stop moving forward. His character has been nurtured. He has been a rising star since he was a child. Plus this pacification of the natural disaster. The desire for greatness and strong self-confidence had been completely integrated into his bones. Just after the world gradually recovered in the third year of the first year of the Yuan dynasty, he then decided to start leveling the trouble. First Zero Dynasty. The Qing rebellion is actually a problem that the Han dynasty has not been able to solve completely over the years. In the original history, the emergence of the first Zero Dynasty was related to the rebellion in the western regions. Rebellion in the western regions. The great Han conscripts, the Qings, fearing that they would not return from their distant garrisons, later set off a large-scale uprising, with Dianshui claiming to be the son of heaven in Beatty County, recruiting all the Changs, and setting up a state to threaten the land of the three auxiliaries. But the situation in Han is completely different now. The western region was pacified in advance, coupled with a series of effective policies, which had long since made the western region a solid barrier. However, even if the western region is not in chaos, this continuous natural disaster has created the emergence of the first Zero Dynasty. In fact, as early as the second year of the Yuan dynasty, Gu Shi had already dispatched people to quell the chaos, but thinking of the people's exhaustion, he did not move his troops on a large scale. Now that the Great Han has both rested, naturally, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Gu Shi was completely different from Gu Xiao Gu Shang. He was more like a commander-in-chief who strategized and knew the way of the human heart. He understands that in front of the strength has been restored to the Han. The four sides of the barbarian's heart only fear, and that's exactly why. For this expedition, Gu Shi had made a great deal of noise. Even before the peak of the soldiers arrived, it had already reached the point where the whole world knew about it. Gu Shi's current reputation didn't come out of nowhere. Back then, his battle record of going north and piercing through the South Shannu Xianbei Wuan coalition in one fell swoop could be placed there. There is absolutely no way to avoid this kind of attack on the human heart. The Xianzhou dynasty was originally a union of the Qing tribes. When the news was heard, there was almost instant pandemonium. The strength of the Great Han had long been engraved into their hearts. The already fragile alliance completely collapsed from that moment on. With the assassination of auxiliary Wolf Mo, the end of the first Zero Dynasty was sealed. One tribe after another came to surrender. Han's divine might even vaguely have the power of the past years. The barbarians in all directions are submissive. The three auxiliary land of the Chang problem, completely resolved. 6th year of the Yuan dynasty, the tribes of the southwest barbarians were dissatisfied with the Great Han, and Feng, the leader of the barbarians of Yuezhou County, united the neighboring tribes in a collective rebellion, and even captured several counties, killing officials and seizing people. Gu Shi personally led a large army to quell the rebellion. He is still utilizing the great power of the Great Han to strike a blow at the hearts of the people, while secretly bringing the clans together. He fought against the main force of the rebel army. It's a war that has long been doomed. Unless there was the kind of dead alliance that was truly like an iron barrel, it would be completely impossible to completely avoid Gu Shi's offensive strategy, especially now that the big man has long since recovered. Whether it is from the strength of the troops or equipment, The Han soldiers are not these barbarians can be compared. After a big battle, the Han army won a great victory and beheaded nearly 20,000 people. The 36 rebellious nations all surrendered. Gushi formulated a new policy in Ezhou, adjusted the system of the imperial court towards the barbarians, reduced the tax, and tied up the tie-up policy to collect people's hearts. He's like a tinkerer in general. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to close all the loopholes that had appeared in the Great Han because of the natural disasters over the years. However, the world is unpredictable. Just in the 9th year of the Yuan dynasty, the news sent from Luoyang still made Gushi have to stop. Deng Sui is ill. It's actually kind of normal. Since Gushi first went north, Deng Sui has taken care of the disaster relief. Even if Gushi had already worked out a detailed system, yet it is also destined to be an extremely labor-intensive affair. Deng Sui had already had problems such as Gushi's for a long time. Whenever I hear of a disaster, I can't sleep through the night. This series of exertions on the heart and soul is now a natural price to pay. The incident had a great impact on the Great Han, although the nominal emperor was Liu Hu. But who doesn't know that Deng Sui and Gushi are the ones in power? And most crucially, Deng Sui wasn't relying on Gushi for everything. Deng Sui had his own achievements in disaster relief, education, and academics. Her sudden and violent illness. As far as Han is concerned, it's no different from an emperor. Luoyang, Changdol Palace. Gushi was anxious and hurried into the palace. The original sound of whimpering in the temple came to an abrupt end the moment he stepped in. The 100 officials subconsciously made way for him. Tai Fu, Liu Hu, who was in the lead, was full of sorrow, and when he saw Gushi return, it was as if he saw hope, and he hurriedly greeted him, Mother Shi, Tai Fu. Before Liu Hu could finish, Deng Sui's weak voice came out. At this point she was pale. It was as if the whole thing was just a breath away. Gushi walked quickly to her side and looked at Deng Sui. He couldn't help but sigh deeply and said softly, Empress Dowager, I'm here, Tai Fu. Deng Sui turned his head with difficulty and looked at Gushi, his originally dull and lifeless eyes gradually regaining some of their luster. There wasn't any half-hearted fear of death. Instead he smiled and said, to be able to see Tai Fu again before his death, my heart is at peace. Gushi smiled bitterly and asked, does the Empress Dowager still have any explanation? Tai Fu, how has it been so far since I've been in the court? Deng Sui stared at Gushi closely, his gaze filled with anticipation, as if Gushi's answer had surpassed the torment caused by his illness. Gushi also didn't expect Deng Sui to say this. He was silent for a moment, and then said with incomparable seriousness, in the past, when Emperor Xiahou was alive, he said to me that the Empress Dowager had the nature of a great man. Now it seems that Emperor Xiahou has wise eyes. The Empress Dowager is not only a great man, but also has the demeanor of a great saint. Gushi's expression was extremely serious, and every word was filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the smile on Deng Sui's face grew even wider. To be able to get such an evaluation from Tai Fu, I am content. Her voice, though weak, carried a hint of relief. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. When I first entered the palace in the past, I didn't dare to go overboard for fear of offending Yin. Even when Emperor Xiaohe made me his queen, I needed to keep resigning. It's even tougher to claim control after the latter's protonotary. Do not dare to take the country of 10,000 passengers as a child's play. The upper seek not to deceive the sky, ashamed of the late emperor. The lower seek not to go against the public opinion of the people, have to live up to the original intention. It's a good thing we have Tai Fu to help us. It will give me the face to go forward to see Emperor Xiaohe. Saying that, she once again looked at Gushi. Her eyes suddenly became more and more godly. Tai Fu, I don't have long to go. Da Han, please. Gushi stared tightly at Deng Sui, the color of sadness growing on her face. At this moment, it was so similar to the scene of Lu Zhao's deathbed in the past. The years have taken too many people away after all. No matter how talented or ambitious he is, after all, it is no match for the power of time. Looking at Deng Sui's burning eyes, Gushi took a deep breath and then nodded seriously. I, for one, take orders. At those words, it seemed as if she had ended her heart's desire. Empress Dowager Deng's pupils suddenly dispersed. The eyes of the whole man also gradually closed at that moment. Mother! Accompanied by Liu Hu's shout, the group of ministers knelt down. And that sound of weeping also sounded in this moment. In the 9th year of the Yuan dynasty, in the 3rd month of the year Decisai, Regent Dowager Empress Deng Sui died in Changdol Palace. Posthumous Queen Wo Hexi, meant to be meritorious and Ren said she, and the emperor buried in the Shunling. On the day of the burial, the ministers and officials accompanied the throne. The yellow gate drummed 3 times, sounded the bell and drum, and the Son of Heaven raised his mourning. In the 3rd month of the 9th year of the Yuan dynasty, Empress Dowager Deng Sui collapsed. After 16 years of the dynasty, not reserved power, and 2 Fugushi to assist in the affairs of state. When the skyline is perverse, frequent droughts and floods, 10 years of uninterrupted, the borders are in a state of flames, with the Huns violating the border and the Qiangrons disturbing the territory. The center of the plains of the bandits like hedgehog hair, the state and county commotion, after every Li Yuan famine, always push the pillow in the middle of the night, wandering around the room, not sleep all day, is to strike the feast of the Qianglin, reduce the supply of the Shangfeng, the pepper house beads and Kusai filled with relief funds, rate of 6 palace food and clothing vegetarian. From this, the virtue of the world, the displaced people to return to the fields, although the yellow scourge of the red land but the granary is not empty, and finally make the sea to restore peace. The year of abundance. Ho Han Shu, Chronicle of the Empress. Chapter 38, Yang slanderous words. The emperor and ministers' centrifugalism. With the swift death of Deng Sui, the burden on Gushi's shoulders is once again heavy. He had to stop. Within Luoyang, he coordinates the 4 directions. Although Lu Hu's age wasn't small anymore, Gushi could see that Lu Hu didn't have the potential to become a bright ruler, even if Deng Sui has passed away. And yet he still doesn't want to take control. Still leaving everything to Gushi, he himself sat leisurely and steadily on top of the dragon chair. What appeared to be a high level of trust in Gushi actually allowed Gushi to see a deeper hidden danger. The deceased are dying one by one. Time destroys everything eventually. If he passes away in the future, what will happen to the great Han and the Gu? It was out of this concern that Gushi paid more and more attention to the education of the sons and daughters of the Gu clan, and at the same time poured more of his heart and soul into the cultivation of Crown Prince Lu Bao. Since Gu Kong, the Gu clan had established specialized family rules to prevent the branches of the family from drifting apart from each other. After the children of the family pass through the early death period, they will be centralized and unified to cultivate and learn. This initiative did maintain the bonds of kinship within the family, and coupled with the fact that the Gu clan has always been brilliant and prosperous, this tradition has continued to this day. But such things as education are destined to remain dependent on talent. Even if Gu's educational methods were ahead of their time, the upper limit of what the sons and daughters could achieve was ultimately limited by their talent. In Gu's generation of children, perhaps someone could be qualified for the position of local governor, or even earn a place in the imperial court, but it's hard to find someone who can really carry the Gu flag. But such things are not humanly possible to change. Gushi naturally understood, and thus placed higher expectations on Crown Prince Lu Bao. As long as we can cultivate Lu Bao as the Crown Prince, whether it was for the Great Han or for Gu, it was a heavenly good. Lu Bao is indeed intelligent, only 6 years old, reading is quite talented, which makes Gushi particularly valued him. Even the eunuchs who served had to be strictly selected by him. One of them did catch Gu Yi's attention. Chao Teng. Gu Yi was truly and completely unprepared for the fact that the Gu clan was now connected to both the Yuan clan and the Chao clan. This Chao Teng is Chao Chao's grandfather. Although Gu Yi is not sure today whether history will actually develop as it originally did. But if it is true that it has not changed, could this be the chance for Gu to be spared the chaos? In response, Gu Yi could be said to be floating. What exactly Gu's presence has changed in the Great Han is now on display. In the middle of the original history, Lu Hu, the emperor, is disregarding the state of the country, and is building up a large amount of land and spending countless amounts of money. Today, on the other hand, it is very different. Gushi's presence was like a sea pin, steadily setting the Han dynasty in the right direction. However, there is also gloom under the sun, let alone in this treacherous courtroom. The group of ministers had truly given up on Gushi's offense completely now. Just like Gu Kong in the beginning, Gushi had long been able to intimidate all the officials by himself. The 100 officials would naturally not offend Gushi nowadays. Instead, they attack each other. To this day, Gushi has even had some flavor of becoming a referee, overlooking the treacherous courtroom from above the clouds. However, even though Gushi's gaze was like a torch, there was still something he had trouble noticing, such as a harem. Empress Yanji is a woman with a jealous character. In fact, there were many specific reasons why Yanji was able to become queen in the first place. In the past, Gushi was busy with disaster relief, and he would not have been willing to get involved in the matter of the emperor's harem. This matter is also directly let Deng Sui managed. Deng Sui's attitude within the dynasty has been to suppress the famous families. Although Yanji was also considered a famous family, it was not a prestigious family at all. Her grandfather was Yan Zhang, who held the post of Shangshu during the reign of Emperor Xiaoming, and Yan Zhang's 2 sisters were both nobles in the harem of Emperor Ming. By all rights, Yan's status should have risen. But let's not forget that under Emperor Xiaoming, all the foreign relatives except Gu were severely suppressed. Yan gained no benefit at all. It is also because of this, Deng Sui felt that her family history is general, coupled with Lu Hu's favor, only to establish her as the queen. In the past, there was Deng Sui within the harem, but it was okay. But with the death of Deng Sui, Yan Ji's character is then directly exposed. The lack of an heir for many years has intensified the jealousy in her character. She aimed her gaze at Lu Bao. She wanted to take over the crown prince position and make an emperor that she could manipulate. Lu Bao is completely out of the question. Even though his mother, Li, had passed away after a long illness, with Gu Shi around, it was not something she could easily manipulate. Nowadays, although Lu Bao is called the crown prince, he has no one to protect him at all in the harem. Yan Ji was already extraordinarily favored, even with the presence of Gu Shi. Over the years, Lu Hu has promoted some of Yan's sons and daughters, and even posthumously named Yan Ji's mother as Xingyang Jun. Under these circumstances, it was too easy for Yan Ji to plan to make a move against a young crown prince, or because Gu Shi was still alive. Yan Ji always had some scruples left, so he first targeted Lu Bao's wet nurse Wang Nan, kitchen supervisor Bing Ji and others. North Palace. Yan Ji lethargically leaned in Lu Hu's arms. Her face was absolutely beautiful and charming. Along with the sound of the music, she also caressed Lu Hu's cheeks delicately with her fingers from time to time. Lu Hu, on the other hand, was flushed and was reveling in Yan Ji's gentle caresses and the song and dance in front of him. His days are really cozy these days. Neither the worries of the dynasty nor the sermons of Deng Sui anymore. Gu Shi would not interfere at all with such things as his craving for tenderness. This made Lu Hu more and more intoxicated and difficult to extricate himself. Just then, Lu Hu suddenly notices that the mesmerizing touch comes to an abrupt end and cannot help but look down at Yan Ji in his arms. Seeing her face showing sorrow, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong with the Empress?" "Your Majesty," Yan Ji murmured softly, the color of worry on her face intensifying. "I have something to say. I don't know if I should speak or not." "The Empress has nothing to say." Lu Hu became more and more puzzled. "I am here. And there is also Tai Fu to help me." "What words can't you say?" He was really confident now, because the people really praised him as an emperor and said that he was a benevolent ruler. Even if he did nothing, the pomp and circumstance of the day would still be brought to bear on him as emperor. It certainly fueled his self-confidence considerably. This matter must not be communicated to the Tai Fu. Yan Ji's expression instantly flustered, and then she looked at the singing girls who were dancing in the hall. Lu Hu's brow was furrowed in doubt. He immediately waved his hand and retreated the others before looking at Yan Ji again, saying seriously, "Empress, speak quickly." "Your Majesty." Yan Ji sat up violently from Lu Hu's arms and looked at him with a serious face. "I have recently heard some rumors within the harem, say, that the crown prince's nursemaid, Wang Nan, and kitchen supervisor Bing Ji, have cursed His Majesty in secret. Claims hope for His Majesty's early demise. When the crown prince ascends to the throne, they'll be on their way to heaven." Yan Ji's expression was extraordinarily serious, as if what she said was true. Lu Hu was first stunned, then his anger rose from his heart. He slammed the table in front of him and shouted, "How dare you? How dare someone curse me like that in secret?" Prophetic superstition was an element that could never be avoided by feudal dynasties. Lu Hu was truly angered. He had forgotten exactly how long it had been since anyone had dared to underestimate him. The Son of Heaven. So much. The monstrous anger completely destroyed all his sanity. Lu Hu didn't have any nonsense, and instantly rebuked. "Someone come. Immediately send the crown prince's nursemaid, Wang Nan, and the kitchen supervisor, Bing Ji, to the prison and execute them, and exile all of their families." After saying that, he looked at Yan Ji again, his eyes as stern as knives. "Can the crown prince participate in this matter?" "I don't know." Yan Ji lowered her head, and the color of difficulty on her face grew stronger. She clearly didn't say anything, but just by that expression alone she intensified the anger in Lu Hu's heart. Yes. Lu Hu laughed back in anger. The smile on his face looked particularly appalling. "This is my son, the crown prince of my great Han." Lu Hu's face broke into an appalling smile as he angrily yelled, Summon Tai Fu immediately. I want to abolish the crown prince." Not long after, Gu Shi hurried over. As soon as he entered the hall, he already sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. The moment he saw Lu Hu's face full of anger, he frowned slightly and bowed with his hand. "Minister, meet your Majesty." "Why is your Majesty so angry?" Seeing Gu Shi, the angry color on Lu Hu's face finally eased a bit. He immediately got up and walked over to Gu Shi, pulled up Gu Shi's arm and said with a serious look, "Tai Fu, I want to abolish the crown prince." Gu Shi's expression changed instantly when she heard this. He looked at Yan Ji almost instantly, and in his heart, he seemed to have guessed a few reasons. He didn't say much, though. Gu Shi's politics are still very high. Lu Hu is now no longer a child, but a real emperor. He pondered for a moment, and then this slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Why did His Majesty want to abolish the crown prince?" Lu Hu made no secret of what had just happened and said righteously, At such a young age, you have such an evil heart. My great Han has always ruled the world with filial piety. How can I let this son be the ruler? Gu Xiu's expression grew more serious as he silently glanced at Yan Ji. Yan Ji didn't even have the courage to meet Gu Xiu's eyes and instinctively lowered her head. Your Majesty. Gu Xiu shook his head slightly and looked at Liu Hu and advised softly. My great Han has been uncertain about the state capital since Emperor Xiaohu. Now the crown prince has not misbehaved. Shall it be practiced to abolish the kingdom? Liu Hu was clearly not expecting Gu Xiu's response. He first froze, then revealed an incredulous expression as he looked at Gu Xiu and said, Tai Fu, this cursing of my collapse is not considered immoral? Gu Xiu did not answer Liu Hu directly, but looked at Yan Ji and asked in a deep voice, is there any solid evidence for what the empress said? His eyes were locked on Yan Ji. Yan Ji lowered her head, not daring to meet Gu Xiu's eyes at all, only shaking her head. Tai Fu, this matter is unknown to this palace. Gu Xiu's eyes grew colder and colder, but looking at Liu Hu's expression that was still full of anger, he didn't say anything more, but only advised again, Your Majesty, my great Han is now thriving, and it is not easy to waver in matters of statehood. I know how the prince's character is. I dare assert that His Highness the Crown Prince would never commit such a treacherous act. I implore Your Majesty to think twice. Gu Xiu still carries a lot of weight in Liu Hu's mind. Upon hearing this, Liu Hu couldn't help but calm down a bit. He stared tightly at Gu Xiu, pondering for a long time, and finally nodded slightly. That's just it. What Tai Fu said is reasonable. I still trust Tai Fu's vision, but that Wang Nan and the others I must not forgive. Gu Xiu did not advise further, but did not leave there either. Instead, he glanced at Yan Ji and then turned to Liu Hu once again. Your Majesty, I would like to have the Crown Prince stay at the Champion Marquis residence for some time. This move also facilitates my minister to better teach the Crown Prince. At those words, Yan Ji instantly frowned, instinctively wanting to open her mouth to stop them. Liu Hu, however, did not care about her in the slightest, and directly waved his hand. In this matter, Tai Fu will make the decision. Minister, lead the way. Gu Xiu once again bowed towards Liu Hu, then turned around and left. Liu Hu was obviously still in a bad mood and always had a faintly depressed look on his face. Eyes on Gu Xiu left. He then sat back down again and was just about to call back the songstress again when he suddenly heard Yan Ji sigh quietly. Liu Hu immediately looked at Yan Ji and asked with furrowed brows, why is the empress sighing? Concubine. I just feel that Tai Fu seems to have some disrespect for His Majesty. Yan Ji's eyes suddenly reddened, as if tears could fall at any moment. His Majesty even summoned Tai Fu in the first place for family matters. What kind of honor is this? And the Tai Fu. Surprisingly, he's lecturing His Majesty. Can't it be that His Majesty doesn't know these reasons? Tai Fu even still looks at His Majesty as if he were a child. Yan Ji's expression was getting sadder and sadder as she spoke. After Liu Hu heard this, he only felt his mood getting more and more annoyed. But he still forced down this emotion and held Yan Ji in his arms in relief. The Empress must never say such things again. Tai Fu was an important official entrusted by Emperor Xiuhe. There is great merit in my great Han. To me, Tai Fu is also a teacher and a father. I know. Yan Ji suddenly interrupts Liu Hu, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes as she looks at Liu Hu and sobs. My concubine is just heartbroken for your Majesty. Now the people of the world extol Gu's kindness. Above the court, the ministers are intimidated by Tai Fu, and even Gu's lineage is still in control of the central army. Everywhere in the world is talking about how Gu, but without the generations of my Han's late rulers, where would the Gu clan be as illustrious as it is today? Could it be that by leaving the Gu clan, the generations of bright rulers of my great Han could not create a flourishing world? Can't His Majesty rule? I'm just feeling aggrieved for the generations of previous kings and His Majesty. Liu Hu stared tightly at Yan Ji, and the color of annoyance on his entire face became even more intense. This time, he didn't say anything more. Instead, his entire gaze grew deeper and deeper. Obviously, those words had fallen on deaf ears. On that very day, Liu Hu issued one edict after another. He promoted Yan's sons to important positions within the Forbidden Army and was in charge of the Emperor's Forbidden Guards. When this matter came out, the court and the country were greatly shocked. These people are old foxes. With such an obvious decree, Liu Hu was clearly cutting Gu's power. Everyone guessed it. This must be out of the question between Liu Hu and Gu Xi. Gu Yi had been silently watching all of this, and there was no surprise in his heart. Liu Hu, the emperor, listened to a lot of slander in his original history. This is entirely due to his character. Even if Gu has sort of changed the general situation nowadays, how can it change a person's character? And in Gu Yi's opinion, the most crucial thing wasn't even Yan Ji's slanderous words. Put simply, it is Liu Hu who is bloated. He really thought he didn't need to rely on anyone anymore. This is the root cause of centrifugal between him and Gu Xi, Marquis of Champion's Mansion. Gu Xi didn't react too much to this and instead comforted Liu Bao. Lu Wao was really frightened. At only 10 years old, he lost his mother at an early age and became extremely attached to his wet nurse, Wang Nan. But today he watched the guards take Wang Nan and the others away. The psychological damage done to him is simply unimaginable. It was also good that Gu Shi brought him out directly and kept relieving him, which prevented a more serious situation from happening. Father. After watching Lu Bo fall asleep with his own eyes, Gu Shi had just walked out of his room when his eldest son, Gu Lin, eagerly walked up and asked, "Why has your majesty changed so? Today's move, my son really can't see through it." His attributes were indeed very average, and he simply couldn't figure out why he had changed so much. Before that, didn't the emperor still trust Gu very much? How can a king's power be shared with others? Gu Shi looked calm and said indifferently, "Alas." Gu Lin gently sighed, thinking back, if it wasn't for father helping his majesty. "Shut up," Gu Shi fiercely scolded and interrupted him, saying seriously, "Never say those words again in the future." Gu Lin hurriedly lowered his head. Gu Shi just looked at him and shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with disappointment and worry. Suddenly, he understood somewhat what Gu Kong had done in his later years. Letting go of the dynasty, he showed his intention of retiring to the outside world. But the situation is much more complicated today than it was then. If he passes away, what should happen to Gu? A million emotions flooded the mind. Gu Shi couldn't help but then turn his head to look again at the room where Lu Bao lives. The whole person's eyes are also more and more determined.